what a stretch.
What a stretch.
Yeah. My shirt is blue, so it's going to be ripping into the background. I wonder if people can see this. This is my mic.
Oh yeah, that looks good. That's Garrett's old mic that he broke, not me. The stand-up.
You broke it.
Oh, Alex, you got the same hoodie as me. It's the best hoodie. I've got that one, and I've got the what is it? The one that's Rick and Morty.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Good choice, mate.
very good choice. Very warm.
Yeah, super warm. You'll probably get too warm.
I'm definitely already too warm.
Welcome back, everyone. So,
Yeah.
before we get in, are there any questions that you'd like for me to sum up from the last end of the mission? Anything anyone forgot? Or just want to throw a question out before we begin?
Nah, I'm good, I think.
All right. Never remembers where we finished off.
We were, from memory, catapulted into the wall in the church after defeating the motherfucking crazy warlock person, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it. And then what's her name did the frog person did the massive spear into their chest, and all the crazy shit happened. And then did what happened? Did it get real foggy inside the church or something, or was that at the start of it? I think it was at the start
Pretty
of
sure
it.
Garrett's about to die.
Oh, Blake, you're on mute.
Thank you. Yeah, he burst into steam, essentially.
Right, yeah.
And he filled the entire cathedral. And then you guys passed out.
Yummy.
And that's where you left off. All right. Well, let me throw you onto this cooler page for you guys to sit on.
Cool.
Roll20. So, except for the, we'll just pretend that there's a moat there that you can't see. That was the best image that I could find of what I would describe as Grand City.
Nice.
Yeah, this is basically what I anticipated.
Okay. Very good. So,
Garrett.
But there's
you're right there, Garrett?
Yeah.
Super.
You're super. What mic are you using? You sound like you're in a forest, like in a massive cathedral.
Let me check my mic. That's why it's using my default. Probably my cam.
There we go.
Oh, that's so much better.
I'm so glad I asked. Holy crap.
What game are we in? Goobers?
Yeah.
Yep.
Uber.
Sorry, I'm still just kind of getting set up.
Your bearings.
Yeah.
So good, guys. There's no need to sort of rush.
Yeah, what a scary city that was. Or is. Because the church we're in.
Still there?
Yeah, is the church in the city? Because we went through a sewer entrance to get back into somewhere. Was it this place?
Yeah. We went through the sewers to get back into the palace.
Ah.
Yeah, the big warehouse that led to the prison.
Right, okay.
Bear in mind, it sort of went down into the earth. So it's kind of hard to gauge exactly where it comes up into to the church.
Okay. Shit.
Very good. So how are we all doing? We're all on Roll20. We all got our characters open.
Yep.
Yep.
I actually got some HP because we leveled to 2.
Yeah, did everyone level to level 2?
Yes.
All right, and has everyone practiced leveling to level 3? So I'll have you level up some way through.
I have indeed, yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Yep.
All right. And Garrett, you've got those 3 things that I've sent you.
Yes.
Cool. All right. So, you're all still unconscious when we pick up. You're all just dreaming of the last couple of days that has gone by. Remember, the memories that have returned to you are the cart, the warehouse, the prison, the church, and then everything after that. You don't know your family. You don't know your old town. You don't know anything like that. There are some innate things that can't be removed, like just general knowledge about the land or the world or how things are or have been. But just your own personal history, those things that make you who you are and your experiences, they are still unobtainable. What I would say is, because you are still in the presence of the amulet and it is now stronger, I will let you all roll a d20. And I will tell you, in your unconscious state, whether you dream of something, give you a bit of flexibility. So everyone just
Hmm.
roll a d20.
Yay, in true form.
Don't let it
Starting-
be
Good
one
job,
of,
guys.
Starting well again, guys.
Are we starting off at max health? Or are we?
No, still
No, no, no,
injured.
no.
Getting unconscious doesn't heal you, Garrett.
Real
Okay.
freaking good at rolling for dreams, guys.
I tell you what, it better not be one of these
Best
nights
fuck-
again.
Best fucking dreamers.
All right, I'm going to
Shit.
get another energy drink, but I'm going to let you ask me a question about prior to what you remember. And then when I come back, I'm going to describe what you glean, because you might not get exactly the thing you're after, but it's kind of what you're unconsciously searching for. So I'll be back when I get a refill.
Hmm. All right, boys. So we only more or less know each other and the people we were in the caravan with. Garrett. So everything we know is just us getting imprisoned and shit, and then held together, and then kind of just going through that crap together. So we're gonna be strong.
All right, so we'll go with Alex first. Alex, what are you trying to subconsciously think of and remember?
I'm trying to. So all I know is that basically these 2 blokes and that were like kind of like friends, but before that, I kind of know. I want to know because I'm very religious, but I'm kind of like have trouble remembering my religion completely. I know kind of like the I don't know like just what like the tenets of the religion are, but I can't remember exactly what I am doing here. So I'm trying
Like
to remember my purpose.
Yeah.
kind of
On
like
this continent?
your habits and stuff. You remember those or?
Yeah, I've got my habits, like because they're like ingrained, right? But I'm pretty sure I wouldn't remember like what the religion
am I
is
here?
and stuff like. Yeah, why am I here? Why am I? I'm, you know, what
Alright.
brought me to this situation?
Right. Do you want to let me have some creative freedom in this regard?
Sure. Well, I'll just say I was on a pilgrimage, but other than that, you can have creative freedom.
All right. So in your dream, you dream of sounds of the ocean, the smell of salt water, and the air is cool and the sun is hot. You feel the inertia as you hear grains of sand being slided on. And then in your dream, it's kind of like you've come to a brief stop. You hear some chattering of very similar people like yourself. And you remember a book being in your lap. When you look down at your lap, you see what seems to be a very small wooden raft. And that's your dream.
Cool.
Right. Garrett, what's a 5? What do you want? What's after?
I want to understand if I remember anything about me being a druid.
Are you gonna let me have some, like, how much creative freedom do you want?
You
'Cause it's
can
your
run with it.
story. You happy for me to run with it? Because it's
Yeah.
your story. I don't want to like take over the lore of your character.
That's all right.
Right. So you remember playing in a fairly heavily densely wooded area with some other cats. So these cats range from wild cats, bobcats, cats of different sizes, even a tiger. And you remember them all gathering around this section of trees where it forms a bit of a circle. And then when all the cats are on the little branches and trees and things like that, you remember coming out into the circle, and then everyone changed. Now, you can't make out what they changed into. It's kind of like puff of smoke type transformation. But you remember one of the cats transforming in front of you and then handing you an insignia. All you remember about the insignia is it's got a round shape and it's got like a T in it. That's all you remember. All right, Ben, you rolled a 10. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, everyone gets a really vague memory.
So what do I need to essentially answer here?
So you can ask me anything. You can ask me, I want to remember my dad's name, but you're not going
Oh.
to get your dad's name. You're going to get something vague because you rolled shit.
Gotcha.
But if you ask me, I want to know which town I was in or something like that, I will paint you a picture. But you can ask any particular kind of lore story about your character. And I don't want to like intrude on the lore of your character. So you have to give me some feedback about what you want me to do.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Well, I'm really happy for you to swing a little bit of something, but I'll give you a little bit of, as well. I would like to remember the mission I was on prior to getting captured, because I was captured kind of in a stupid way, where I was probably going to do something stupid like I normally do, but I got captured for the wrong reason and taken away. I just want to remember the reason I was on that mission, I guess. Kind of like what purpose I was following.
All right. So some vague questions to throw at you.
Yeah.
So this mission, was it a mission that you decided you would do? Was it a mission that was given to you? Or was it a mission that was like developed with a community or organization?
It was probably a mission that was that I myself had assigned to myself to do, and it was to probably steal something worthy of what I like. That gives you enough.
So I would say your dream is in a few sections. You remember camping on a few nights on a road. You remember having to snuff fires out and hide. And you remember a cart, very fancy looking cart, sort of red and velvet, very detailed and ornate, drawn by 2 white horses. And you remember thinking that that cart was so valuable to you. Happy with that?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
All right. Because you got a 10, I would say that you could have a little bit more because I was having little benchmarks for these. So I would say that wherever you camped, there was a small river. And the last you saw of the cart, that river went into the ocean. So the road went past the river. And the river, there's always a river in your 4 camp nights. And that river eventually turned into the ocean. And
Okay.
that's the last you saw of the cart. Very good. Right. So
Thanks, mate.
That was nice.
I'm going to make a roll.
He's attacking us personally. Oh wow, what a horrible roll.
Alright, Garrett,
Glad it's not just
You-
us.
Garrett, you have 1 death save.
One
You hear some
death save.
murmuring. Yeah. You feel someone like touching your body, putting his hands on you. Oh no. You have to come back. You have to come back, God. And you're being shaken. Alright. So you're stabilized. So as you wake up, you still see light fog on top of the church. And it's a big high ceiling church.
Yep.
So the fog is cleared away from the lower levels. It's kind of all the way at the top. It's getting very misty and it's dissipating. And what you see is Rana. Now, Rana is essentially a frog, but he's part of the lizardmen tribe.
Yeah.
So with his hands, they're not like, they're more like that. Yeah. So he's got 3 little duvots.
Yep.
And he's wrapping this like leafy little bandage around you, saying, "No, God, oh, God, you have to come back. God, are you there?" You're waking up.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You
Where am I?
You were knocked out. We killed the warlock. Are you safe? Are you okay? I thought I was losing you.
I think so. Oh, my head hurts. Does anyone have any aspirin?
I have these supplies, and he hands you from his back of his little small little cloth that sort of covers his parts. He's like attached this little leaflet thing, and he hands you this little wrapped. It's like a tiny little bit of bread and a leaf.
Yep.
He hands it to you. He's like, "Please eat this. You do not look well, my friend."
I take it and say thank you. Thanks. I'll just eat this.
Yes, please do. And
Nom, 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 nom,
roll
nom, nom.
1d6, and that's how much you heal.
All right. 4. Woo.
That's pretty good.
Must be careful. You must be careful. I am not the healer of my tribe. I do not know how to stop all of the bleeding, but I've stemmed it for now. You were thrown onto the benches. Can I pull you off it?
Oh, I just need a minute. Check on the others. I just need a minute. I'll be okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So he's going to come over to Alex now. Alex, how injured were you?
Not very.
As a description, you're very injured.
Not very. Like it looked like he's just like got like scrapes and maybe some bruising, but nothing like substantial.
Right. So as you're having that dream, towards the end of it, you're being shaken. He says, "Hello, are you there? Wake up, please. Please wake up."
Where am I?
From where you are, you can see, if you look on the, I'll bring you to this map. You are here, here we are. So if you see where you've landed, you can see towards your right. That's not a door, that's like a window. It's like ornate. You can see blood splatterings all over that stained glass window. It has not touched any of the walls of the marble. It has not stayed on any of the stone objects in this building. It is on the glass.
Yep.
It is on the piano that you see. It is on the benches. It is not on the floors. And as you look up towards the very top of the ceiling, you see that mist, that cloud, and it's dissipating slowly. And there's Ran is essentially over you, just like patting on the sort of spots that look injured just to make sure it's not bleeding. Are you well, my friend?
The book. Where's the book? Where's my book? Just frantically looking around for a book that's just not there.
There is no book, my friend. I do not know what book you talk of. You were just unconscious. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine. And I think, where are we? Where am I?
You've just woken up from the church. We won, but we must not dawdle. We are in the city of humans. We are not safe here. Are you able to help your druid friend over here? And he points over, and as you look over, if you look over, you will
I look
see
over.
guard with essentially leafy bandages sort of like put on him, not wrapped around him like a bandage, but like the leaves sort of just like stick to him because they're wet. over the blood patch, and you see that he is smashed into the benches and the pews, and he has broken the pews, and it's like someone's just rammed a catapult right into one of these benches, and that's Garrett. And that's where he's sort of laying.
Okay. I'll walk over to guard, and
Guard.
I'll offer him my hand,
I grab it willingly. Thanks, buddy.
and then I'll whisper to him, "The coil never ends." And as that happens, how injured does he look?
He can tell you.
How
Okay.
injured?
How would you describe yourself?
I'm now feeling a bit better. Obviously, I've got like all these cuts and whatnot across my body and face, but I've healed a bit since all the damage is initially done. So I'm okay. Like, I'm still a bit shaken, injured, but I'm all right.
All right. I'll just
Now for healing, especially for lay on hands, he can tell you the number. I don't care. I don't mind you guys talking numbers, because your holy power would be like, I heal you to full, right? Or I heal you a little bit.
So how many points are you missing?
Give me a second. My Beyond is crashed.
Because I think like vague descriptions aren't fair when you're going to expend like 10 points and then he heals like 3, right? So
I
for
think I was
healing,
at
you guys
10
are
out of
allowed to talk about numbers.
10 out of 15, so I'm down 5 points.
I'll just give him the full 5. I mean, I'll heal him to full.
Right, Garrett?
And,
So
uh,
as
mm.
Sithilus walks to you and extends his hand out, as you are looking up towards the ceiling and you grab his hand, essentially from what you can see, there's a bit of light shining down, and it goes straight into Alex's character, and that light sort of makes a glow and it comes down to his hand. As it comes to your hand, you just feel warmth into your body from that contact point, and then it goes all the way through your veins and your body, and it finds the holes and the wounds, and it's just a warmth there. It's a gentle feeling.
Ooh, toasty.
Sorry, Alex.
That's all good. It's
Thank
kind
you.
of similar to what I was going to say anyways.
Thank you,
Makes no
Silas. Oh my goodness, I feel so much better. What was that?
Just a little religion for you.
Oh, whew. I'm not one for religion, but sign me up.
Perfect.
One day, for sure.
My
for
D&D
sure.
character isn't working.
D&D Beyond.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me try Chrome.
You'll have to work that one out.
Yeah.
So Ben, Rana comes over to you, and remember you stayed unconscious, and you've been having that dream, and comes over and shakes you. Little Catman, are you okay?
Oh, fuck my head. Oh, little froggy boy, you saved our ass. What the hell did you do there? You threw your stick at him.
Yes. I hadn't had an opportunity. The power he had drawn from all his followers contested against the power of the relic that I now wear. So as you look at him, so remember he's a tribal lizard, so all he wears is like a loincloth type deal. But if you were to look at his chest, so before he had just this normal amulet that would come down like this, and then it'd be like a circle.
Mhm.
But now that he's absorbed Oldbot as well, it's kind of like tribal shapes, where it's like jagged lines coming up to his shoulders. And then there's this like little banner that goes underneath it. And there's just runic words all along that banner. And instead of just the white, it is red chain leading into like a white circle. And all the structure is white, but the words are in red.
What
Hey,
happened
guys,
to
sorry to
your...
interrupt.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt. I need to restart because my computer's not working.
go for it, brother.
No problem.
I'll be right back.
We'll wait for him. But if you want to
Yeah.
ask me to describe the amulet, you can.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
can stay.
I kind of... So, yeah, I just asked Rana, like, that amulet looks insanely different to what you had previously. Like, what happened? Did you... It looked like you'd just taken everything from the room and shoved it into your chest.
Yes, it is the Marsha's relic. It is sacred to our people, and it is the basis for our following. It is the freedom seekers' way to carve these onto their bodies. but it takes time. And it takes life essence for it to be passed down. When we have more time, I'm happy to discuss it. But for what you need to know, this relic is what has granted your freedom. The missing parts of it was stolen by the cultists to try and corrupt its good nature, to enslave more people rather than free them. Because I was the sole leader of our tribe, it has been returned to me, but still it is incomplete. And he sort of points to parts of his body, like points to his arm, and he points down to like his midsection, and then he shows you his back. And I want you to make a perception roll.
Perception. So what would? Okay, never mind. I got this.
So always roll a d20.
D20 plus
and then
3.
Perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So 18.
The very faintest. Yeah, I guess. Okay, no worries. So the very faintest scar lines are all over his body. The ones towards his arm are like a cage. There's just lines, and they're kind of sharp and jagged going towards his hand. There's just slight little scar lines going down. As he shows you his midsection, it is more runes, more banners in different shapes. Some are going across the vertical, some are going up in like little lightning bolt shapes. But there's just these little lines that you see of old scar tissue. And as he shows you his back, you essentially see what looks to be like a snake creature. And it's almost like a little painting. But it's
The
a little
hell?
bit faint because it's all just scar lines. And he's describing to you that, from what he said, the amulet, the relic is incomplete.
So I'm assuming from the scars you've got that I can see, it looks like that you've had this fully absorbed before, or is this something you're trying to get back?
Not me. Not me. Many others, many elders and leaders before me. They've passed it on through what we call the rituals. Comes at a great cost. It is a cost that must be paid.
I mean, if you're going to be using it for good, I mean, I can't see any wrong with you having it. So, I mean, what do we do now? Is everyone free, or is this just us that have been freed?
Without the Marsha's full relic, you cannot completely free control they had on you. But you have your will, and you have part of your memories. For now, we must escape the human land. They will come
I agree.
for us.
I agree 100%. I think we should talk with the other two and see if we can help you with your cause, because this seems like a bigger picture than just the three of us.
He puts he's put a little frog hand. He reaches out for you to help you up.
Yeah, I grab his hand and let him help me up. Thank you so much. Oh,
He points at the wall and he's like, "You must have one fucking hell of a strong head. Look at the hole that you made." And it's kind of like a little cannonball where your head landed.
I look back and I kind of just feel the back of my head, and I go, I literally can't remember a thing, and my head honestly feels perfectly fine. I must have a thick skull.
He gets one of his little food things and he's like, "You look like you haven't eaten in a while. Yeah, take this."
I hold out both hands because it's kind of like the nice way to receive things, and I just hold out my hands and let him drop it in my hands if he does. Thank you, Runner.
Essentially just like bread and a little leaf. That's a D6.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah.
These.
Got any more of that bread? What the 6? Jeez.
Finally.
Hey, my friend. I gave some to our friend here, and I gave some to the cat. You should see the hole he left in the wall. It's like a catapult.
I'm just snickering, like, just think it's funny that he thinks that I left a massive hole.
Is there a massive hole in the wall?
Oh yeah, it's like a little mini cannonball, like just bang, like there's crack marks and there's like definitely a little like indentation where his head was.
Silas is just gonna stare at the hole, then stare at the cat's head, and then stare at the hole again. Like he's just gonna like in disbelief. Just like,
There's definitely blood dripping down sort of like the back of Ben's head, and you can see the stain marks of the fur is all discolored and red, and little blotches of blackness towards the center of his head at the back.
I'm just I'm like snickering like and just rubbing the top of my head like smiling. Like I just think it's kind of funny.
Hey, Alex, are
Alright,
you
make
full
sense.
health?
not full health, but I'm probably healthier than you are.
Well,
without
I'm full
being
health
full
now.
Yeah.
Could
It's
you
fine.
How many
heal
spell
me? Yeah?
slots do you have, Garrett?
I've got.
Yeah, he gave you a 5 heal. They pumped you up.
I can still heal myself if I need.
I've got 3 and 2
Is that from the
cantrips.
level up? Is that from the level up?
No.
Yeah, because you only have one left.
I only have
So
one
you a
spell
long
left.
rest. Yep, so you have a long rest.
All right, I'll hold it. Well, how many points are you down, Alex?
Same as you were.
So I'll go up to Silas, and I'll rest my hand on his shoulder and just start muttering to myself. And as I do that, again, it kind of feels like a warmth exchanges from myself through to Alex, and he feels the injuries that he had just kind of close up, and he just feels better.
As I see him walk over and put his hand on his shoulder, I put my hand on his shoulder. I'm like, "We good?" I got
So,
some
Alex, you can
plans.
roll for a 1d4 plus 2.
You have religion too?
I guess
I
do.
definitely know it's not religion. Oh, look at that. Rolling good here.
Perfect.
Huge.
Yeah, when it
Well done,
matters.
So you rolled. You heal for 6.
So is everyone full health now?
I am.
Yeah, I'm 2 off, but I'm pretty delicious.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we should get moving.
Silas, exactly. I've got I think we have some plans. I think this is a lot bigger than just us 3. It seems like we've redeemed our memories back from what I can remember as just being caught in a stupid way and captured, and all I know is you guys, and Rana has I think he has a good idea on what he needs to do next. He's more or less trying to complete some sort of mission on his own here to hopefully free everyone that's also been enslaved by this crap. Rana, do you mind explaining kind of like what you want to do next? I think it's probably best if we follow you.
Now, before I came and checked on you 3, I did a little bit of scouting. I was able to see a little bit outside the windows. The scene outside is not pretty. We are definitely on limited time. I saw a little way out this way, and he points to one of the pane glass windows, fancy ones. It's got blood smattered all over it. There's a little section where you can see 3 fingers have gone like this. So you can kind of see like the lines that, you know, when you're smudging and you're like trying to clear your way in the window.
Yeah.
And he points to it and he said, my spear is simple. I need a little bit of help to break the glass. It is thick, but this is the way we must go. Can someone help me with this? And he starts walking towards the glass.
Is there like a chair or something that I could pick up?
Tons everywhere.
I'm just gonna yeet a chair through the window.
All right, so they're big, remember? So they're pews from church. So if you've ever been to church, they're like 40 seat chairs. So
All right,
if
is
you're
there,
gonna try and pick it up,
It's a
gonna
long-
be like
is there
wooden
something I
bench.
could pick up and yeet, like a lantern or like a lamp or something?
You pick me
Something
up and you throw me at the window.
Surely
No,
there's a
Rana
broken pew.
Rana points at one of the pews. Can you help me?
I'll just move over to one of the pews and pick up one side.
Goes to grab the other side.
I
It's
also
like
go to
one-
help him as well.
I'm kind of like licking my hand and kind of trying to clean the back of my head, kind of not
So what
concentrating.
I would say is that Rana and Guard will support you in your strength roll because you're at the very back. So Alex, it's up to you.
Okay, strength. Oh, I've been waiting for this.
He was born for it.
Watch me roll really terrible.
No.
Yeah.
Uh,
Watch me
oh.
roll.
You're being helped.
It's +4, so our advantage.
You're also being helped. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm real good at this. So 10.
Oh man.
I just woke up, man.
I
Still
know.
thinking about the book.
Mm.
So as I'm doing the strength thing, I see a book on the ground and I'm like, oh, is that my book?
All right.
The fuck's this book,
So
man?
Is this book?
with assistance, and because it's glass, and because you have 3 people, you're always going to smash it. You're always going to get through it. But what I would say is, when you hit it, kind of splinters in your hand. So you'll take a D4.
All right. Yeah.
And the noise is incredibly loud. Not only is it a small shattering of glass, but it is the sound of solid wood, like that thick, chipping and smashing open.
I think
Not
think we should
ideal,
get
my
moving.
friends. I agree. And you guys make it through the glass. And although it's precarious and the glass isn't smashed that well, you'll get through unharmed. But you know that there's been a ton of noise made. And as you step outside, what you hear,
Is there a chance to, by chance, before I go outside, to see if there's anything left on the corpse of the warlock?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. I just I guess as they kind of push through the chair, because I was cleaning myself, I want to just walk past where it died to see if there's anything on the ground or on its body.
I'll have you make a straight D20 roll.
Well, there is no body because I went to mist, hey, so it's just like a big splash of.
So you know how in Star Wars, how Obi-Wan just like when he
Puff.
dies, he just turns into the cloak.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah.
So that's
13.
you see the crooked dagger that the cultists wield. And what you find is that it is completely clean. But on the handle, it is soaked in blood. And the materials used to wrap it is kind of like tissue paper that's gotten wet. It's kind of like coming off, but you know that, it's not going to be damaged. You're going to be able to use it. You have a cultist dagger on the ground.
I kind of look around and go, and I pick it up slowly and rush over to the window.
I want you to roll a d20.
Seven.
Real good at rolling, guys. Real good.
You've picked up a dagger in your hand. What do you want to do with it? It's in your hand. Tell me.
I want to kind of like just shove it into like where I just have my daggers held. I just want to kind of put it with my other dagger and unequip it, and
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't let go.
I just kind of shake my hand.
Nope.
I guess I just keep it in my hand and run over to the window.
All right. So does everyone leave the church?
Yeah.
Because Rana hopped
Yeah.
out.
While Mr. Sir Cleans himself was licking himself, I was already clambering through the window after we smashed it.
Yeah.
My kitty cat,
Alright.
man. I hate getting dirty.
So, question for everyone: have you checked your audio in game? Because I'm going to play some in-game sounds now. So I don't want it to be too loud. So just make sure that you have sound enabled, and then it's like at halfway in, like you adjust the browser sound that comes through.
So what I suggest doing is going to the settings, go audio and video, and then go to audio video chat, and then go to the second one where it says I can hear or see, and just you can just click both for that, and then make sure your audio output source is whatever you're listening to, if you follow, and then make sure that the master music volume level at the top is like halfway. That's what I suggest. It gets kind of loud.
Mine's not picking it up.
It won't yet because
That's
there's
good.
nothing
There's no
there.
sound playing right now, but just make sure the setting is set at half, and that I don't blast your eardrums out when I press play. All right, we all ready?
Yeah,
So,
see what happens.
Oh, that's nice.
Hear the pattering of rain. As the light rain is falling onto your faces. It is very, very cold. And you see Rana, and he's like gone pale. It's like he's seen a ghost.
Rana, you okay?
This does not bode well for us, my friends. We must escape quickly. First, I need you to come over to me. He gestures to you, God.
I kind of side-eye him, but slowly approach him.
Do not stop breathing. And he does this to you. It's just like he puts his hand over your head like a little like this. And as he does it, you notice that the rain is no longer touching your body. And there's like this little shield around you. You're not getting wet anymore.
That's cool.
I just started like,
And
what the?
he gestures to Alex and he says, I don't think I've gotten your name yet.
Silas. Flesh is
Silas.
mine.
Let me offer you some protection. This rain is an ill omen. Please come to me.
I'll walk over to him.
He does the same. And you see the same sort of shield from the rain. So it's like it's not able to touch you. It's like falling like here, and then it's like sort of dripping off you, and like it's not impeding the ability to see you. It's not like like a windshield, how like the rain makes it hard to see. It's just like dissipating. It's not touching you.
Yeah.
Tabaxi, my friend.
I feel like I'm already halfway towards him, kind of like seeing other people getting sheltered from rain, and I'm like, please. And I kind of give him the little kitty eyes.
He takes a step back from you and he points at your dagger.
Yeah, I mean, I picked it up.
His face has changed from surprise to concern.
I picked it up. I mean, it's a dagger. I like daggers. It was pretty, but I just can't seem to let go of it.
Can you touch the blade of my spear? And he sort of very slowly and gently sort of points the blade at you, but it's off to you, so it's not threatening. It's just like, can you please touch the blade?
Which hand?
The empty hand.
I reach out and just kind of like press my palm onto the blade.
So even though it's metal, even though it's raining, even though it's kind of cold, remember it's autumn, the blade is fairly warm. It is nice. Now with the other hand. Just with the bottom of your hand, if you don't mind.
And I press down on it, and I ignore the random train horn I heard and press my hands down on the blade.
It starts to burn.
I just kind of like shake, my hands kind of shake, but I just keep my hands on the blade.
The cultist weapons are not made from steel. They are made from their master's will. There is a reason why you cannot let go of this thing. We must go see the elder to save you before you become one of them.
Oh crap, why do I always get into these damn situations? Alright, lead the way, please.
Curiosity killed the cat.
True.
If you have a way to sense magic of these things like this may be avoided.
I mean, maybe once I get to a certain stage of time, I mean, probably I'll think about it now.
All right. Let's carry on, my friends. All right. The other thing that you can hear that is quite faint is the sounds of battle.
Ooh, sounds like something's going off in the distance. Maybe we should avoid that general direction.
I believe I know a way out. You need to follow me. He
All right.
leads you up.
I'll follow ya.
Lead the way.
I try and lead, or like follow stealthily with them.
But as time passes, you're making your way through the town, and you're not going through any of the districts that you've seen while you're on the cart. You're kind of sticking to the ramparts, sticking to the wall sections as you climb up these like big stairs up into the walls, and you see that the wall is actually sectioned off. It's not just one big wall, much like the picture that you can see now on Roll20. Yes, I've got it set up. So you see how it's got the ground wall, and then it's got like this section sub wall, and there's like little walls that go up into different forts and keeps.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can see in the middle there, where there's like a little fort, I think I can draw here. Which one's to draw? Is it the little ruler?
The circle.
It's the paintbrush.
Yeah, the second one down.
But this?
Yeah, yeah. I kind of wanted the measuring tape.
Oh, the ruler then.
Okay, cool. So it's this wall here. You see how it comes up to this fort?
Mm-hmm.
This is where
Yeah,
you are.
like the
Traveling across
the
the-
second tier. Yeah.
And I would say
Oh,
that
third
this
tier.
here, this here is like the hearth into the warehouse, and this here is the church.
Okay.
You're traveling this way along the wall.
All right.
Right. In the background, you hear the sounds of battle. You see fires around the town, just towards the entrance of the gate. You see shadows, huge shadows, smattering against the sort of ground that you're walking on. And if you can imagine it, like there's just like this shadow being like traveling across the very city, and there's this big shadow, and there's several of them.
Can I look
Yes, yeah.
up?
Oh, fantastic! I want you to roll perception.
Just a d20?
With perception. I'm gonna go check what you've rolled now.
8.
8. What's your perception?
My perception is +4, 12.
As you look up, there is essentially partly cloudy. Like I would say that there are some very large dark clouds surrounding the moon, but it is not impeding the moon's light because it's now dark. I would say that these clouds have a reddish hue to them, and they're kind of bright and illuminated. And every so often, you see these extraordinarily dark, winged fit creatures fly across the cloud. Because it's illuminated in light, you can kind of see it in contrast, but as soon as they fly past the clouds, they disappear into the darkness.
Guys,
I don't like this.
maybe we should try to find cover or something.
Cover from what? We need to just get somewhere.
I
Just keep
think
moving.
I'm seeing something up in the sky. I can't quite make it out, but there's something up there.
I'm gonna trust you, Rana. We need to hightail it out of here quickly.
We are almost free, but I have some bad news. And he kind of has a grim expression on his face. We have this bridge to cross. It is heavily guarded, though. I don't know whether we will be able to get through it unseen.
Is there no
Yeah.
other way?
No, my
I
friend.
guess that answers my question.
As soon as you come over to this bridge, this is the last bridge, and you can see that towards the very end of the bridge is this sort of canal of water, and it's really dirty water. And you recognize that as being the water that flows into the sewage. in the sewers. But what you can see is essentially the city under attack. As you gaze up and around and gather in your surroundings, you see fires, bodies everywhere. Maybe every 100 cultists, you see one human body slain on top of a pile of cultist bodies. Like he sort of stood his ground and just slew creatures as they ran at him. And he's been standing on top of a pile of bodies, and then he eventually succumbs to his attackers. And on some of the buildings in the distance, you can see these giant ravens that are sort of perching on top of the buildings, looking down. And every so often you see one swoop down with incredible speed, and then you hear loud screams. You can see up in the sky, as you take in your surroundings, there are hundreds of these winged creatures circling around. Towards the bottom, you see just the common areas. This was the merchant area, as you're getting close to the start of the city. You see some of the fancy shops have sort of been destroyed, have their wares thrown out on the ground. As you look across, you see the fort that you saw in the picture, and that's where that human guard that you can see is, and he's on top. He's on top of the little fort, so you can kind of see him. You can see who he's with. He's with a few bodyguards. You can see this massive crossbow that he's sort of holding onto, like onto his arm, where he's just like grabbing the front mechanism, and the rest is like resting against his arm like this. It is a humongous crossbow. In front of him seems to be a very short-statured creature, humanoid. And below you, you see the line of human soldiers that have made a spear wall, and you see thousands of corpses. And you see thousands more cultists running at them.
So we're trying to get okay, so I turn to Rana, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes,
So
my
I
friend.
turn to Rana and I ask him, do we just need to get across this bridge, or do we have to try to find another route?
And just to clarify, because we didn't do it before, Ben, he did put the shield on. I don't think we covered that. I just
Oh, we
wanna
didn't.
miss that.
Yeah.
You have the
Okay.
shield.
Cool.
You absolutely have the shield. He definitely gives it to you. I just
Alright.
forgot to clarify that. Yes, my friend. This, unless we want to double back and run into some human guards and be captured again, this is the safest path forward. You
And-
definitely don't want to go down there. And he points down towards essentially just this stream of cultists running into this impenetrable line of humans.
And can everyone see the shield that's protecting us from the rain?
Yeah, well, it's just like rain stopping, and it's going nowhere. So it's kind of noticeable.
Right. I have an idea. It may not work, but if we want to get across this bridge, I think this is at least worth a try.
Okay.
Yes, well, we'll talk about this. This affects us all. Let's
So
hear it.
we're still guards per se, right? They
Well,
don't know.
Your guard. I'm
right.
Biscuit. That's
You-
Silas.
I know what you
Okay.
meant.
Thank
You're
you,
all wearing the
Biscuit.
guard uniform, yes.
So what I recommend is we try to find some rope and loosely tie or bind Rana's hands to appear as if we are escorting him out of danger on command of Captain Bob, was it?
Jeff.
No, Captain Jeff. Yeah, from the armory.
I do not know. I did not catch the human's name.
Jeff.
So I think that would be the best route to try to get across the bridge. And if all else fails, then we fight our way out.
Do we have rope?
I
mean, is
look
there, like-
around.
You can find rope. That's fine. There's a cart just behind you in this picture, so I would say that there is rope there.
"Ah, here's some
The-
rope. And I quickly grab it. And I'm like, all right, so we've got the rope. Is everyone up for this plan?
I'm kind of just looking behind us at the way we came just to make sure we're okay. And I just look back and I'm like, I mean, it's not like we really have much of a choice. It's not like we can just like walk through here and be avoided. We need to talk small and move quickly and make it look legit, because otherwise this is going to be this will be our end.
I agree.
What do you say, Snake Man?
Yeah, sounds like the best plan. Unless you think you can fight through all these guards.
I'd prefer against it, but if it has to happen, we will defend ourselves.
Hey, if I had my trusty bow and arrow here, I could probably take out all these guards.
Not with the way we've been fighting.
I think I've
No,
been
Well,
fighting all right.
I turn to Rana and I say, here, I'm going to loosely bind this, so you're still going to be able to get out if an emergency happens. I bind him,
Okay, my friend.
and then I turn to him and say, I'm going to have to also hold your spear.
Oh, you can try. He hands it to you. He's still holding one end.
So I try to take it.
So he is holding it like this, out to you like that.
Yeah.
He's kind of holding it low to the ground. So do you try and pick it up?
Yeah.
It is so heavy.
Okay, this ain't working. All right. Is there any way you can like strap it to your back then?
He bangs it on the ground and it looks covered in muck. And it just looks like a normal walking stick.
All right, cool. We're gonna make it out as if you're an old man with a walking stick.
He puts it into his little loincloth and he sticks it
All right,
back.
so one of us in front and two kind of behind him, but to each side.
Yeah, guard. I say you out in front. You can lead us for sure, and I'll stick to his left side.
All right.
Stand on the right.
So I've
Guard.
also got one end of the rope that's attached to Rana's hands, and I'm like
Pulling
kind
him
of
along.
leading him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, all right, guys, let's do this quickly. Keep our heads down. I'll speak if we have to try to wiggle our way around.
My friend, I have some knowledge of creatures. I know what you are. Would it be best for you to try and look like them?
Does my armor appear the same as what a human's would be?
So this city is filled with superhumans. So they are wearing like full plate. You are
But I'm-
wearing chain. You are wearing the pleb armor that is given to the plebs.
I turn to Rana and I just say to him, I think that would give us away more than anything because the armor that I'm wearing is visibly different than the armor that the humans appear to wear.
Kind of looks over the edge. Says, "Look." He kind of like gestures over to your right. And you see a small little squabble going on. And you see the human just to the right of us fighting a fairly large cultist who is holding a glaive. He's fighting the human. It is a fairly even match. And from what you can see, from all these fairly ornate armors that they're wearing, it's all very close fitting. Kind of feels like the armor's too big for this human. And as he like grabs his his sword that he's holding, that's fairly large. It's not a great sword, but if you can imagine, it's not like long. It's not one of the swords that we have listed in the equipments. It's a fairly large sword. He's
A
really
bastard
struggling
sword.
to move it. He's kind of like struggling to move it, and you can see the breath coming out as it's very cold and this rain is very quite freezing. It's like very ragged breathing.
All right. Well, we're good to go.
If someone wants to roll,
I'll roll.
a d20 to kind of understand what all that description means, then I'll let two people roll, no more than two. The two people can.
What am I rolling? Perception or?
It can be an Arcana check.
I'm happy to do that if you
17.
don't want to,
Yeah,
Alex.
go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it. You've been rolling better than us.
I
I
got to roll
rolled a
in.
17 as well, by the way.
Uh, 19.
Nice.
So you both have that moment where you see a part of this fight happen, where the guard dips under cover, and you see his body expand. He's only undercover for a tiny little bit, maybe a section of maybe 10 seconds. As soon as he gets undercover, you can tell that sort of stands up and grows in size. Armor sort of fits his body. Instead of dragging his sword along the ground, sort of pulls it up to him like this,
Yeah.
raises it well above his hand in like a graceful moment. And when he hits against the glaive, because the cultist is fighting, it like shatters, like not so much shatters, but it like shakes the glaive, and you can see it and sort of pushes the cultist back. And the human like yells in this really guttural sort of roar, and then he chases after the cultist. As soon as he gets into the open, same thing happens. You guys,
I start like
Yeah.
tapping Biscuit's shoulder. I'm like, do you see that?
Do
you see that?
I see it. I say. I think it's the rain. Is it the rain? It's making them.
What is this rain? No wonder why Rana covered us in this bubble shield.
it is
Alright.
it is a tactic they have done before. It will sap your strength, make you weak, and too much exposure will kill you. It is from these giant red clouds you see.
Okay, guys, I have an idea. Thanks, Rana. I see where you're going with this. If we can get that soldier's armor, I can appear as a soldier, and I think we'll have an easier time getting out. So we
Did you
need to.
Did you see that soldier just smack that glaive and like make it a wobbly stick?
But as long as we fight them in the rain, we have a chance.
All right. So how do you propose? We're just gonna like what? Coax
So
him
is this
out in
a
the
ledge?
rain.
Yeah.
You can see it. So this is a little ledge, and you can see the little stairs going down. So in front of you, it sort of forks off, and then the bridge is like this, so it forks off. So when it forks off, it like comes back down towards you, and the stairs are going down. So if you want to get there, you'll have to take a right.
How big's the drop?
One level,
It's like
right?
a story,
Yeah.
one story.
7 foot.
That's not too bad.
You could jump a story.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
A hero or adventure could jump down there, and that'd be fine. There'd be no damage you take.
Silas,
Guys, you
You
look
reckon
like
that's what we do? Let's go.
I want to run off and jump off and try and land him and stick
So-
it with the sword.
Same.
Let me just.
I just look at Rana like these crazy motherfucking bitches while holding
Well, this
this.
is Rana's idea.
Time
True.
is passing while you guys are doing this, so let me just.
There's a hell of a lot more involved.
So this is on the ground floor. They can't come up to you guys level. It's
I
just-
like this. Time is passing. I like this.
Yeah.
Because it's not like we're talking while time's frozen. Uh-oh. I saw big crows moving.
Yeah, same.
Doing
Uh-oh.
it quick, guys. That's why I just jumped down.
That's fair.
I see Silas just jump off the cliff, and I'm like, all right, fuck it. And I just pull out my dagger, and I just follow in his footsteps.
I wonder,
All right.
you gotta jump up on a little wall.
So who's for those who have jumped down, make a D20 roll, and if it is lower than a D10, then you reveal your presence to the guide and the cultist.
Let's go.
If it is lower than a D10, you are noticed.
I
Back in Canada.
I'm just gonna sit next to Rana, and we kind of both squat down and wait against the wall, and we look over the wall.
You guys are like here. You are
Yep.
here, and these guys are fighting over here, and it's like this. So you were down
Oh.
here as well.
They're not that close. All right.
So, what will happen is you can describe me what you do, and we won't roll initiative until I think it's time to do that. But you have to describe what you're going to do, and then I will tell you. But you don't know that they know you're there.
Yeah. I want to jump down. So I think I said I was going first, and then I just want to try and because they're facing this guy's facing. I want to try and skewer this guy in the back because he can't
From the flank. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know because he wouldn't. I assume he wouldn't expect me to come just straight through.
Nope. All right.
And I
So-
pretty much followed Salas as well.
Very good. I'll let you guys do a surprise round. But what we are going to do is we are going to roll. I think that we'll roll a 15. And if it is anywhere from 5 lower, then he is undercover because of where he's fighting. If it is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, he is out of cover.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm rolling, not you guys.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was Blake's roll. Dang it. The 15. Oh well.
I
So
think you rolled
remember-
15, like
11, 12, 13, 14, 15 is the
Ah.
bad roll.
Yeah.
He is undercover and he is weakened. So what I'll do is if you guys can do 20 damage, you'll kill him outright. So you'll have a surprise round.
does that
So
mean
AC.
advantage?
Yeah, yep, advantage. So AC 16.
So +6. I hit with both. That's so I hit him.
Sure. Roll
D10.
damage.
I get to re-roll that because I have great
Thank-
weapon fighting.
Crap.
So 10. I do 10 damage.
All right, Garrett.
All right, let's
Because
see
there's
what-
only 2 people doing this, you have to somehow get yourself to 20 damage. AC 16.
What's your
Oh.
plus minus?
What do I plus minus with?
Are you
Your attack. So it's just a flat plus, you'll see. And it's not
What are
going to
you
have
using?
a dice.
+4.
So you hit.
Just.
You need to make you need to
He's-
make up
I don't
10
think it-
damage.
I don't think you can actually do it. Alright, he'll be.
No, I can't. The max I can get is a 6.
Fine, still roll it.
3.
Alright, Ben. So you notice that they are trying to shiv this guy, and Silas comes in, sort of sticks his blade into him, and it goes across his waist. There's a little gap in his armor because he's sort of shrunken down in size, and
Mhm.
blade goes into his stomach and sort of pokes out the other side. And guard comes around for this little section of the shoulder that's sort of revealed now because he's smaller, and stabs it into essentially this little section here, and sort of comes in and hit the guard. Ah! And there's a moment that you and Rana look at each other, and it's kind of like those times where you're standing in front of a car coming at you, and it's kind of like those moments of, what do I do? And kind of like time slows down. So what do you want to do? You're up here, so you can't run. You won't be able to reach them in time, but you are up here now. Is there anything you want to do?
I run over to where I can get a clearer view of them as fast as possible just here. Is that possible within a time frame?
Okay, that's
Does that give me
you
visual?
only have an action now. Yeah, you've always been able to see them. You guys
Oh,
were
cool.
watching.
Okay, my bad. I throw my knife at him. Not the one that I can't hold, I can't get rid of, but my other one I throw directly at the foot soldier, saying, "Is he still standing?"
Roll to hit. I'm gonna move you
Six.
guys up here because you're undercover. Plus what?
What is that on top of that? The weapon, right? Plus
Yeah.
6, so that's like
12.
yeah, it's 12. Yeah.
So you guys have a surprise round, so you have advantage because he's like not expecting you guys. So it's like he's like a victim. So you have another chance, Ben.
All right.
Roll again.
Oh, nice, 20.
All right, you hit him.
All right, and I roll to do damage.
You have
1d4
sneak
plus 4 and sneak attack.
Right.
1d4. It's a 4. Plus 4, it's 8. It doesn't matter. He's dead.
It's dead. How do you want to do this?
I kind of like just. I feel like I don't have much time at all, right? So I kind of just like pounce over here as fast as I can, and with my left hand, I just throw the dagger as hard as I can and fall onto the ground, and I don't see anything happen.
Alex and Guard, as you like charge this guy and put your blade all the way through him, and Garrett, you come up to him and put the dagger into up here and into
Yep.
his sort of shoulder. You see as he turns to face you, Garrett, he's got sort of like a gaunt face. You can tell, like, from this sort of magic. It's like really affected him. It's like his eyes are sort of sunk into his face, and he has this full black beard, and his eyes look right at you. You feel a lot of hatred come through. And in the background, you hear this whirling sound. Smacks right into his temple right here. And you see the eyes, the life just draw out of him, and then they roll to the back of his head. And then as your blade is stuck in here, you can feel his body pulling you backwards as he's falling back. And of course you let go of your blades. Alex, you're just standing there holding the blade, and it sort of falls out of him as he drifts backwards. And then near you, you hear this snicker. It is like a hyena laughing. And it's evil sounding. And it makes the hairs on your arms and the back of your neck crawl. And you see a fairly large cultist. And you see that his clothes are dripping from this water. And he looks at you with his glaive, pulls it into his body, grabs the end, and he starts running at you, Alex. So I'll
Alright.
get you guys to roll initiative against this one little guy.
Do I equip the dagger because I can't let go of the one in my hand?
Yep.
I
It's a plus
unequip
one
20.
dagger.
+1. I also unequipped the dagger I had because I just threw it. Is that how that works?
Yep.
Yeah, +1 dagger. Nice.
So
Okay.
tell me what you guys actually roll to, by the way.
I rolled a 5.
What, 19 plus 1, so 20.
Oh, sorry, 7.
I rolled a
5.
5 plus 4, so that's 9. I got a high initiative. It's like the dex, is it? Just the speed.
It's the dex thing.
What did you roll,
Ah.
like, Alex?
I rolled a 19. So a natural 19 plus 1.
My man, and you're still holding your weapon too. Mate, this Eski's a great idea, Blake. Tell you what.
Instead of the bar fridge.
And so, I was gonna buy a fridge, and he's like, "Man, just get an Esky." I was like, "Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I've got
not
an
a bad
Esky.
idea.
I've got like a Esky here. It's
Yeah,
got
just put
like
some ice in it.
Alright,
Keep it a run.
very good.
Good.
So Alex, you actually have a 20 for initiative, yeah? Because you rolled a 19.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's 20.
19 plus 1.
Alex, you get to respond. So you go first.
I'm just gonna run up beside him and slash his stomach open with a
like
little-
here.
Yeah. So he can't run.
Oh.
Figured so he can't run that
Roll to
way.
hit.
It's 12.
You hit.
Good hit.
7 damage.
All right. Next time is Ben. Ben, it's your turn.
I see them in trouble, and I have this one dagger still stuck in my hand, and I'm like, all right. And I pounce down and run straight in front of the cultists and
Yep.
try to attack.
Right, so I'm going to put his body back on the ground. So his body's over there.
Yep.
All right. You want to attack with your dagger?
Yeah.
Roll to hit.
$16 plus dagger. 16 plus 7. So that's 23.
You definitely hit. He's only wearing robes.
Okay. And then I want to attack him. That would be 1d4 plus 5. That's 7. Yes, I hit him
Like
for
7 damage to this guy.
yes, 7 piercing damage.
Piercing. Right. Now it's the goober's turn,
Goober.
and he's going to attack Alex.
Oh, can I bonus action to move away? Oh, never mind. I
can-
should have done it. It's alright.
So you can do a bonus action to disengage if you wish.
Yeah.
Don't you
you're
have
out of
sneak
movement.
attack?
Did you roll
I-
your sneak attack?
I didn't roll sneak attack. I'm so bad at that. I guess I lose it.
Yes, you do. Sounds good to me. Alright,
Yeah.
so you're also out of movement too, by the way. So if you disengage, you still can't move.
Oh, okay. Oh, do I need that extra 5 to disengage? Okay, I didn't know that. Alright. Yeah, I guess I just stay there. I attack. Yeah. I plunge it into his testicles.
No.
Alright, so he strikes at you with a 14 to hit, Alex.
Nope. Got 15.
So I guess he just misses as you dodge the blade. Even though as he misses, he snickers. There's that hyena kind of snicker. It doesn't sound like it comes from you. Alright. It is now Garrett's turn.
This crazy little bastard this thing is.
So the cat's in front of me, so I can't throw my dagger without hitting him.
no,
Yeah,
you can
you
try.
can. Yeah.
And bear in mind, the cultist is as large as the human in size. So
Yeah.
Ben's kind of small. Human, the cultist is quite.
All right, so I throw my dagger at him. And I roll d20. And I miss him completely. And I'm assuming the human has fallen down.
He's dead.
Yeah, the human's dead.
Can I grab his sword and get ready to charge in my next in my next turn?
And druids use swords.
I think so. Weapons,
right.
club, dagger.
But you just get
Scimitar.
proficient with it.
He just won't get his proficiency bonus if he's not proficient with it.
Yeah.
It's a long sword for our purposes.
Yeah, cool. So I've already added that then. And that's my turn.
Right. Well, you will be on the body of the guard. Right. So then it goes back up to Alex's turn.
All right. I'm gonna aim for his shoulder, like neck down to shoulder, kind of swing, overhand.
Time is passing too, by the way. So if you see me moving shit, that's why.
That's an 11.
Uh, 11 total.
Yeah,
You miss.
that's fair. That's fair. I guess I'll
who's
just
next?
end my turn. I think it's ends.
Then your turn.
I pull my dagger out of him because I kept it in him, and I jab again and attempt to stab the cloak
Yep.
in the face.
Roll.
It's an 8 plus. I always forget what my thing is. 8 plus 7. So it's at 15. Yep.
You hit.
And sneak attack as well. So I don't know how with a sneak attack would I roll something extra?
Yes.
You roll an
it's a
extra
D6.
d6 or something.
Oh right, so D6, a 6, and so
your
that's
dagger damage.
Dagger damage is
1d4.
1d4 plus 5. And that's 1, so that's 6. And do I roll again for sneak attack?
No, you've already
You
done your
already
sneak attack.
did that.
Oh, because that's what I did last time
just to be
too.
clear, think of sneak attack as just the attack does extra damage because you attacked him when he was vulnerable, or you hit him when he wasn't aware. So it's just like you've hit a weak spot. That's what sneak attack is.
So how does that?
Not an extra attack.
No, okay. It's just that what I just did there is more or less everything that I have available to me minus sneak attack. Does sneak attack give me extra damage or hit?
So the sneak attack is d6 to the damage.
D6 to the damage, an extra D6.
Yeah.
So that should have been D11. Because I've got a
No.
D-
So your dagger does damage, right? So it's like 1d4 plus 5.
Yep.
So you roll that, and then you get that number, and then you roll a d6, and you add those numbers together.
Oh,
And
I just
that's
need to
the
roll a
total damage that
D6.
you've done.
That's
Ah,
what you've already done. You've already
done it.
already.
So you see, you rolled an 8, and then you got a d6.
rolled 8 to hit, and then I rolled a D.
D6.
Oh, right, D6, and then okay, sorry, I missed that. Yep, gotcha.
So with your d6, I'll let you keep your 6.
Yep.
What's the total damage you've done?
6 plus 6, so 12. An extra D6 to it. Okay, that makes sense.
Right, Ben. So from his cloak, you kind of see it as you're close enough. It's kind of like it's not down here, right, where the vision is really. It's kind of up here, kind of like the cloak doesn't completely fit him. And as you can see, his eyes looking at you, and they're like wide, like really in tune with like what's happening. It's just like that. He looks down at the dagger, and he looks back at you, and you can see this smile form. And it is a huge smile, and the teeth all align properly, and it is sharp and jagged. And then he gives you a really low guttural snicker, and it is low. Even though you stabbed him, it's all the way in. He looks at you, and he is just a face of glee and excitement. So Garrett, it is your turn.
So with my recently acquired longsword, I rushed at him to pretty much thrust my sword into his face. I want to shove it into his fucking mouth. Right in there, get in there.
Go for it. Make your roll.
14,
Plus
16,
nothing.
14, sorry, 14.
Plus nothing, right?
Plus 1.
Plus 1, 14. You still hit, so that's fine.
Okay. And then I roll a 1d. Four.
So how much damage? 4?
4.
Okay, great. So it is. I think it's back to Alex. Has he had a turn yet? I don't think he's had a turn.
No,
yeah,
I think he
it's
was supposed to
his
go before me, actually.
That's fine. He was too busy enjoying what Ben was doing. He delayed his turn. Right. So he goes to hit Garrett now, and he hits you for a 12.
Misses.
Yeah, he's rolling dreadfully. Alright, so it's back to you, Alex.
All right, let's go again.
Get in line. I think everyone's rolling dreadfully.
This motherfucker has so much HP. Something feels weird here.
15.
You definitely hit.
All right. Oh, I get to reroll that.
How cool.
Get to reroll. Let me double check.
You just keep getting to re-roll them. I think you have to keep it.
I'm just checking. I'm checking now. I'm gonna read.
That's so shit. Come on, Snake Boy.
It says you can reroll a 1 or a 2 on damage dice with melee weapons.
It's infinite until you hit 3.
Infinite. Yeah. So I get to go again.
And a 3.
Right. It's a 5.
Oh, that's good.
You know what? I'm gonna YOLO chuck a divine smite on this motherfucker.
Please.
2d8.
Yeah, you can
2d8.
re-roll any. You can re-roll any D1 or D2, any. So take
Yeah.
that as multiple times. So how much damage do you deal?
So I deal 9 plus 19 damage. I'm smiting him.
Holy fuck!
I use
Right,
a
so
divine smite.
Just describe the attack. Don't describe how it kills him.
I'm just gonna, as I'm swinging down, I'm like, snicker at this motherfucker, and I'm just gonna swing straight down, like trying to lop his head off,
Yes.
cut him and bisect him.
Fantastic. So, as you guys are looking at this battle, and Ben, your dagger is sort of stuck in him, and you can't let go, and you feel like you can't pull it back either. And you've sort of locked gaze with this guy, and you find that you can't look away. This guy is just looking at you with his wide open eyes, like he's wired on something. He's looking directly at you, and he just has this giant grin on his face. You see that Garrett comes in and does his attack and hits him fairly like across the chest, and it kind of rips open the cloak, and through it you can just see like it's like a human skin, but it's kind of festering and bubbling. He's like an undead thing. It's not alive. It's already dead.
Mm-hmm.
As you're looking, you see Silas come charging at him, with sort of the strength holding his blade, and comes up. And as you see that he comes to bring the blade down, you see that it sort of just gets really dark. And then the light sort of expands, and as you see that this light expands, it all sort of accumulates on his blade. And you see this giant hammer of light just come down and smash the cultist. And you're looking at the cultist. He's not cut to pieces. He is crushed. He is flattened.
Damn.
Then your dagger is still held there. But where there was a body, gone. It didn't impact or have any kinetic force on your dagger.
Is this a dagger that he stole from the occultist?
Yeah, the warlock. It's almost like the bodies are like being held up or stitched up by magic. Like they're not even like, it's just more or less like they're being puppets.
Can I ask you a question, Blake?
Yep.
So when Silas did the smash and it smashed him, did my sword drop?
No, there was no force, no kinetic force.
Okay.
I'm in a bit of shock. Kind of just trying to get my vision back, I guess, because I was in a bit of a trance at the moment. I try and find my dagger that I threw at him.
Are we still in battle?
No. It's
Okay.
kind of like normal.
Cool.
Not an initiative anymore.
So, as Biscuit is trying to find his dagger, I look at the soldier that we killed, and I start to shift and change into the same sort of imagery of him. And as I'm doing that, I'm also taking off his armor and putting it on myself.
No problem. So, this is fairly ornate plate. It is very fancy looking, and like it's got a lot of details carved into it, and it's essentially just like roses form like these little bannered lines going down from his shoulders down. And when you put it on, it sort of fits to your shape, and you feel like it's sort of clinging to your body, and like any sort of gaps in the armor is shifting towards you.
Is this a common breast, like common plate, or is it magical, or?
It is magical.
And is it just a breastplate?
So you can add breastplate. I'm pretty sure for a druid, if you wear metal, you get disadvantage on something. I'm not too sure on it. I don't know
Yes,
how
you're
it works
right.
Exactly.
'Cause,
You get disadvantage on all your rolls. 'Cause
no,
you're
I
not
don't.
wearing
Because
armor.
it's still
How's
classed
that?
as medium armor.
Breastplate?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you could only wear light.
No, I can wear light armor, medium armor, and shields.
Fantastic. There you go. Cool. Great. Very good. It's breastplate. And you see that sort of bits of its armor shift around, and sort of fits you, but it feels really comfortable.
Is there any other equipment that he has that I can acquire?
His pockets,
Can I check his
his little
pockets?
dagger. All right. I'm gonna let you know what you find
Okay.
in your little palace.
I want to look at the glaive. I'm gonna look at Biscuit's hand, the dagger, and then I'm gonna look at the glaive with like suspicion. Does it look like it's a similar kind of weapon?
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh wait.
I can't stop laughing at your token, Alex.
Well, Blake offered to change it. I was like, nah, we'll just keep it.
Little snake tamer, mate.
It's really good, isn't it?
He's kissing the back of the neck of it. You know they do that. They kiss
Yep.
it.
Cool.
And it turns around and bites him in the face.
Mm.
All right. So you're looking at the glaive.
Yeah, while also looking at the dagger in Biscuit's hand, trying to see if I pick it up, am I gonna be able to?
Any
But
similarities?
on the handles of the glaive, you see that it's got that same sort of blood-soaked cloth on it. But you see that the rain it's making it wet. It's not getting rid of the blood. Sort of the blood is sort of dripping onto the ground and disappearing. But it's almost like the blood that's soaked in there isn't like dried blood bandages. It looks like it is fresh blood that is coming out of it, dripping still.
Okay. I'm gonna be like, I don't want any of that. I'm just gonna kick it away.
I turn to you and I just say, it's cursed. It's absolutely cursed. Don't even look at it. And I attempt to like run back to the frog boy, Lana.
Okay, no worries. Alex, I want you to make a d20 roll.
It's gonna touch my foot.
Like toilet paper. It's big glaives.
It's gone through my shoe.
Right. So you hear a voice muttering inside you. Can't decipher the words, but it makes you look at the glaive. And the voice is speaking positively. Can't understand it. Voice isn't a dark guttural voice. It is sort of like a voice that trails on its S's. Sort of long pauses as it speaks to you. Kind of get a sense that voice is coming from somewhere. You just can't make out the words, but it draws you to the glaive.
I step towards the glaive. So is it compelling me to pick it up, or?
Your gaze is drawn to the glaive. And you hear a voice that you can't understand.
So is the cultist did he like disperse like the other one, or is his body like there still?
He is like a
Pancake.
fully grown human who has been ran over by a battle tank.
I will try and cut some of his cloak and use that to pick up the glaive.
Alright. I'll make you roll a d20.
Continue this really bad rolling day, eh? 19. God.
As you grab it, the handles with the cloak, you sort of look down and you see these little tendrils from the blood come out like tiny little globules. And they're kind of like thin little hairs. They started like crawling around the bandage and towards your hand. And as you hold it, even though you are protected from the rain, the glaive itself is slippery. You don't feel any negative effects. So as you sort of like are shocked by this, you momentarily release your grip and you grab hold of the metal parts of the glaive. And then inside you hear words saying, yes. And you hold the glaive by its metal parts and you feel peace.
Peace? Okay, I feel peace. So I've got the glaive in my hand now?
Right, so what I would say is, when you don't grab it by its handles, you are using it ineffectively. So you don't get your bonus to hit, as long as you don't grab it by the handles. If you want the full effectiveness, you will need to grab it as it's intended, because the weight is not balanced in your hands. You're going to get a sense that this item, in one way or another, is cursed. You've heard of cursed items. They're like, it's a known thing, right? You think to yourself, don't touch the bandages. Maybe there's someone I can get to have a look at this.
So, is there like a rag or a something, like a big blanket that I could wrap the glaive in just to store it for now? I'm looking around.
Yes. So what you find with the bandages, that the cultist wrappings that you put around it, the little tendrils that were trying to grasp at it, disappear when your hand moves away from it. But you see, they have no interest in the actual material itself. They were just crawling towards your hands as you were holding on to the handles.
Okay. Can I just strap it to my back?
So I would say that you understand that as long as my hands are not grabbing the bandages, it's not interested in me in the slightest. So if I wrap it up and put it in my backpack, that's fine. It's going to be completely fine, as long as I do not grab it by the handles with my hands.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. Who would touch random weapons with their hands? You know. Yeah. I'm just gonna.
Blood cultists. Who would
I'm
just
just-
go up and grab a blood cultist's dagger, right? Dripping
I'm
with
just gonna
blood.
strap it to my back and let's move on.
Hey, I like
Alright.
I like shiny things.
Yeah. So
No?
I'm all dressed now, and I just you go.
Hold your thought. So, because we have a man that consumes a lot of liquid, I've consumed a bit of liquid. We'll try and have a break regularly. So it's been an hour and a half. Let's hold our thoughts, have a quick pee break, and then when we come back, we'll pick up when Garrett wants to say something. Okay?
Cool.
2-minute pee break.
2 minutes. Don't touch the bloody blade, Ben. What are you going to do?
How you doing, Benny?
Oh, mate. Yeah, I'm good. I'm right.
How do you like the little pittering of rain?
I like it, yeah. It's really nice. I don't know if it was in the background of the sound effect or not, or outside, but I could hear like a train horn once. I think that must have been in the background of me. Oh man, Alex has got that fancy rosé, man. He's living life. They can hear me too.
It's actually it's blueberry dessert wine.
Oh, you're living that good. I see how it is.
All the
Wait,
way from Mania.
Where do you work again? They're treating you well. NIB, ANZ? Can't remember what it is.
Yeah, NAB.
Yeah,
Hey,
Yummy.
Alex. You're now level 3.
Oh, nice. A level
As-
up.
as the
Yeah, you can use that glaive, by the way, but you won't get your proficiency bonus while you use it ineffectively.
I'm not gonna. That's a huge disadvantage. It's like -2.
Are you able to chuck me up near the frog boy or as close as I can from what we were doing? Because I kind of like ran away.
We'll wait for Garrett because
Alright.
something's about to happen.
I thought so. Okay. I saw there's guards coming up.
I thought this would take us maybe 20 minutes to get through, but we've been going for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I've made so much fucking content. It is not even. I'm not even kidding. We might even have like 3 nights worth of content.
Perfect.
Sorry, guys. I'm just heating up some food quickly.
Yeah, man.
Okay, G. No worries. Right. Well, I mean, do you have any questions, Benny, about what's happened, what's transpired? Anything you noticed?
Yeah, so the glaive, yeah. So
Yeah.
he more or less has to wrap the glaive. He has to essentially hold the glaive by its sharp end in order to wield it.
No. So the glaive is all metal. It's a metal pole with a metal sharp blade on the end.
Yeah.
And in the metal pole, there are 2 cloth handles. So it's like this.
Oh.
So if he wants to hold it, he's got to shift his grip like that and hold the metal parts.
I
When you
see.
do that, like there's vibrations, like you're not having a strong grip, it's metal that you're holding.
Yep.
So you're not going to have the full advantage from holding the proper handles with the
Yep.
proper grip.
Understood. Because I had this weird assumption that the whole handle was wrapped and the glaive was just a metal blade and he had to hold it by the blade in order to use it. I was like, how does he whack him with a pole? Okay.
There's like 2 little grip handles.
Gotcha. And I decided to just grab it by the grip because I'm a big donkey.
It's okay. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you didn't ask really too much about it. I think I told you that the handles were bloodied.
You did, and I didn't really care too much, and I stand by that.
Fair enough. I mean, they're only like blood cultists that plunge their fingers into corpses. I mean, I'm sure the weapons they hold are just.
I'm
I
not
hate
too.
to certified.
I'm not too bright, man. I've never dealt with a cultist before. I see a dagger on the ground, I grab it like it's free. That's just the
Fine.
kitty I am. You know what I mean?
That's
Now-
completely fine.
And now I've got singed hairs all over my right hand, my paw. Did I find my dagger, by the way, when I was trying to look for it?
Yeah, you can find it. You can
Thank
add it back in.
Christ.
So you've got 2 daggers now, and
Yep.
I said the cultist dagger's a +1, yeah.
Yeah, yep. So I'm holding 2 now, so I can do a bonus attack with a dagger. I don't know how that works. 2-hand. Let's take a look. Attack. Sneak attack. Oh, just 1d6. Yep, that makes sense. Action. You can take a bonus action at each of your turns. Dash, disengage, or hide. Okay, so I can't do that. So what's the point of having 2 daggers in my hands? There was some reason.
You get to attack again.
Do I? Oh, my action?
Bonus action. So you can use a bonus action to attack with your offhanded weapon.
Oh. For some reason it's not showing me that.
It should be 2 weapon fighting.
You can take a bonus action on each of your turns. Oh, that's cunning action. It doesn't actually give you the description. Oh yeah, you have to click on it.
So
when
yeah,
you
you
take
click on
the
it.
an attack with a light melee weapon that you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus action. You have to click on the words 2 weapon fighting for this to appear.
Oh, 2 weapon fighting. Where's that word?
It's in
So
bonus
it's under
action.
actions under all,
Oh,
and it's just below bonus actions.
gotcha. When you
have to
take an
click on the
action,
words, then you say it.
and you can use
Yes.
a bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon you're holding in the other hand. You don't add your ability modifier to the damage of the bonus attack unless the modifier is negative. What does that mean, negative? Who
So
knows?
That's the ability modifier. Is that the plus to hit, Alex?
Sorry. That's the extra damage.
Ah, so
So
you
you-
don't get your +5.
Okay.
So when you do with the bonus thing, it's just straight for 1d4.
Oh, right.
Unless you take a feat, which is like 2-weapon fighting feat, which allows you to, you know.
All right.
Oh, and I
So-
can throw both. Well, okay.
By the way, Garrett, Alex leveled up.
Oh,
So
nice.
just-
Good on you.
Because you missed that. So he's level 3 now. Right.
Cool.
So you were going to say something, Garrett?
I was just gonna say to the guys, we need to get back to Rana, and we need to work on getting out of here now.
So do you look normal, Garrett?
I look like the soldier that we slain.
All right. So I want Alex and Ben to roll a d20.
$19.
18.
Garrett smells disgusting. You can smell it. It is a stink that permeates so strong. It is so noticeable.
Oh, you smell, mate. Fuck, did you shower?
Sorry, I farted.
I kind of like am coughing up a furball kind of sound.
So Garrett, whenever you use this feat, those people you engage with will make a roll. And because you hold an unnatural shape, comes with a bad smell. You know that you can mask this this smell, with perfumes or expensive smelling items. But since you can now regain your memory of shape-shifting forms, because that comes back to you, you've always struggled with this, and it is a thing innate to you. So whenever you shapeshift into someone, generally you try and mask the smell.
Okay. I look around and try to find something that will mask the smell.
There's blood.
I
Yeah.
smear the blood all over myself.
Alright. So if you make a DC 15, I will say that the smell is barely noticeable.
How do I do a DC 15?
So it's just a roll 20, and DC refers to the dice check. So you're looking to make at least 15 with your roll.
Right.
Fucking smelly, mate.
Stanky
That's right.
bitch.
Well,
Alright.
let's hope the soldiers don't notice.
Oh, I think they're gonna notice, mate.
I shot myself during war. I've soiled my plate. I hurriedly rush back to Rana, or literally like try and get as close to the stairs as I can, rushing up to the stairs.
You notice as you're coming around the stairs that there are two heavily armored guards marching up the steps. And Rana is not aware of this. The guards come around and they see him.
So I'm also going towards Rana.
Right,
Yeah.
you're gonna go run up the stairs?
Just walk up the stairs. Yep.
And I see them, and I yell at Rana, "Oi, prisoner, get the fuck over here!" And I grab the rope, and I pull him kind of behind me. And as I do that, I just whisper to him, "Sorry, I'm acting the part. There's soldiers behind you."
Ah, oui. And you'll roll a d20 with advantage.
I knew it. I knew it was a French frog. I knew it. Wow.
Fuck, I was gonna roll, but there's no point.
Nah.
As these guards come around, they sort of like look at the frog, and then initially they sort of put their halberds towards him, and then they see you, and they're like, "Oh!" And they sort of put their weapons, and they go to attention, because you
And I
are
just-
wearing the armor of a sergeant, and these only have one line of roses on their breastplate, while you have two. And they turn
Right.
to you and they go, "Sir, Jeffrey reporting for duty, sir." Bang.
And I just look to Jeffrey and I say, Jeffrey, don't just stand there. Go and help the other soldiers.
Uh, of course, sir. We came. We've come with Jamander's bolts for his rifle. He wants to see us all.
I'll take
He was
him.
after you as well.
I'll take him as bolts. You just go help the soldiers.
The ones down there, sir. And he points towards the lower ground.
No, the ones up in the sky. Yes, the ones down there. Now hurry up.
All right. All right. So these two men leap down 2 stories, here and here. And they land with superhuman poses. So they kind of just like thud. And you see the cultists look around and they're like, oh. And remember, there are thousands, right? I haven't like put 1,000 there because might make the game laggy, but there are thousands down there, and they crush easily like 15 men each underneath their foot. And you hear the cries of the screams of the cultists, and it's kind of like a very guttural. And you see that they start fighting for their lives, but they are
Awesome.
absolutely surrounded. And you
Awesome.
know these to be the superhuman soldiers. And they slowly appear like that spell from the water is catching into effect.
I just look at him briefly and I'm like, excellent. All right, guys, let's go.
So you are wearing the sergeant's armor. So this little plebby guard over here, this plebby guard over here, when you guys walk past, and you would be walking like this, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
They turned you and they come at attention. So
And as I pass him, I just say, as you were.
and they sort of turn back and they're kind of like looking at the sky. They're kind of like this. Right. So this is where you are now, and that's what you notice.
I look up to perceive what the guards are looking at.
Make
I
your
will
roll.
also look up. I
What-
see black sky.
11.
So
Plus
when you
actually,
look up,
plus something. Perception?
Yeah.
14.
I also
you
look
see
up.
you see one of the crows or ravens diving at this guard, and it's maybe like 600 meters away, so it is really far away. You can kind of see it as it's flapping and then flapping. It sort of curls its wings in, points forward with its beak pointing right at this guard. It is moving with some speed.
Towards the guard.
Yeah.
And do I notice anything strange about it in relation to like it being controlled, or like is it just like a normal massive big bird killing shit?
I mean, it's flying right at the guard and it's like diving at him.
Okay. That's all right. I just kind of freak out a bit and stay close to Rana as we move forward.
I cast my eyes over the skies as well to see if there's any other big birds that might look to attack us.
This one over here is kind of like doing circles.
All right, and then we just continue forward.
Yep, sure. So when you come up to here, boop, and boop, time flies on by, and one of these guards are dead. More humans are dead. There's more cultists coming up here, fighting this guy. Alright, very good. So as you come up to here, you see this guard to your right. He is wearing armor, and he has a sash. So there is at the cross across the top of his chest. It's just like red sash with one white line through it. And he looks at you, Garrett, and he says, Ah, have you brought Jamander's bolts for him? He's been screaming at us ever since he sent you lot off. Wait, you're not the Jeffs. Who are you?
I saw the Jeffs, and I told them to go and try to slay the other occultists, and I took the bolts. I've got his bolts while we're also escorting the prisoner out of danger because this is the prisoner that these occultists are here for.
Oh my. Well, hand me the rope and go see Jamander with his bolts and give him a report.
All right. I hand him the rope, and obviously I'm going alone, right? All right. I just look back to the other guys. I'm like, oi, you peasants, you stay here and protect this prisoner with your life. If I so much as see a hangnail on him, you will both be dead.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I just
That's
turn-
right, you slimy fox. And he kind of like pulls on Rana's ropes. It's kind of like just playing with him a little bit.
And I guess I
Alright.
turned to go up the stairs.
Yep. So you're going to go into here, eh? And talk to,
Yeah.
to Captain Jamander.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Walk up those stairs.
Do you have the
and
bolts?
As you walk,
Yes, I do.
Ah.
yeah. So as you walk up the stairs, you see some exceptionally large bodyguards. Now, in terms of the superhumans that you've seen, these guys just look like they are cladded in heavier armor, and they all hold great swords. Captain Jamander is berating a small dwarf that you see. And from this conversation, as you're getting closer to him, one of the bodyguards stop you and goes, "Halt! Who are you?"
And I just look at him and I just pull out commanders, is it?
It's Jamander, and I'm
Jamander.
pretty sure I set it up so that you guys can see. No, I didn't. Let me do this. Save.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I just quickly pulled out the bolts and I'm like, the Jeff gave me these to give to Jamander. He's been screaming for these. I don't want to delay him anymore. Let me through.
Roll deception with disadvantage because you stink like all fuck.
You stinky boy.
Oh, stinky boy.
9.
4. Right.
Looks at you, puzzled. What's your name, Sergeant?
I just quickly throw the bolt at his face and run back down the stairs to the other guys.
Are you really doing that?
Let me think about this.
I'm going to give you a second to think because you don't have to respond in half a second. So think about it. Do you really want to do that?
And you don't even
I
have to
wanna-
give them your name or anything. You can just command them.
I just want to check out his armor. Is his armor the same ranking or higher or lower?
So if you were to think about armor, right? So we've given you breastplate because I don't want to make it like overpowered, right? Like what AC is breastplate?
16.
Yeah, that's pretty strong as it is. So these guys would be wearing AC 18 stuff. Like it is bulky. They look like metal knights and they are holding great swords. And they are doing so with ease and they are semi-undercover. So they are not affected by the rain.
Right.
They look ginormous. They look bigger than the superhumans. And their armor looks special, like special forces. And they have a red sash with a white stripe going across their chest.
Fuck. Did he say anything about my stench?
No, he just said, "What's your name?"
And we don't have any like markings on our plates for our names? Fuck. And I just say my name's Jeffrey.
Explain to me, Jeffrey. How a Jeffrey gets to be a sergeant.
And I just look at him and I just say, I was promoted quickly during battle when we were overtaken in the swamps.
All right. Roll deception, and for this you can have inspiration. So I'll let you have a point of inspiration because that's a throwback to the swamps, and that's actually exactly what happened. So that's very true. So it's going to come across very naturally because it's a thing that's true.
How did you remember that?
So you get inspiration for remembering that. So you
Yep.
can tick the little box,
Yep.
and you can use inspiration to re-roll something. Now,
Okay.
while you would normally have disadvantage because you have been unsuccessful in marking the stench, I'll let you roll it normally, and you'll still keep your inspiration. So I need you to roll a persuasion roll now. Actually,
Okay.
I'll let you choose persuasion or deception. Your choice.
Either or, they're the same.
Cool.
Wait, what the fuck was that? No, that's not right. Sorry.
Re-roll it. That's fine.
I'm gonna burn my inspiration.
Okay. Roll again.
15.
Oh, not bad.
Very well, Jeff. Since you were out in the swamps, let me educate you in our military society rankings. So the two markings on your chest piece, that is for a sergeant. See the two roses that form the panels along the sides of your chest. That are two marks of glory. Normally when you are promoted, you are no longer a Jeff. Jeff is the ranking we give to every private. If you are a private, your name is Jeff. If you are a sergeant, you actually get to get a name given to you by your captain. If your captain in particular does not like you, maybe he'll call you Jeffrey or Jeffo, depending on what kind of impression you've given him. So I'm going to ask you again, if you've been promoted and you are now a sergeant, what is your name?
Jaffa.
Okay, Jafar. If you see someone wearing this sash here, and he points to his sash, this is the marking of a Special Forces bodyguard. We pull rank, even amongst non-Special Forces captains. So when you speak to us, there is a certain decorum that we expect, because we have earned this sash. And if you are going to approach the captain, maybe don't come to him smelling like shit.
Apologies.
Kind of looks at you.
And I just look at him and I say to him, I apologize. The stench is the blood of this filthy occultists. I haven't had a chance to fully wash the scent off of me.
All good, comrade. Hopefully we'll see the end of this day. Hand me the bolts. Gently, please.
I take him out and I just gently hand him to him.
He will want to speak to you, so follow me. And he walks up the stairs.
And I follow him. Shit. Fuck me.
So you walk into a conversation between this merchant and Captain Jamander. And Jamander's quite huffy when he speaks. He's a very important man, you see. What about my shipment? You promised me the finers. Where are they? And sort of crouched over and affected by the rain, sort of still soaked into his clothes is his dwarf, and he's kind of deflated, whereas dwarves are normally quite burly and muscly and sort of stout. He's kind of looking a little bit sick. My apologies, my apologies, Captain. The cultist attack and the rain has caused delays to shipments. All I can offer you is these 3 cattails. As he pulls out this sort of 3 scarf-looking things, you notice them as tabaxi tails. Jamander looks at him and he appreciates them and he goes, well, my wife was expecting more, but this will do. Very good. What else do you have? Who's this? And he looks at you and the bodyguard. The bodyguard says, sir, the 2 Jeffs that you sent to capture your bolts and bring them to you have been ordered into combat. So we'll need to get some more Jeffs if we want more deliveries of these things, and this sergeant here, he's come with a report, and he hands Captain Jamander the bolts, and Jamander goes, yes, and grabs a bolt, loads it into his crossbow, sort of peeks out the window, takes aim, and he's sort of like leaning out there against it, and he's got like his leg wrapped around one of the sort of the window wall type things. He takes aim, and then we go back to you guys. Now the soldier's looking at you, and he's got this special sash. He's huge, got a great sword, and he's sort of tugging on Rana's rope, and he's kind of enjoying it. And he's kind of looking at you, Ben. He's kind of looking at you, Alex. He's got a perplexed look at you. In the distance, you hear this crow screeching off in the distance, and you hear this sort of flap. And the guard's starting to get really nervous. You can see it. Even though he's a human, he's sort of affected by the rain. It's kind of damaging his senses, and he's weak. And then there's this giant scream and this screech. It's like, ah! Then you hear it. A loud thud. Twang! And towards the keep, you sort of see this humanoid sort of like still undercover, like kind of leaning out, shoot this massive bolt, and it goes through the air, whistles through the water, makes connection with this crow, and this crow crashes, I'd say about here, into the bridge, and the bridge collapses onto the ground. And there's huge rubble and smoke. From that, you can see that now there's a way up, and you see, now these all cultists have all died. You see all these cultists over here start looking over towards the bridgelet. And that's what you notice. Captain Jamander goes back into his fort. He goes, right, we're out of here. Sick of this place. The bridge is compromised. You lot, come with me and see that the merchant is brought along too. The bodyguards, one of them just grabs the dwarf by his cloak and picks him up with ease. It's kind of like nothing. And they just start walking down, and the bodyguard leaves, and they just leave you there, Garrett. They don't give two fucks about you, and they leave. For what you guys see out the front, and we'll come back to Garrett, and you'll sort of come out at the same time if he wants to. You see this massive captain with this huge crossbow bolt, crossbow on his shoulders, and he comes out and he goes, "We're leaving. The attack will fall out soon. We need to get to a different vantage point because the bridge is compromised. Send the regiment that's been coming to defend us against the cultists, and we'll move to the higher levels." Yes, sir. Garrett, while that's happening, what were you going to do?
So which way did they exit? Down the stairs?
Yeah, down the stairs, same entry that you had.
Can they see me now?
They've left. So if,
Alright.
if you want to tell me that you just like walk out the building after them, or you want to look around the fortress, you can do that if you wish.
I'm gonna look around the fortress, see what I can find before I rejoin with the others.
Oh bless. Oh bless. I've been waiting for this for a few days now. So we're going to have one of those moments where you guys just have to pretend that you don't see this. Now, Garrett, you see on the table, there is a war table, and there's little pawn pieces on a map. And you see this.
You can send it to him. Okay, no, you can't actually.
No way.
I'm just gonna look
Indeed.
somewhere else.
Fine.
Wow, this is
I mean,
massive.
depends on if he wants to bring the map. That's fine.
Oh, that's cool,
Alright, I see it,
man.
Garrett.
So we're in Grand City, right? Yep. Okay.
And if you
Alright.
look towards the left around Cathutrium,
Yeah.
just below that you see the little fortress that's in the swamp.
Yeah.
That's where the little fort was that you guys were at.
Okay. Right. Yep. I see that.
Well, what do you do with the map? You leave it there?
I grab it, roll it up, put it in my pack.
Great.
Is there anything else
Is it?
around me?
Some office equipment. Very little.
Okay. As there's nothing else of value to me and to the others, I go back to rejoin them.
I'll get you to roll a d20. No, nothing else. Right, so you're gonna go join the others.
Yeah.
Right.
This map
So
is
this
sick, by the
maybe-
way.
Oh, how good is it, right?
It's
I
beautiful.
commissioned an artist to make this.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's really good.
I'm trying not to meta on any of this, but hopefully I see it soon. Looks good.
Have
I
you
do
got like a
see
voice
you guys.
changer?
Me.
Ben, like when he laughs, it sounds funny.
Oh yeah,
Oh, it cuts it out when he starts to scream, so it just like changes the
Oh,
volume.
yeah.
You know how TVs just go like crazy volume and then they're quiet. He's just sets it at a certain volume.
sorry.
Yeah. No,
Is that annoying?
nah, it's just fun. It sounds sinister.
I'm trying to. It just helps when like I broadcast or I record. Like it stops the level going too crazy stupid.
I'm so happy about that map. I think it's fucking awesome.
I can't stop looking at it.
Glad I actually looked for stuff and didn't just go and rejoin.
Yeah, you made that pretty. I mean, hopefully it would have been somewhere else as well, but yeah, that's cool.
How pissed would Blake have been if it like wasn't able to be used at all?
Or we avoid it every single time.
Yeah.
He would have been like, you're standing out in the open, this weird map falls straight into your pocket. You have no idea how it got there.
Blow it out, throw it away.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, biscuits.
Oh, biscuits.
So there's a last bodyguard waiting for you all, and Garrett, you walk out to see him impatiently holding the rope and getting quite annoyed.
All right, I walk up to him. Well, I don't walk up to him. I walk up to what's his name, French man,
Randa.
Rana. I
Anna,
walk up to Rana,
Rana.
grab the rope towards his hands as to not approach the guard close, so that way I try to avoid the scent. And I say,
fine. He-
"Thank you for watching this filth. I'll take it from here."
Take care, brother.
You
Let's
too.
go, and he's off. Alright, cool.
So was the Jamander guy? Is he?
Which way?
Oh, that's
He's
the
off.
dwarf.
They
That's
fucked
the-
off.
Yeah.
Which way
and
did
that-
they go?
Top left.
Ah, yeah.
So now that I'm back with the guys, Biscuit, Silas, Rana, what's happened while I was up there?
Sir, a big bolt nailed the crow and took out the bridge, sir.
We should definitely get moving.
Yes, we
Is it-
suggest, sir, as you wish.
All right. So we continue heading out the path that we were already directing towards.
Right. So you just hear screams, and there's starting to be like the noises of humans dying as the cultists are slowly overrunning them. To your right, you can see a horde of cultists, and they are fighting against these guards here.
Yeah.
And that is not going to last long. And you see that the crows are starting to drift off out towards the world and disappear. And you see the red clouds are getting thinner and thinner.
The guy to my left, the soldier holding the dwarf, is he the same rank as me, or is he one of those special forces?
No, he's just a bloke. He's just a Jeff. And he's
All
kind
right.
of ordering the merchant, pack up your things. We need to take these to the palace.
So I
And
turn.
before you interact with him, these guards come screaming down. I'm going to remove this crow. You kind of know where it is already. And they're going to form a line here with a little gap in the ranking that you can see. But the cultists are slowly clambering up the rubble. It is not an easy path.
Right. So can I interact with the
That's what you
soldier?
noticed. Now you can. Yes.
All right. And I'm sorry for like pretty much taking control here, guys. But
It's not much we can do.
I turn
We're
to the
like
soldier
peasants.
next to me and I just say to him, "Go and help the soldiers to how do I do a line?
Click the ruler.
Measuring tape. The ruler.
Over here. Oh, fucking hell, my fucking thing. Hold on, sorry. Go and help. Why is it going down?
South. Do you just mean south?
No, to the
think you mean to
the
east.
right?
Yeah. And I say to him, "Go and help the soldiers to the east. I'll make sure this peasant gets his merchant gear to the palace. Now hurry."
Yes, sir. Right, he's gonna start running off. Yep, that's what happens. And the merchant is like trying to collect the belongings and put it all into this one chest. And you see the next chest, it's not filled with like fur coats and shit like that. It's kind of a little bit more ornate. And it kind of, it's not gold, but it's kind of like a red and purple, and it's got ornate markings on it, and it's a smaller chest. But you see what he's trying to shove in. There's all these tabaxi tails, and you see in there different things that belong from the different races. You see a fur coat that would have come from an animal. You see some lizard skin boots. You see all these kind of things that makes you feel a little sick. But he's sort of shoving it in there, and he's kind of muttering, "Blasted war interfering with my wares. All these tabaxi tails will go to waste. We'll have to hunt some more. Oh, the snake boots. Thankfully they can withhold the rain, but our stocks are getting limited. Blasted." And he kind of bangs the chest.
I just look at him and listen to what he says, and I just feel sick. I just look at him in total disgust and look back at both Biscuit and Salas, and I just look at the other guys. I'm like, "Let's go. Forget this merchant. Let's get out of here." I just walk past him.
I stand there in anger and pounce to him and pin him down if I can with the blade to his throat.
What's the meaning of this? I'm the special forces special unit for bringing all the materials and the fineries. What are you doing?
You think you can just treat our races like this? Like humans are the most only important thing in the world? You need to learn your lesson. What do you got?
Ah, tabaxi. Yes. I remember the towns that we've kept you in the cages. We have people everywhere. Maybe you would like the finer of their selection. We have all ages of tales of your kind, ranging from the old, recently married ones, even the children tales.
I pushed the blade further to his throat.
He doesn't give a fuck. It's like, I already know that you're under their spell. I don't understand what's causing this. You there, pull in this cat. Get him off me immediately. And he looks at you, Garrett.
I just start to walk over towards both of them, and I place my hand on Biscuit's shoulder, and I just lean closer to the dwarf, and I say, "We're under no fucking spell, you
And-
cunt."
And I cut his throat.
Wow, there you go. He just like goes, he's like, "Ah, you filthy." Great.
And as he's bleeding out, I just say to Biscuit, "We need to go now."
I use my tinderbox to light his merchant stuff on fire, all the tails and everything on fire, to destroy it.
I'm gonna grab the other smaller box and just carry it away.
Yeah, that's fair.
Great. Do that. Alright. So you guys would move north. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. When you're towards the end of the bridge, maybe up here, Rana looks at you, towards you, Gary, and he kind of tugs on the rope a little bit to try and get your attention.
I look back at Rana. I'm like, "What is it, Rana?"
People are not used to being chained. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. Are we free now?
And I just look ahead, and can I see if there's any more humans up ahead.
You've reached a dead end.
I look at Rana and I say, where do we go from here? I know you don't like the... Fine. I remove the rope.
Come, my friend, look. He comes to the edge and he looks down. And it is maybe a 3 to 4 story drop. But you see some water and it is moving. It is rushing. It is the town's sewage supply going into the sewer. It's fairly sizable. It's like, if you imagine it's like a highway sized canal.
And I just look at Rana and the guys, I'm like, well, when shit hits the fan, let's go for a swim.
God, I mean, I saw the captain guy come out. He went over there. Is he escaping or is he going into battle? Maybe we can follow that big ass piece of shit.
From what he said, he's going to
This
the
is the
upper
way.
ground.
Easy for you to say. You already smell like shit.
Yes, what is that terrible smell?
It's a byproduct of me changing into other people.
You will not need this anymore, my friend. Please save our senses.
I'll
What
do it
the
after
fuck?
the drop, after we get out of here.
So be it. And I just need to do one thing before we drop.
What is it?
Oh,
He
man.
wants to walk over to Biscuit, and he's gonna touch 3 points on his amulet, and he's gonna like slowly start moving his fingers towards your head. Like, you know, all this happens like reasonably quickly. Like he's not like
Mhm.
like it's like all like smooth action, but you're gonna try and put his fingers on your head like that.
Yep. I trust him because of like the shit we've been through. So I just like literally allow him to do it.
As he does it, you immediately, all you can see and picture in your mind is that moment where evil was presented in front of you and you took a stand. And Rana says, for your humility, take this blessing. The marsh will provide. You feel some strength in you rekindle, and you're now level 3.
Hey. Does anything happen when we level in the game, or is it just like a thing that just occurs?
No, there's
You
no
go
glow.
Super Saiyan.
No glow.
All right.
I'm gonna
This sounds
start
fantastic.
using that rope that we that we tied Runner with to start tying a rope and throwing over the edge to kind of help
That's a good idea.
get us down.
So roll a D100, Alex, and you need, I would say, at least 40 meters of rope to get to a safe distance.
87.
This rope is huge. Now, are you tying it somewhere? Like, what are you doing?
Like I don't know, because on the picture it looks like they have like kind of like blocks and like gaps
Yep.
in between.
Exactly
So
like yep.
I just loop it around the gaps, tie a knot so that one loops, so it's like just looped around. So it's like around the gap, and then I'll test it and I'll just chuck it over.
Yep, it's strong. It's great rope. High quality. It's from a human merchant cart. So it is excellent rope. It is really strong.
I just touch the rope and I go, ah, that's so nice.
It's also soft. It's not harsh.
Ooh,
But
smooth.
you can, when you grip it, like it is like really good grip. It is just not harsh on your hands.
I'm tempted to cut off a little bit of this rope and use it for a bit of strangle sessions later in the night.
Are you saying this out loud?
No.
I wish you did. That'd be great.
Same.
I was like, all right, Stinky, you first.
I start climbing down the rope.
Down you go. So Garrett's gone.
Also, by the time we get to the bottom, is there still slack in the rope left?
So you only needed 40 meters. So
Right.
there is extra. Let's say you used 7 meters to tie it up. That's that's very
Yeah,
reasonable.
it's reasonable. Yeah.
So 40 meters is extra. It's
So I
touching the
Cut
the
off
water.
that at the bottom and roll it up and put it in my sack.
Right. I'm going to give you a magic item.
What a smart boy.
I'll go last.
So I'm going to give you the description of what it does
Okay.
later. But just as a description for everyone here, magic items don't come with instructional materials.
Perfect. That suits me 100%.
Cool. Thankfully, I am very blessed. I do not need this rope. Will you guys come down safely?
How are you going to get down?
He's looking at both of you. Aha, my friend. Welcome to the Marsh's survivors. And he jumps off the edge. And Garrett, what you see is a frog that hits the water, and it hits the water with a very soft, silent splash. It's like he wasn't moving very fast at all.
Just gonna sigh and say he could have brought the rest of the rope. I just climbed down.
I
Oh, what?
wait for them to fully climb down. I cut the rope in its entirety and keep the whole thing.
All right, I'm gonna give you. You're gonna have a little bit more, but you guys would see the rope like come up, I guess. Like how are you just
Yeah.
like undoing the knots and like pulling it back up?
Yeah, yep.
I just look up
Alright,
and see the
so-
rope start ascending up. I'm like, what is that idiot doing?
Cool. So there you go. All right, cool. Yep, that happens. You pull the
Cool.
rope up. It folds very nicely and very like exceptionally easy, no matter where you put it. In fact, you could even put it into your pockets.
I put it straight into my pockets and then I jump up on top of the wall or ledge there and I free fall straight down and cast
So,
Featherfall on myself.
okay. So what you guys see is some sort of channeling of magic. It's kind of like he's drawing together like this clear, opaque little orb of force as he sort of runs it through his fingers and clicks. Sort of just like snaps, like sparkles and snaps with light. Just once, it's like bang. And you see this tabaxi slowly drift down to the waters. And when he gets close to the water's edge, he sort of really slows down to a near stop. As his feet touches the water, he splashes into the water. Right. So as you guys hit this sewer, it is moving quickly. The town is humongous, right? It's a huge city. So this thing, by the way, stinks to all fuck. And it is really quite deep. There's a lot of water. Not all of it's like shit. Like a lot of it's just like water that they throw out. You know, maybe it's their bath water, the showers, their pools,
Like a
tons
slurry
of water.
of all of it.
Does it mask my stench?
Garrett, you sunk to the bottom.
Because you didn't transform. Oh, of
So
course.
you are now drowning, and I need you to roll 1d4. All right.
Thank God.
You're being carried along the bottom of the sewer. This armor is very, very heavy.
While I'm down there, I start taking off the armor as quickly as I can.
You find that in your human form, as you try and remove it, it adapts to your body. You can't take it off.
I shapeshift back to my normal appearance.
It falls off you. And
I'm naked and free.
you float back to the top. You can still
Yeah.
wear clothes under it. Like you still wear your cloth clothes and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But,
All right.
so you
I
guys
swim back to the surface.
Great. And this carries you to the sewer, and you notice that the sewer is filled with water. It is like being just like smashed through this little pipe, and when you're launched out, you find yourself at the very edge of the city, pretty far away. It's not the same sewer entrance that you came in, but sounds of combat slowly die off. Where you're left is the pitter patter of rain. Rana gestures to you and he says, "My friends, we are not out of the worst yet. Please follow me. I know the way home."
I go ahead and start following them.
we'll follow him. While trying to. Is there like normal water that I can like wash this stench off me, or we just?
It goes into like a little rivulet, but like this rivulet is created from this water. It just soaks into the ground, so it's kind of a little bit cleansed. It's still a little bit dirty though.
Is there any way for me to sense if the rain that's falling here is still magic from the Oculus?
Uh, no, you don't have a way to do that, but the shield is still up and active.
Okay.
Just
It just doesn't work for like water. It's just light rain.
Right.
I look over towards Garden. I just take a look and see what he's doing as we
You
get
doing
out of the
that?
water.
You just got shot out of a pipe of sewage.
I kind of just. Oh, God, this is disgusting. And I look around trying to find out my bearings in relation to
You're-
where we've come out.
You all are kind of filthy. Now, when you do this, are you referring to your memory or?
And I'm going to pull out the map and try to work out where we are in relation to the map.
can I ask? Was I able to hold on to the chest?
Yeah, easily.
All right,
It's
cool.
just in your equipment. All right, cool.
Uh,
So-
As I get out of
Guys,
the water, I guess, I kind of cleanse us with my cantrip.
so
I,
what's the spell?
I knew you'd ask me to say it out loud, you bitch.
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. Yeah.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, I do that to all of us as fast as I can.
You're all cleaned.
Right.
The muck sort of
Great
like just
spell.
splats off you all,
Oh,
and you're
thank
also
you,
all
Biscuit.
dry.
oh, that was disgusting. And I know I stunk before, but that was just unbearable.
So
I mean,
you
it got us
guys
through the
also
heart of
don't
it.
have that smell. Very good.
So
Right,
I'm
so-
assuming that rectangle on the map is where we're at.
That's
I
right.
turn to Rana and I say, whereabouts are we actually going?
Ah, my friend, you found one of their maps. Exceptional quality.
Oh, let me take a look.
We must head this way. We could either try and cross the river here, head into the forest, and head back to the fort, or we can go south across this bridge here, avoiding the human settlement, and then meet up at home.
How I look at the river to try to determine, is this the river we just came out of?
Mm-hmm.
It kind of forms into a bit of a pool, and then you notice that there is a natural sort of river coming through this way.
Yep.
So think of like the little sewage water is coming from the city and like coming out to here. So this is like the little sewage path, and it was like coming down this way.
Right.
It forms a little pool here, but there's like a river that comes from the mountains.
Right. So it's partially clean water. I try to determine, is the river wide, deep, fast flowing to the point where we're not going to be able to cross through it safely?
It's not too bad. It's autumn, so it's not the rain time. It's kind of like very cold. It's cold though, so you think if I get wet, I'm going to be cold. How do I survive? But yeah, the river can be crossed. It's a bit of a swim. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine to swim across.
I turn to the guys and I look at them each and I'm saying, considering we barely got out of Grand City alive, I think the best approach would be to stay off of human paths and swim across the river and through the woods.
Seems like a good idea.
It works for me. I can swim across these things easily.
How long from the other side of the river, Rana, will it take us to get to where we need to go?
Probably a day's travel if we push through the swamps. I'm familiar with that area.
Is there any
I,
chance we could take a break once we get into the thicker part of the woods?
You
Take a
asked me as
rest?
a DM,
Yes.
like a break, go pee type break.
No, like
long
us
rest.
to have a rest.
Yeah, like you'll have to set up camp and sleep. Like for
Yeah.
travel, I'm not gonna have like you travel or who's keeping watch. That kind of stuff's boring. So, this travel, you guys will be able to make it. Rana is exceptionally traveled, and he knows the lands really well because he's
Yeah.
a tribal person that lives in a stick hut. So you will get there safely. You just got to kind of let me know what you're wanting to do.
I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to regain a lot of his spells and stuff. So I think it's probably best if we try and sleep somewhere probably before we reach any type of settlement or any type of conflict. So I guess I run up next to Rana. I put my hand or arm over his shoulders and be like, "Hey, Rana, you're well traveled. On the way there, how about we set up some camp and tell some campside stories and have a bit of a rest? What do you say?"
Oui, my favorite. We can set up camp at this spot here. I know that when we had to travel inland to hunt some deer, we had to go into the forest land. So
Guys.
I know an exceptional spot.
What do you say, guys?
I'm all game for that.
All right. I kind of like am very chipper to walk out of the city alive and just be clean at least and dry.
Well, we're gonna get wet again.
We're
Okay.
definitely getting wet again.
So when are you guys going across the river?
Yep.
I think that's the unanimous approach.
I pounce straight through it and then clean myself instantly.
Clean yourself.
Yeah.
Barrett, what do? You just go across the river?
I just follow Rana Biscuit through the river and onto the other side.
I will also so the water, it should be easy to cross the river, yeah?
It's pretty easy. It's like pool deep, like a pool, right? And it's the current isn't strong. Remember, it's like winter. It's not like the raining season, right? There's like it's light rain, but it's magical rain, so it's not contributing to the river's speed or anything like that.
Aha! I knew it was magical rain.
This is
I will
pretty.
do it.
In my head, this
I'll-
is a really pretty place.
Cross the river.
I love this map. I love this map so much. Cool. So when you guys get to about here, the rain stops and the shields dissipate.
Whew. Thank goodness for that. That was a bit scary, that rain.
Yes, they did this to our tribes when we were a big culture. These
Where did
memories
these-
are not my own.
Where did these occultists come from?
Ah, let us set up camp, and I shall share you the story.
Okay.
Now, for the drinky boys, we can have another break because it's been an hour. So if you need to go pee,
Oh, I'm so glad to be out of that fucking city.
isn't
Oh
it
my
good?
god.
You're out in the wild and you're free. You're
This is where
free.
this is where I
Wow.
this is where I go. This is like where I'm normally am. So I feel really good.
Yeah, I'm generally one with nature as well, so being a druid. But thank you, Blake, for not being too punishing in the barracks.
I think you
was-
did
Breaking out.
well.
I wanted you to have fun with the thing that you chose because I was thinking to myself, why would I let you choose something and then not let you enjoy the aspects of it? So I wanted to have it not be this free win, be
Yeah.
reasonable, but like they're not going to like just attack you because you stink because it's like whatever, right? It's just
Yeah.
that you're going to have a harder time being charismatic.
Yeah. Thank God I was able to come up with that idea of like it's Oculus occultist blood.
Well done. Well done, by the way. The whole thing, you did really well.
That was freaking me out.
Go pee, Ben. Off you go.
I'll be right
What's
back as well.
The pee so much, Nakin. All right.
I know exactly how often he needs to wee. Ah, this city is so pretty. This map. Look at how good this map looks. What do you think, Alex?
Huh?
What do you think of the map?
That's great. I think I've used this program as well.
Okay, fair enough. I actually got someone on Fiverr to make this for me.
Oh, really? Oh, nice.
I gave him a rough sketch and a rough idea as to what's happening. And yeah, this is what he gave me.
That's weird. I've got I think you I can't remember what the program is called. But yeah, it is I don't think it's expensive. But if it's only a fiver, then it's like I think it's like it takes time to bake.
And he's added all these little details, which I love too. And I like the banner for Grand City and all the little faction colors as well.
Man, I should have like spoke about how I felt like I became more well learned or something before I cast any cantrips. Oh well, doesn't matter.
Fine.
Maybe it just
I assume
becomes
you're
more
an
instinctive. Arcane Trickster, yeah.
Did
Well, level
you
3
get
is
to-
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get to choose something too, Alex? Is level 3
I got to
interesting
choose
you?
my oath. So what type
Ooh.
of paladin I am?
So a Vengeance Paladin.
I am, yes, a vengeance paladin.
How did I guess this? Oh, it's the one that does the most damage.
Is it?
I think so.
I haven't even read about it.
A Vengeance Paladin with a great sword proficiency. You're going to
Doesn't
be
have great
taking
sword
off.
proficiency. I don't not use a
No.
great sword.
Not yet,
He's
but
great
you want
weapon-
to, right?
Great weapon.
Ah,
proficiency.
great weapon.
Nah, great swords are always used, man. I want to use a glaive.
Oh, really?
1d10. Yeah, 1d10. Does less damage, but has more
Holy.
range. It's more
Ah.
utility than damage.
How much range does it have?
It's just an extra 5 feet.
Oh, so you can stay at you can stay back so that you're never at like disadvantage to move back. That's pretty cool.
Like, not like it's going to make much of a difference, considering I'm pretty sure I'm the only melee. Plus,
No,
I probably want to stand next
I
to
am.
them because of you, anyways.
I'm super melee. I've got like some stuff that I probably won't tell you now, but I am quite melee as a trickster still.
But yeah,
Right,
I just
welcome back,
flavor wise, I just like to
Thanks.
walk around with that gigantic stick.
I like
with
that,
a
yeah.
blade in the end.
You've always kind of had that though, right? With past ones as well, where you like that massive fuck off sword or fuck off weapon. I think that's sick. I played that in Lost Ark, so.
Does vengeance do? I wasn't reading the vengeance. Oh, I guess I saw that it gave advantage against one person, which is one of the things.
So I'm just all right. We can do this when we're able to do this, I suppose. All right. Great. So you will set up camp at that little spot in the map, which I will mark as this little circle here. You guys are there. So this is about a day's travel. And the rain has not stopped, but you can sense that this is not bad rain. You are in like quite a foresty type area with lots of trees, and it is quite a picturesque place that you are at.
Oh, that's cute.
And
Very
this
nice.
is very familiar to Rana. You can tell that he's like picked up his step. He's not in this sort of civilized prison in his mind. He's home. He's out in the wilds. It's where he belongs.
I just lean down, pick up a bit of grass, and just smell it, and just I'm home.
Have
Any-
you roll a d20? Oh, okay. I'll have you roll a 1d2.
There is no D2.
Just type 1d2.
Roll 1d2. / rolled 1d2.
What is with these rolls?
Well, you had a 50% chance of rolling a 1.
That's a pretty good
so-
chance. Yeah.
So inside you, you feel slight warmth in your chest. And as that warmth sort of emanates out from you, you feel like something is blocking you. You feel like it's like a knot in your head. It's not a headache. It's kind of like imagine like similar feeling like when you have a bad headache without the pain. Feels like you can't quite think of something, but you remember the smell of the woods, smell of the fresh air going through and sort of whistling along the leaves. And you remember that familiar sense of home. You know this place to be where you grew up. but there's this sort of darkness. You can imagine what if you're like viewing a picture, how it's like your entire field of view is like you're able to see everything. Imagine just like this darkness creeping into your vision and closing in on it. And all you can see is this small little glow, small little section of home, which is in the woods. And then the picture dissipates. And Rana's looking at you and he goes, "My friend, you are connected to nature. When we get home, I will introduce you to Barry. He can help you get past this barrier they give us."
Are there any snakes in the area?
Just one, and I look right at you.
Let's roll for a snake. All right, DC 15 for snake. Roll 1d20. No snakes in
you
this area.
I rolled the same as you anyways. Doesn't matter.
I look at
No snake.
Rana, and I just look at him kind of as if I'm not really present. Like I'm still lost in thought, lost in my memory that I have no recollection of.
You can still smell it, but the vision is what you're seeing now. It's like you've been brought back to consciousness, but that smell of home is still there.
And I just look up and stare up at the sky and just continue to ponder.
You feel incredibly sad.
Oh.
A single tear just strolls down my cheek.
Rana wants to come over to you, puts your hand on your shoulder, and he says, "Come, my friend. Let it not worry you. The barrier is weak because the Marsh's relic is unfolding this fog that they place in your mind." And he gestures you to a little campsite. Looks like, it's been here before. Looks like it's kind of nice setup. It's like got some furniture. It's got a little fireplace. It looks like a tiny little settlement that maybe 6 people would have. This is where we go to hunt. It is a little getaway in the woods. Please have a seat next to the fire.
I was kind of like cheerfully running with Rana because I'm just like happy. And I put my hand on the side of guard as well on his other shoulder, and I say, "Let's go. It's gonna be good. We'll rest. We'll have fun. We'll drink. You'll enjoy it."
I forget your name. The battle and concentrating on the spell for everyone. It took some toll on my concentration. Can you please all introduce yourself to me again?
I'm still just kind of half present, and I wait for one of the others to introduce themselves first.
Right, he's going to sit next to the fire, and he's going to get some sticks, and he's going to kind of cross his legs, and he's going to be trying to light the fire in the middle, and he's kind of just looking up at you, like it's all just like it's not even a bother to him to try and do this. It's
like it's just normal to him. He's done it all the time.
He's so happy. He looks so happy to be doing this. Yeah.
Hey, Rana. Name's Biscuit.
Biscuit, my comrade. I will forever be in your debt for saving me. You are welcome for us in the marsh.
Thank you. Forever in your debt is me as well, as you've saved my life and my comrades.
I'll even though I can see his hands oculus, I'll still stick out a hand and say, "Silas, pleasure to meet you."
All right, so he gets like these little fingers. So he's got like that, and he gets like 2 together, and he's like doing that with the stick, and the speed hasn't slowed down, and he puts out one of his hands towards you.
Grab it and I give him a big, firm handshake.
All right, kind of squishes in your hand because it's a bit like a frog, but it's kind of like still firm in the grip, and it's not like you're hurting him. It's just like they're kind of like soft, like they're frogs. So. Celeste, thank you. Here, please grab a seat. The fire will start soon, and I know where there are supplies, and I have a story for you all. He's like just doing this.
And as I'm watching him just continue doing that, engrossed in his magnificent speed,
little smoke starts coming out.
I just say to him, "I'm guard."
God, my companion, please do not let the fog rest on your soul too heavy. There are solutions and cures. It is not the end of the world. We will undo their harmful magic.
Thank you, Rana. for everything you've done and will
Very
do for
welcome,
us.
my friends. Very welcome, my friends. All right. So I need someone to take this over. It only has a few more moments left of this, and I'm going to get us some food. Are you
You're on
muted,
mute.
Vinny?
Oh,
Muted.
sorry. I say yes, sir, and I pounce right next to him, and I grab the sticks, and I start spinning as fast as I can with my paws, with the
All right,
knife
he
in my
bounds
hand.
off into the woods. He bounds off to the woods, and as you see him sort of running, imagine like the stick was resting against the little thing, and he kind of like smacks it down, and it kind of like wong, 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 and it kind of twirls in the air, and he kind of grabs it like that as it sort of like bounces into his hand, and with the blunt end, not the spear end, he kind of bangs it on a rock as he's bounding off into the forest, and it clears all the muck off the spear, and he dives into the woods, and then he disappears for a moment.
As soon as he disappears, I kind of just stop spinning, fling that back, click my fingers, and the fire just lights.
Woof. And you know that there's only like one little log here, and it is quite small. It's kind of like the log they have to start the fire. It's kind of like all wispy and like beardy with all the little fibers.
The Kindle
I start
stuff.
looking around for other wood.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
through
you
the
find wood.
chest.
All right. I want you to make a 1d3 roll.
1d3. Oh, nice.
While he's looking through the chest, I come back with some firewood and I put it next to the fire. And I just turn to the guys and I'm like, look, about how I treated you guys when I was in disguise, I'm sorry. I just really felt like I had to play the part.
Hey, look, it's what you had to do to get us through, and here we are today. So it doesn't really matter. Thanks, though.
Good kitty. Good kitty.
I'm kind of just like laying there enjoying the fire and people working around me, and I'm just kind of like in my own head.
This is a very peaceful part of the forest. There's a slight buzz of activity in the distance. There's not like that hum of insects. It's very light. It's not very noisy. It's very peaceful. And there's a slow breeze rolling through the forest. And every time it comes past you, it's even though it's cold because it's autumn, the breeze that comes through, it's kind of a little bit humid, like it rolls on through the swamp. And it's got that nice smell to it. It's like wet grass after like mown grass. It's kind of like very light and it's on the air, and it's very nature-esque. And as that breeze comes through, it's actually like quite warming, as it's like very humid air that's being pushed through the swamp. Although it's cool, you find that offsets it nicely, and it's very comfortable. And as you sit by the fire and enjoy this light warmth and light, do you guys look around?
Yeah, I'm looking around as I'm at the campfire doing nothing.
There are
I'm
small
looking at the
little
chest.
huts, tiny little huts, like just think like teepee huts, little sticks, but like a little bit smaller and not as like grand as those are. So there are easily like seven or eight little hutlets, and they look cozy as fuck. All right. So Alex, in the item, it's kind of dark. Don't know why. You know, you're right next to the fire. It's like, come on, like, why can't I see in there? It's like kind of dark, but you see three round kind of objects that you see in there. So there's three objects. It's kind of hard to see.
So what? So it's three like round. What color? Do they have a color to them? I can't really see.
So you know that sort of vision you get when you like wake up and you need to go pee, and it's kind of like you can see in the dark, and you're like, oh, I can actually see pretty well. You can kind of make out the end of your bed, and like you can see like around the place, like that kind of night vision you have. Imagine that, but in this. So you can't really make out what each item is, but it's like three items, and they're very different from each other. But they're kind of like just this round, sort of darkest shape. They're distinct from each other, and that's what you see. It's like the box prevents light.
I'm gonna. Hey, you two, come check this out.
I walk to Solace and I just look at the box. I'm like, what is that?
You ever see this before?
I take a closer look at the chest. Do I notice anything magical about it?
Roll Arcana if you want, or Investigation. I'm going to try and be a little bit more free with the thing you roll because it's one or the other, really. So you get to choose.
Uh, 19.
Wow. Okay. Let's say I will have you roll 1d5, and if you get above a 2, you've seen this before.
3.
So there's a memory that comes back to you, and it's sharp, and it's like hits you in the side of the head, and it's quite painful for half a second. But bang, and a memory comes back to you, and you see on the chest there is this marking. It is a roundish token, and it's got a T shape in it. And kind of get a sense of you know what this box is. This box is the box of choice.
God, are you okay?
I just look at him like, no, it can't be. It's
I'm going to write
Is
in
that-
your little palace. I'm going to tell you what it is, and then you can describe it. There you go.
as I continue to look inside of it, I just no, that can't be. It's a box of choice. It
What do
can
you?
hold many magic items, and essentially, it limits how many items you can actually pull out. But it looks like there's 3 items.
That
Alex,
sounds like a hindrance, man. Why would you put in many items and only see 3?
Alex, I think you can only choose one item though.
Like each or
No,
like
just
total?
one item.
So, like, is there anything different about the orbs that I can see, or they all look the same?
No, they're all just indistinguishable items.
Well, Silithus, good luck, brother. I'll just hang here by the campfire.
I just reach in, I grab one, pull it out.
So you pull out what looks to be. Oh, you're going to freak out about this. It's an ornate book, and it's got
Shit.
6 pages, and all pages are empty. But this is the fanciest looking book cover you've ever seen. When you pull it out, there's an object in the middle of the book.
What does the object look like?
Looks like a writing utensil. It looks like a thin metal cylinder, and it's got a sharp metal point at the end. Kind of looks like a scalpel, but the sharp point isn't exactly a point. It's kind of like a flat edge, but it's very small. So you know this to be like it's called a calligraphy knife.
Hmm.
When you do this, the box starts to catch on fire.
Toss it into the fire to add to our fire pit.
And the fire glows a warm green, and the box keeps on fire until it turns to ash.
Oh, that answers my question.
I guess my eyes kind of sparkle a little bit at the pen Alex is holding because it's a little bit shiny. Hey, so, what do you got over there? What's that? That looks nice.
Does this book look anything like the book from my dream?
Oh.
Okay, cool.
It's a small book. So the book from your dream is a very large tome, like sits on your lap, and it's like the entire lap is that book, like a big
Okay,
tome.
okay.
This one is
Shit.
like a kind of like a journal.
It's a fancy journal, I think.
Looks like you got a little diary there. All right. At least you can talk about the times we had. I like that pen though. Can I have it?
It has 6 pages.
6 pages. Seems pretty weird. It only has 6 pages in it.
Do you
6
open
empty
to the front
pages.
page or anything like that?
If I've got this book in my hand, I'm open. I'm flipping through the pages.
So at the top of the front cover, like when you open up a book and you look at the other side of the front cover, so it's not a page.
The binder.
Very top, at the very top, in very ornate writing, which kind of looks like watery letters, like they're kind of dripping down and they're kind of blue. There's a language here you don't really recognize.
Hey, I mean, I can probably check it out if you like. I'm a bit of an expert at these things. Just saying.
In a language I do not know. What languages do I know? Can't remember. Okay. I'll kind of like hold it over and I'll like show it to him, but I won't hand it to him.
I put my paw out and attempt to lay it on the top of the book and cast Identify.
So you, in your mind, in the brief instant that you cast the spell, brought to a classroom with blue-looking people, and in front of you is like a teacher, and you're surrounded by these blue, humanoid-looking people, and they kind of look like they're naturally in the used to living in the ocean and near the ocean, and kind of like a water tribe type people. And the teacher says, "Now today we will learn about the Book of Truths and Lies. This is an item that all of our kind here at Veldalken can craft. And this is what it is." That dream fades, and you know this to be the Book of Truth and Lies. So write in the book a statement said by a humanoid recently, and the words will either glow green or red if they're a truth or a lie, but that page is then burned. You have 6 pages left. Alex, in your little noodle den, I'm going to write this in for you. And this is the magical item that you have now.
Cool.
Very good.
Yeah, as I identify that, I tell everyone what it is. How does Identify work? Does it just identify that to everyone around me, or is it just to me myself?
Just to you.
Just to you. You know what
cool.
it is.
All right, yeah.
So you can choose not to share.
Well, I choose to share it with you only because it's a treasure that you yourself had found, and it was just that's my rule. You find a cool little treasure, you keep it. Unless you want to give it away.
Just gonna slip it
But
into
just to
my bag.
clarify its use, recently spoken is a day. So they have to have said it in at least a day.
Okay.
So you write their name and what they said, and it'll either glow red or green, and then the page will be burned. Right. So eventually you hear like this little animal squeal, and it's like a "Row." And shortly after that, you see Rana coming over with this massive elk on his shoulder, and he plops it down in front of the fire. He says, "Come, my friends, dinner will be ready soon." And he starts digging into it with this little knife that he has, and it's an nondescript knife. It's not really used for combat. And he starts hacking away at it and like pulling all the guts out and like skinning it. And he's all really, really quite efficient in this. Like this would take maybe an hour. He's going to do it in like maybe 10, 15 minutes. He's really good at it. He loves doing it.
Impressive skidding skills, young frogman.
Thank you, my friend. It's always an honor to be the one to do this from the hunt and feed one's people. It is a blessing to serve one's friends in my culture.
It is an honor to see an animal return to the coil.
Yes. Is that from your culture? As he's hacking away.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Ah, fascinating. We don't see many of your kind in these parts. Yeah, I've memories, not my own, of your people holding massive forts and huge temples in other faraway lands.
My memory on my people is kind of hazy right now, but sounds very familiar what you say.
Yes, your race and mine go back some years. We were very much allies before the rule of Kingdom of Men. But yes, your people have always been kind to us lizardmen. Do not worry about your memories, my friends. It only takes a full amulet to restore everything you have lost, and it is the pilgrimage that my people are taking. We will work on this together, and we will restore your lost memories. This I promise. And he puts his arm down his cloak, and he's down his little loincloth down to around to the side, and he pulls out this little pipe, and he grabs a tuftful of grass and he shoves it in there. Speaks a spell to the pipe, sort of magic, and just he takes a smoke of it as it lights itself. He sort of gestures it out to the closest person to him.
I assume that's me because I was just talking to him.
Sure. Right.
I'll
To my
take the
friends.
pipe and I will take a big long huff and I will attempt to blow a smoke ring.
D20 roll. Go for it. So out of 10, you make it.
See how good my. Nope. Yeah, it's just like a puff of smoke, and then I just pretend like that's what I meant to do in the first place.
Come, my friends, come and I will tell you the story. Tell you what you should know about my people and about how we got here. Right? So, we come from a tribe of elders. We have been around for countless years. Our tribe is one of a sole leader, taking the place of an elder. Generally, what will happen is when a leader is born, it is known he will lead. It is natural and innate to our tribe. I was chosen, would have been maybe 120 years ago, by the elders that we had. We had 3 elders. Now we only have 1. The ritual that they put through to transfer the amulet to the next leader consumes the life force of previous leaders and grants it to the new leader. So I have led an unnaturally long life, thank you to the sacrifice of my brothers. But the amulet was always full. Previous elders. It was taken from us by Ingar, who was one of us. He is the warlock that we fought. And it is not the first time we have fought Ingar. He is corrupting some elders and taking them on. And I don't know how they do it, but they bring him back every time we kill him. We have been successful most of the time, but his power gains strength every time he returns. The rain you saw in the Grand City comes from his ability. The Dark Raven and its master seems to have chosen him for a purpose we are not yet sure of. And he goes through and talks to you about the history of life he's led, and it goes on for some hours. I'm just going to describe what happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
So as you pass the pipe around and you smoke it, his story comes out, sort of is over the fire in this sort of cloud of smoke, and it kind of like shows you the pictures of the ritual and his past fathers, and and the people around him and where his tribe has been. And it goes back to hundreds of years ago, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, before the humans were the apex predators. And from the images that you see these grand, large, kind of like Aztec like cities in its structures, and it is quite um, well built. If you can like compare like futuristic like the Jetsons to like steampunk,
Mhm.
like the steampunk type futuristic, it's like that but in a medieval sense. So it is all still very tribalistic, still like dirt and mud and sticks, but it is all very like fancy and well thought of, still keeping quite nature like. And you learn that this lizardman tribe, essentially a leader is born from the spawning pools. You know, as they procreate, no one actually gives birth in person. They all sort of appear as these eggs in these spawning pools, and then from that there comes a time once a month where those spawning pools they hatch and new hatchlings spawn, and you know every sort of group of these sort of births, they're all considered family together. They're like the brothers and sisters, and uh, essentially what happens is when you become a leader, like you kind of know that you're the leader. It's like innate to you, like I am a leader, and it's absolute. Um, Eventually, you will get to an age where you become an elder, and there's a ritual that's performed where you give some of your life energy to the next leader, and you age incredibly fast from it. Um, so that's their tribe. The tribe, they birth leaders. You know that you're a leader. You're like gifted powers. When you age enough, you get to a stage where you want to pass on that power and you sacrifice some of your life strength. And the next leader, you know, lives a little bit longer. And the accumulation of that power is now, instead of living to 90 or 100, it's now Rana is 120. And after so many generations, and he looks 20. And that's his tribe. Do you have any questions? Like this thing goes for hours, so you can ask questions and I'll tell you about the law. But he shows you his old homes and his old massive sprawling cities that existed before the humans, and all the memories of every elder that has ever gifted power onto his, you know, onto the next generation.
Are they effectively enemies now? His generation and the humans? Like they totally divided?
Oh, yeah, they were never friendly with humans. Humans were always like that race that was like acting that way. Humans have always been innately evil in that sense. They've always thought themselves that way.
Right.
So how many
But
how many of his tribe are left?
I would say maybe like 50, 60. Cool. Right. Well, if there's no other questions, that night continues on, unless there are any questions.
I don't think of some.
How did the elk taste?
Out of the what?
Elk taste. How did it taste? Assume it was tasty.
It is so good. Remember, you guys haven't really
Yeah.
weren't really fed that well in your camps. Like you were given gruel and slop.
Did
And
I
think
see the
about
elk before it was cooked and
it
all
was
that?
it was. I mean, you can see like he was gutting it in front of you, in front of the fire, and that's when he did the pipe and he passed it around.
Does that mean I have the ability to change into it?
Yeah, but it's like if you want a stat card for it, um, I would say that it has 10 health and it's got double your movement speed.
Yeah.
And it can travel great distance. So it's not a combat thing. It won't. It's like a domesticated cat. You don't want to fight with it. But you can change into an elk if you like, and it looks like an elk, and it moves incredibly fast and has exceptional endurance. So you can travel like cross country in exceptional time, and you don't need to rest that much. Great.
Yep.
Cool. All right. So, as the night progresses, after he tells you the story, the pipe eventually makes its way to Rana again and comes up to you, Garrett. He hands you the pipe. He
I
says,
take the pipe willingly. And I take a big old puff of smoke.
Take it, my friend. It is yours. In my culture,
This is good stuff.
it is fantastic things. So this is part of my tribe's culture. We give to our friends. Once we in our minds make it up that this is no longer ours, we pass it on, and we no longer think about the item. So it is now yours. This is the Freedom Walker's pipe of vivid dreams, and he goes to tell you how it works. Yep. Except for I won't let you do damage with an elk. Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe I will, but it's not really like it was like a really shitty elk.
Okay. All good.
Right. Cool. So he hands you that pipe, and essentially you can share a memory or a dream with vivid detail with the smokes that comes out.
I just look at it in my hands, and I look at Rana, and I just look at him. Thanks. I appreciate this. And I take
When
another
you're-
puff of smoke.
When your memories return, my friend, you can use this to relive your home.
Thank you.
I'm very tired from all the fighting. We must rest. We have a big day of travel. Bid you good night, my friends. And you go into one of the hut, and he's going to sleep.
I'm going to put my bedroll next to the fire, chuck on another log, and just lie on top of the bedroll and cozy up.
Hold on. Did you read the description I gave you about that bedroll?
No, did you
It-
give me a description of it?
It instantly lights on fire. I don't know. It's
Kills
soaked in
you when you're
oil.
asleep.
Yeah.
And a small like a miniature display.
Yep.
Oh well, I just lie next to the fire on the ground. Chuck
So
another.
did
log
you
on.
did you pull it out of your pockets or anything?
Yeah.
All right. You guys see this tiny little miniature bedroll? It is like tiny in his hand. It's like this big.
And I just roll it out, put it next to me, and put my head on it. Ah, comfy.
I like kind of question myself, like, am I high as fuck? What the hell is that?
What the fuck is in that pipe?
Man, we need to go to bed. I find one of the little huts and I curl up in it and then start purring and fall asleep.
You find when you get into these huts, it like protects you from the atmosphere completely. Like any sort of like breeze or anything like that, or any heat or any cold. It's just all natural. It's calming. Cool. So Ben went to bed.
Yeah.
Garrett's sleeping next to the fire.
I'll also go to bed.
He's
Did
resting
the
next to the
elk
fire.
do
or
it?
going to
Did the
hut?
elk heal us at all or no?
Yeah, you guys get a long rest, and you can all heal 1d10, which you will all individually roll.
I don't need to heal. I didn't take any damage during that last battle sequence.
Well, aren't
still
you
gotta
lucky?
eat.
Double nines. Let's go, mate. That got me 2 HP that I needed.
All right. So are you all asleep?
Yep.
As you drift off to sleep, there's a slight hum you can hear. Doesn't stir you or disturb you from your sleep. There's a hum. I'll have each of you roll a d20. Oh, there it is.
Finally, nice roll.
Oh, there it is.
When it mattered, boys, hopefully.
So, in its natural habitat, and finally at peace, the Marsha's sacred relic is working its magic, undoing the haze from your minds. When you dream, you have a pleasant dream, and it reminds you and frees the memory of Ben. What do you want to know?
I want to know my family, where I came from, where I grew up.
So where you grew up, there was essentially sectioned off divisions for the different races, and this was done by the humans. The Tabaxi had formed a very close knit circle, and although you did not know your parents because you had traveled and you had never known your parents, you just knew you had parents.
Yep.
You found yourself after chasing this caravan, this town, and meeting this fairly large pack of Tabaxi. They lived in a fairly reasonable little house, and there would have been about 20 of them, maybe 3 or 4 adults.
Mhm.
You remember the adults were always so kind, always so giving, willing to not eat for a night to make sure that the younglings were fed. From those younglings, you remember one particular youngling being Rollo. You remember seeing him and his sister playing and having fun on the streets and outside the home. You remember the one day where the guard came to collect Rollo's sister. Now, Rollo was about 15, and his young sister would have been about 10. And you saw the guard come over. Guard was missing his left hand. Reached out to grab Rollo's sister. Rollo stepped in front of him and bit his hand. And then the guard grabbed Rollo by the tuft of his hair and threw him into the cart. That cart there stayed there all day until your incident at the tavern, which is fairly fuzzy. You were thrown in the cart as well.
Oh no. No way.
Cool. Garrett? What do you want to know?
I want to know
No.
about my.
Hang on a second. I didn't know. Oh no. Tell me that's not the thing. Shit.
Yep. Garrett, your turn.
I also want to know about my family.
All right. So, remember when I said you felt incredibly alone in this world?
Yeah.
You try and uncover the fog to remember your parents. Nothing. Empty. Just darkness. You remember being raised in the woods by the pack of druids that all chose their forms of different types of cats. You remember playing in those woods and running through and learning off each other, and that pack of cats would eventually find themselves living next to a human settlement. And that human settlement would chop down the trees and build houses and huts. And you remember all the followers of this little druidic circle decided you would form the syndicate. And in one particular spot, you found yourself defending the last little refuge in the village, in the forest that you had. There was a stone circle. And one night, a human came out to chop one of these trees down. It was your favorite tree. And because this human was an ex-soldier, he chopped it down so quick you couldn't stop it. And when the tree fell down on this druid circle, the tree was shaped like a normal tree and it had a branch like this. You remember that this little druidic circle is the basis for your syndicate's token, where it's a round object with a T shape in the middle. You know that the people that betrayed you were very close to you. Cool. Alex.
I would like to remember the Temple of Sithrakis and where I grew up as an orphan, being raised in the church.
So do I get a bit of creative freedom here?
Yeah, sure. I said that I was an orphan and I grew up in the church, but I can creatively
Okay.
from how that was run.
Great. Do you mind if I say you live on a different continent?
That's perfect.
Right. So you remember the Temple of Silthrakis, if I said it correctly?
Yeah, perfect.
And it is a massive pyramid-esque temple. At the top of the pyramid is where the priests of Silrathus, that's hard to say, would skin the dead and make a sacrifice and leave them on top of the pyramid overnight. And come morning, their bodies would be gone, known to return to the coil. You remember a very kind teacher teaching the ways to summon the powers of your deity, teaching you combat. You're always the strongest of those amongst you. You remember going through your teens, being very happy in this temple. It was a very pleasant memory. It was like school, like a boarding school. And you remember the continent. It's pretty far away from where you are now. Very far away. Now, I didn't check your backstory, but do you actually have family in your backstory?
No, I'm orphan.
Orphan?
Raised in the church.
Okay. So I would say that your family went off on a missionary mission and never returned. And they were assumed dead by the clergy.
Fair enough.
Cool. That's it.
Yeah, I'm angry, bro. I'm angry.
Yeah. That's right.
Can't believe you do that to me, man.
Hey man, if the dice had rolled 50% your way and then 50% your way,
True. Yeah.
might have gone a little bit differently. All right, cool. So, Rana wakes up. You guys smell some nice food cooking out in the fire. And you see that Rana has cooked the rest of the elk. And he's sitting on his log with his legs crossed. I dare say the fire and the smell of the food would wake you guys up.
What were the names you said
No
at the start there? Reina Exa?
Rana.
You said Rana was just cooking the food, is he?
He's sitting
Oh,
on the
yeah.
fire. On the fire. Near the fire on a log with his legs crossed.
I smell that shit so quickly, and I kind of curl up beside him, and
My friend, here you go, just for you. And he
Thank
hands
you.
you a slice of cooked elk with some sort of herbs on it.
yeah, 2 hands I accept, and start kind of like nibbling on it and purring a little bit at the same time.
So if you need to heal, that's another 1d10, I think I said. 1d12.
Nah,
Was it
no.
1d10? It was 10, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Uh,
10. Where?
No healing, but I'll put half of it in my back pocket if I can. If not, I can't.
Whereas the others, they're heavy sleepers.
I just start walking over as well. Sit down. next to the
There he
fire.
is, sleeping on his little bedroll. Tell me, was that a sleep? Was it a comfy sleep? It looks like
Oh,
a
it is.
bedroll for a mouse.
It was all right.
He hands you some food.
I graciously take it and say thank you.
Need any healing? It's a 1d10.
I'm good.
I will also leave my tent and sit by the fire.
Hello, welcome. Waking up is a bit of a task for you lot. I was up 3 hours ago. Here you go, Silas. And he hands you some delicious meat.
I swallow it whole.
It is fantastic. He's saw some jungle herbs and mixed them all together, and the meat is cooked perfectly.
Delicious.
That's a family recipe, you could say. Haha. Now we will reach the fort by mid-afternoon, so prepare to travel in about an hour. Great. So he cooks the rest of the meat. He packs it up, and he finds some big leaves, similar to the ones that you saw. He give you the little bread, and he packs it all up, and he gives each of you 2 rations.
Cool.
So this is rations of D10. So if you're not in combat, you're at like some resting spot, that's how you heal. You can't eat it and heal in combat. Think of it like sustenance, right? You're eating a healthy meal, you'll be a healthy boy. Okay?
Yep.
Cool. So you each have 2 rations of D10 healing. All right. So he packs up, so some of the fire he sort of puts out, and You make sure that there's a log on there that's kind of wispy and easy to light for the next traveling group, and camp looks very welcoming to the next group of travelers. Come, my friends, we must head off.
I follow suit. Kind of happy, tummy full. Just really happy to be free and kind of in the woods.
Same.
So, you will reach the fort by about mid-afternoon. So, as you're traveling towards the fort, you see some lizard boys nearby.
Ninja
Rana sort of hails them, says, "Brothers, we are home." And they all rush to him and say, "Rana, you made it. We were wondering if you would ever return. Barry has been waiting for you in the fortress." "Ah, yes, my comrades, come. We must celebrate. Me and my companions are freed from the curse. We come home." And they all lead you back to the fort.
Cool. That's exactly how I saw him, by the way.
Good. All right. So the fort. Here we are.
Just
Yeah.
out of curiosity, is there any point where I level?
Maybe.
What have you done to level though?
Maybe
You
if
gotta
you
do like a
didn't fail
feat.
the roll. So you remember what Rana said to you as well when he was comforting you?
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. All right.
Made fun of your sleeping
Right.
bag.
You enter all the fort, and there's lizard men everywhere. They're sort of going about their day. You see some of them on the training dummies. They're not like fighting ferociously. They're kind of like just poking it. Like they don't really get it. Like, oh yeah, is this what the humans do? This is all right, cool. And they kind of like just totter off, and you see some of them are gutting some wildlife and making some food. And Ryan enters and he hails the guards, and it's like, "Hello, my friends, we have returned." And there's a lot of cheering and happiness in the village, and a lot of people come up to Rana and greet him, and he introduces you to one of his friends, and he says, "Hello, my friends. This is one of my companions. His name is Rudolph. Rudolph, this is my friends." And his lizardman,
Hi.
he's huge. He's very big. He's very muscly. He looks like the military person, like he'd be in charge. "Hello." That's all he says.
Hi,
Hey
Rudolph.
man, nice to meet you, man.
You're welcome. Rana, Barry is wanting to see you. And he sort of points. And then when he points, he goes outside the fortress and he walks past you. "Okay, my friends, let me introduce you to one of our elders. His name is Elder Barry. If he lets you call him Barry, then good. But it is always good for our culture to say the formal name first. So his name is Elder Barry." Right? So he walks up to Elderberry, and Elderberry sees him only like a couple of meters away. He's like kind of looks a little bit older, and they kind of embrace, and it's a big hug, and great to see each other. And there's some chatter there, and then he sort of gestures to you guys, and he says, come, my friends." And he wants to
I
introduce
waddle
you.
up. I
He says,
approach Elderberry.
he says, "Elder." And Elderberry goes, "Why, hello. You must be the first man that Rana's told us about. Is your name God?"
Yes, it is, Elderberry. It's a pleasure to meet you.
"I thank you. You may call me Barry. Any companions of Rana that has saved our leader is a friend of lizard people. Come, have a seat."
I sit down.
And he kind of looks up at the rest at you two.
I will bow and say, Elderberry, Silas.
Silas, one of this from the snake people from the temple over the waters. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your kind have always been a friend to the lizard men. Please, you are very welcome. you may find somewhere comfortable to sleep. There will be a feast later on.
Thank you. And I'll look for somewhere to sit. I'll go sit near the fire.
I'll pounce straight into the same place and clap my hands together very loudly and say, "Hello, Elderberry. My name is Biscuit. It's very nice to meet you."
Very, very spry young little fellow. I'm Elderberry. I'm the elder of the tribe. I thank you for keeping my friend safe.
Pleasure was mine, and I head next to my snake mate.
You all may call me Berry. Now, I sensed some magic, some of the cultist magic when I sensed you all coming back. Guard. He pulls from his pocket. He gets some of the tuft of grass. He says, "Here, this will help," and he puts it right under your nose.
And I just go, "Oh, mama."
I've still got this fucking dagger stuck in my hand, don't I? So I'm like clapping like this. Looking at that shit, yeah.
All right, you pass out momentarily, and you're now level 3.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I never expected that. I mean, it's very potent, but he got the picture, so that's okay. And he walks over to you, Ben, and he says, Biscuit, can you hand me that thing, or put your hand in? Yeah.
Yeah, I may need your help. I can't let go of it. It's stuck to my little toe beans or fur. I don't know what to do with it. Just hold my hand out.
He grasps your hand that's holding the handle, and as he's casting the magic, and you can see like his eyes start to glow from your perspective only, everything sort of goes dark and a shade of grey around him, and then you see the light travel from his eyes, sort of go into his body and kind of like illuminate his face, come down to his chest, and you see the old markings of Marsha's relic sort of light up.
Oh, wow.
And then it sort of flicks a bright light in your eye, and then you just drop the dagger.
Oh. Thank you, Barry. Wow. Can I use the dagger anymore, or is it gone?
How about you use some of that knowledge you have? I don't have that innate power, but I can cleanse these things. Just don't grab it by the handle, at least not tonight. It's very tiring on these old bones having to cleanse all these dark magics.
I grab it by the blade end and throw it really far into the air, as if to just be totally rid of it.
Gone. Great. Yep.
Easy done.
You feel a sense of peace. You were
Okay.
worried about this in some way, whether you acknowledge it or not. There's a sense of fear that brought about from having this, and yeah, you feel at peace.
Excellent.
So did he say that he could cleanse it or not?
He can cleanse the curse of not being able to let it go.
But he can't actually cleanse the item. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah, no problem, little Tabaxi. Now, Silas, we can see that thing poking out. Do you want to bring that out?
Sure, I'll make sure to hold it by the blade to not touch the handle bits, and I'll just kind of stick it in, hold it out in front of him.
Right, he grabs it by the metal bits. He doesn't want to go by the handle. And he looks at it and says, I think that Manda might be able to fix this. She's currently in the fort with the human. You'll find that Manda is very charming. Maybe just Take it easy when you see her. But she will be able to cleanse this for you. Hands you the glaive.
Thank you. I will speak to her when I have the time.
Maybe you could go check on her. We've a little bit anxious around the human. It's been a bit more pleasant to us. If Rana hasn't already told you, these markings that we wear comes from a very powerful relic. Although we pass it on to our leaders, there are still traces of its gift that we still hold. I can sense that there is something in that boy. I do not know what it is. I believe Manda sees it. But if you would go check on her, that would put a lot of burden off of these old shoulders.
Just point the way.
And he points towards the fort, if you guys can see on the map. So you guys
north.
let me just, I think I put this in the wrong thing. So let me just fix this up real quick.
Yeah, we kind of were shuffled here, I assume. And we're talking to Berry. Yeah.
So if he's like here, you were like here, you were like here, and then this guy went outside, and you were like here. Okay. So he points up towards the fort.
I will
Do you guys head in?
walk in the direction he pointed.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. We'll be on our way and hopefully see you soon.
Marsh protects you.
And you. And I walk
Protect
along.
you. And I walk too.
So when you walk into the kitchen is a hive of activity, and you see Captain Guard Jeff. He is holding some knives, and he is standing behind this lizardman female who is making some food. That's what you notice.
Food?
Does he look threatening?
He is a human. He's holding two knives in his hand. He is standing behind Mando.
I cast Entangle on him.
All right. So what's the DC save for that?
12 strength.
Oh, yeah, we had a long rest, didn't we?
Yeah.
All right. So the first roll is for the human. So as the vines from your fingers hit the floor and sort of travel towards them both and spread out in a big circle, you see that the vines try and grab onto the human's foot, and it kind of shakes it clear and sort of kicks it away. And around Manda, she wasn't really trying to fight it. It just like covers her whole feet and her legs, and she kind of looks down and she lets out a little giggle. And Jeff turns to you and he's alarmed. He's like, "What's going on? Are we under attack? What's happening? Who are you?"
I look at him and I just say, drop the knives.
Manda? Manda turns around from you and she sort of like casts magic from her fingers and kind of like the ground below them just dissipates and just like evaporates and it's just stone again. She turns around to you. She walks past Jeff and sort of puts her hand on his shoulder and he like just gently moves away from her and he approaches you lot. She puts out her hands to you, guard.
And I willingly just kind of slowly accept.
Now, this is the epitome of lizard waifu. She is the most attractive lizard woman you've ever seen, and her boobs are ginormous.
I could
She's
tell from the icon.
very angelic. That's right. She's absolutely charming. And when you put your hands in hers, her hands are warm and they're incredibly soft and gentle. When you do, she speaks to you, just to you, in your brain. It's like a message. It says, "I am Manda. He means no harm. I told him to hold the two knives that I needed. What is your name?"
And I just look at her and I respond, "My name's Guard. I apologize. I haven't had the best experience with the humans."
I understand. I sort of understand where this one comes from. He means no harm. And she grabs your hand, and there's like this little plate that's like resting just here. And she's like wearing like a low cut top, so it's kind of like a little bit over her breasts. But she puts your two fingers and she just runs across that plate, and in your mind it says, "Manda." She like grabs your hands again. She says, "My name is Manda. Um, it's fine if you wish to speak to him. I will be able to cook without his help. He's been very helpful for me. Although he comes from a dark place, it's not all what he seems. He is very similar to us." Let's go to your hands. And she just puts her hands out to touch you guys on the shoulder. That's Ben and Silas.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Manda. Human doesn't mean you any harm. He's just helping me cook. If you guys want to talk, he can meet you out in the office. I've told Guard all this. Fortunately, this is the only way I communicate. She goes to grab your hands and like reach down to your fingers, like just your two fingers like that. Yep. If you let her, she just runs them across the plate and it tells you Manda. And you know this person to be Manda.
Hi,
Uh,
Amanda. Thank you very much. I mean, Captain Jeff's have been pretty bloody dangerous to us before. I mean, how did you tame this one?
Kind of gives you a smile. She does a little curtsy. She goes back to cooking. So, for what you could take in, although she was very beautiful, you could see that she has this very nasty and vicious looking scar across her throat. And it looks like a fairly deep scar that sort of runs like this. And it's like two lines. And you see that her, like, where her sort of throat is right here is a little bit deformed. She goes back to cooking. She gently grabs the two knives off of Jess. She sort of does a little bow, turns around, continues to cook. Jeff turns to you and says, right, well, I guess we better talk about this then. Do you want to go to the office?
Please, Jeff, lead the way. I'd love to have a chat.
I walk up to Manda and I tap her on the shoulder.
She just like very gently, very lightly, just looks at you and she smiles.
And Elderberry told me that you would be able to help with this, and I carefully show the glaive by holding the metal bits.
So she sees that and her demeanor changes a little bit. She's like a little bit like impatient with it now. That sort of slow, smooth grace is gone a little bit. She throws the knives down onto the board and they go thunk. They sit into it. She, with one hand, just grabs the section with the bandage on it, and then she just holds it. And she holds it. You can see the blood dripping from the bandage onto her hands. It sort of drips down to her arm, drips down to her elbow, and just drips onto the floor. She holds it. And there's some magic there. It sort of glows around it. And when she sort of throws it back to you, you notice that the bandages that were bloodied slowly dissipating from blood, and it's just this light stain that you see. And you can kind of tell that she's not really happy to have. She's like, you can sense that her emotional state has changed. Like if you can picture it, it's kind of like you've just pissed someone off, but you don't know whether it's at you or not. It's kind of like you showed her the blade, she kind of saw it. Maybe there's something to it. But she immediately returns to her food and just starts cooking with a little bit more vigor.
Would I know if like my healing would be able to cure those scars, or
But that's like having to restore a limb.
okay? So I'd need a lot more levels,
Yeah,
I reckon.
you do. Yeah. Cool. All right. So Captain Jeff goes into this room and he goes, "Oh, come on, Mike, get off. You know, this is my sleeping quarters. I can't sleep outside. You know what it does for me." And you hear this little laugh. It's like a from one of the lizard men, and he sort of hops out of the bed that he was sleeping on, and He's wearing a very small bit of clothing to hide his bits as he sort of walks out, and he's kind of and stumbles out and walks out.
Big old
You guys
strong
go
frog.
You guys go to the office room. I would say you're still here, and
Yep.
you guys follow.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a brief conversation. If Alex wants to join, he misses this little bit.
Yep.
He says, "Right. I guess there's a lot to explain then, isn't there?"
I mean, yeah, you kind of were like
I can't.
appointed to keep us imprisoned and your guard, and now you're here with the enemy. From what you say, so what happened?
Well, I was ordering them around and setting up camp in the office. And one evening, Amanda came into the office and tried to push her away, but she was very friendly, and I just became
Mhm.
friends with Lizardman.
That
Friend?
easy?
What?
I said, that easy? You just become friends?
It's hard to describe. There were nights where I would wake up in a hot sweat, remembering some things that were never my memories, and I didn't really understand it. It was like gleaming into someone else's life. It was like for children running in the streets. It was very unusual. But I just didn't feel so compelled to be mean to these people. And Manda has always been so kind and gentle to me. I just didn't think that it was needed hate anymore.
Has Manda helped you relive some of your previous memories before you were a guard?
All right, so Silas, if you wanted to return, this is the point which you would return. Okay. Yes. It's very strange. I don't remember being human boy. I remember having some scales, being in a forest. It was all very unusual. It's almost like their memories are being implanted in mine, because I've always been a human. I was in the barracks and I was taught to fight, and then I've been a guard for many, many years, and it's all I've known.
But do you
I have
remember
those
anything
memories.
before being in the barracks?
No, I think that their magic is imparting their memories onto me. It must be that way. It's the only way to explain it. I'm a human.
Is there any way to
I-
check and see if like there is indeed some sort of like if he is really human?
I don't
There
know.
are a few
How would you
ways.
work that out?
Yeah. One, you could use potentially the
What?
book to see if he's lying. Two, you could use some sort of spell if you had any.
Are you doing this in character, Ben?
No, I'm just talking out loud. Yeah, that's OCC. OOC, I mean, sorry. Captain
Is
Jeff.
there any organizing like that? I'd like you to do in character.
Oh, cool. All right. Captain Jeff, do you remember your original name? Your normal name? Before you were a guard, Jeff?
I've always been Jeff. What do you mean?
And what memories have been implanted into you? What do you remember of being a lizard man?
I remember the low waters of the swamp, the clean air in my lungs, running with some other lizardmen and hunting and visiting a small little campfire, heading towards Grand City, creating some huts and setting up a little campfire and hunting some elk. That's all I've had. I've had some youngling dreams and some dreams of when I was a teenager, but they're all just lizardmen. So surely something's happening to me. I don't understand.
Maybe you were led to believe something you're currently not, and for something you originally were. Has that crossed your mind?
I can't be. I am a human. It doesn't make sense. This is all I've been. I am a human. Doesn't work like that.
Living amongst a clan of lizard men and helping. Does that not kind of look a little bit strange within your mind?
It's the only peace I have found. For once, I just want to have this for myself.
I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I am lost. Elder Berry has been very kind, has spoken some magic words at me when I was harmed, when some crocodiles attacked. He has been very kind. So have the rest of them, despite my ill treatment at the start. I feel like I don't want to leave this place.
When I'm perceiving this Jeff, do I understand which Jeff it was based on the look of them from when we were?
So there was Jeffrey,
Yeah.
Jeffo, and Jeff. So this is Jeff. He's the one that gave you the armor and the weapons.
Yeah. I literally deleted him from our history because I thought there's no way I'm going to be... Oh, yeah. I deleted him because I was like, there's no way I'm going to be going back to Jeff. But... Okay.
You notice in this room there's a small plant. It's like in a little pot. It's really the only remarkable thing in this normal quarters of a barracks is a bed. It's cleaned, except for where the lizardman was like sitting on it. There's a spot like a cupboard with his clothes in it, and there's his great axe that's lying on the floor.
I walk up to the plant to inspect it.
One of the plants from the swamp. It's like a little flower. It looks quite pretty.
That's a pretty flower you got there, Jeff.
That was a gift from Manda. I didn't even tell her. It was my birthday a month ago.
That's pretty cute.
She said because she couldn't give it to me then, that she would give it to me now. And yeah, so I've held it.
Is there a bit of a relationship between you and Manda?
Holy
A
Lord.
romantic relationship?
Oh, wow, you got really loud.
Wink, wink.
He gets really nervous. He's like, no, I don't know. Do you think she looks at me that way?
Oh, I don't know. I just arrived. I'm still just blown away by the fact that you're living here in peace.
Spend more time with Manda, and I think he will understand these people and just how charming they can be. I promised Manda that I would help her cook the food, though. She's done so many little chores and favors for me. So unless you have any pressing questions, I really owe it to Manda.
No, I'm good. You can. I think for now, I don't have any more questions.
Is he still within his like bulky ass phase? Does he look real ripped?
He looks like the muscles are atrophied a little bit, so he's not absolutely ripped as he normally is. He's just a little bit. I mean, he's still huge, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like if you compare someone who takes steroids, then he's just off season type.
Yeah.
Big.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm happy to allow Jeff to continue within the life he's got here. He's not happy with the life he had. So I mean, what's the worst that can happen there, God? I mean, let's just let him live this world in peace in this kitchen.
Sort of like awkwardly gets together. He puts his hand. He says, "Marsh thanks you." He tries to get past you to help Manda.
I let him pass.
Yeah, I nod and kind of just let him pass through.
As soon as he leaves, he's like, "Oh, Manda, let me help you. I said I would chop that." And he's like tottering off. He's like, "Oh, da.
Either
just
he's
getting zealous, and I'm just like, man, he's a little bitch, isn't he?
I just feel like we're missing something here, God. I feel like there's more to what's happening here. Like this just doesn't happen all the time.
Should we speak with Elderberry?
There might be an
We
idea.
should. I'm gonna give my
Um,
glaive a little twirl.
I just stand back.
Good.
Whoa, watch where you're swinging that thing, buddy.
It's good. It's perfect. You can grow it by the handles, and the weight of it feels great. So it's a little bit sharper than the average glaive. Maybe about like a +1 if you were to give it that kind of measurement.
Okay, sure.
Yep. Cool. Cool.
Off
But you
to
don't know much else about it. You don't know much else about it.
Yeah, I'll just. So it's just a glaive +1 for now. Yeah.
For now. Cool. Right. So what are you guys doing?
I
Very.
walk out the front while checking out Manda's ass because it just looks really good in the kitchen. But I absolutely
So
stare.
roll a d20. Roll a d20.
Yes, sir. So I'm staring. 14.
Oh, she wears like a little tribal skirt. Like she's actually wearing some clothes that she's made for herself, and it's like it's cute as fuck. You can see
Hell yeah.
like the skirt's really short at the back.
Nice. Yeah, like I look as long as I can until I walk out the front door with hopefully my mates beside me, and I walk towards Elderberry, and then I take a
I'm-
really quick piss.
Yeah, go for it. I forgot. You know what? How long can you go tonight, Garrett?
Yeah, I'm okay to keep going for a bit.
Alex, how long do you want to go for?
I can go as long as you want. I'm
Okay.
happy.
I
hang on
have
tomorrow morning.
I have probably like 3 full nights of content that I thought we might even chew through in a single night. Yet again, I have failed to realize just how long every little bit takes and how much charm is added into the improvisation moments. I have a ridiculous amount of content that I've created.
To be honest, I'm happy to like spread it out as well to enjoy it over time too.
Oh, I haven't rushed anything. Like all these little improvisation moments, I've just gone through them fully with no expectation of speeding up or anything like that.
Do
Yeah, no,
we notice the tabaxi staring or?
Make a roll. Oh, he's not hiding it. Oh, Garrett, you also see where he's looking, and you get a look as well, and you see it. It is absolutely glorious. You think to yourself, "Oh, my whole day is ruined."
Sorry.
as we walk out the door, I just nudge Biscuit and I just look at him and I give him a wink.
Nice,
He
right?
saw you looking, and he caught a look as well.
Who
And
saw
I'll
me
just
looking?
say-
The guard.
No, I did.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the guard. You're the guard.
Yeah, the god.
I'll
I'm the
just.
one and only god.
I kind of whisper to Biscuit like, "It's rude to stare, little kitty."
I wasn't staring, man. I was just appreciating. You know what I mean? I like the shinier things in life. Anyway, let's just continue.
Yep. So those are the things you notice.
I'm keen to talk to Elderberry to try to understand what's going on with Jeff.
All right, he's by the fire. It's Rana's off with these other tribes, saying hello to his people.
So I walk up to Elderberry and I just say to him, "Hey, Barry, I'm just
hello there, God.
hey, I'm just a little bit confused because with what Jeff was saying, he has memories
Mhm.
of like being a lizard person, or was he saying lizard person?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've heard him come to me and talk to me about these dreams, and always been a bit hesitant to go into his mind and see what's happening. I always am a little bit worried that it could be a trap. But Manda keeps reassuring me that he is good natured. Manda is very rarely wrong, so I have trusted her. And I cannot explain the visions he has. They are his own for sure, but he denies them completely. It's strange that they would prevent a human from remembering their pre-barracks time. I'm not strong as I used to be. One of the ceremonies to pass on the sacred relic to Rana has taken a lot of my ability to see past the cloud of death and destruction that is usually imparted by the cultists and the humans. I'm sorry, my friend, I don't have an answer for you.
That's okay, but that would mean that the humans have the ability to change people, to change different breeds or
The
species.
the power of the humans knows no bounds. I mean, they've conquered an entire continent, enslaved thousands, driven millions to death. I would not disregard their ability to put ruin into this world. We do not know what magic they have.
I just look at Biscuit. I'm just. Do you have anything you want to ask?
I mean, is this something you've ever encountered before, where one of your own has transformed into a human?
Well, only once, and it is not from the influence of humans. Have a seat.
I sit down.
I sit down.
I also will have a seat down.
So he pulls out his own pipe, and it's similar to the one that Rana gave you. It is slightly different. And he kind of looks at it for a moment, and he kind of like really appreciates it. He holds it to his chest for a second, and then he gets a little tuft of grass, puts it in it, says a word of power, and it's like, and it starts. Then he mouth, smokes it, and he hands it to you. God.
God,
Oh,
yeah.
wait. So I'd take a nice big old puff
Yeah.
and hand it to
And
Biscuit while still holding on to it.
if you all can just take a small puff, I will tell you the story of Ingar.
I take a small puff, pass it to Silas.
Take a small puff.
So the images you
pass
see,
it.
the images you see are of the spawning pool. It's a beautiful place with think of like one large little section of being like a rice farm, you know, in the Chinese movies where it's got those beautiful rice farms that are kind of built into the things. They're not as deep though. They have these little like roots that form like they look like sacks. You see that as the story progresses and like it turns to night and day, these sacks grow larger and then they pop. You see little baby lizardmen, like little children, and out of the pack you recognize Rana. And it's just something indistinct to him. He just stands out. You go, that's Rana from this little smoke image. That's pretty clear. Next to him, there's like from his little roots and little sack that is his eggs. You see like this little vine. Kind of looks like a weed, and it is attached to this other sack. And it didn't pop out instantly. From that, you see this claw sort of burst through it and rip it apart, and you see. So it's like a lizardman like Rana. So most of the lizardmen are lizards, and some are frogs. But the frogs are rarer, and from the rarest of the frogs are the leaders. From this sort of spawning, you see what looks to be a darker shade. This one looks like a black and red frog. And when you go into his eyes, you see very similar sort of eye patterns from the warlock that you slew in the church. What you see in front of you is the sporting of the last leaders. We have not had a new leader in some time. I believe this is because we were gifted two. From the image you see Rana being birthed, the blessing from the marsh. And then you see its curse. This is Ingar. He was the one that was influenced by the master of the Dark Ravens. He was the one that sought to steal the relic and use it for his master's will. We do not know why the marsh was cursed in this way. Normally, we are given enough leaders to survive and move on, depending on how populous we are. Those times, from memories not my own, where we would be given thousands of leaders. Now, as we've been hunted to extinction, we were given two. And this has been about 120 years. That was meant to last us until the next leader was born. Ingar and his followers have taken up the spawning pools, and we dare not invade. We are too few in number, and every life is precious. So you asked me, have I ever seen a human who wasn't a human or a lizardman change form? If you notice Ingar here, may have noticed when he surprised you at the marshes that he looked different. It's been 120 years and he has not had the ceremony performed on him, but he is still as young as Rana looks now. There is some evil happening. We have slain him multiple times, but he keeps coming back, slightly different every time.
Thank you for sharing. It seems as if his life progresses regardless of the body he takes.
I have seen him impaled, blown up by magic, set on fire, thrown into pits of lava. He always returns, always taking a different shape.
It seems like they're using the spawning grounds to respawn him every time he dies.
Sense a dark magic coming, but these old bones need to rest before the festival tonight. If you may, I need to take my leave now, and I will see you later tonight.
Yes,
Thank you, Barry.
Have a good rest.
Marsh's
What
blessings.
festival?
Oh, you'll like what you see later. I bid you good night. And he goes to his little hut, and he goes to sleep. So, unless there's something in particular you guys want to do, I will say that the fortress is quite busy with a hum of excitement. They are celebrating Rana's return. And you see that there is some furniture that is built out of the logs and the things that the lizardmen chop and bring. And there's furniture and there's a big table. And you slowly see Manda and Jeff, who is running double time, just carrying food. Just this massive feast of beautiful elk and these vegetables you're not too familiar with, and they all smell absolutely delicious, and it is mouth-watering. All right. So at the ceremony, Rana jumps onto an empty spot on the table. He bangs his spear down on the ground, so he kind of leans down, and all the muck from the spear disappears. And he says, "My friends, we feast my return. May the marshes bless us with happy thoughts and fun times and memories. Come, let us eat." And he takes his seat at one end of the table, and Barry comes out, takes his seat at the other end of the table.
I sit down as well at the middle of the table.
I'll sit next to God.
I'll sit next to Guard as well. On the other side.
So everyone comes down and sits down and starts eating. It is delicious. The food is so good. It smells even better.
Yummy.
What do you guys eat? There's like edible flowers, there's like vegetables, there's like elk meat, there's bird meat. It's like everywhere, all types of food.
I try a bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I do not touch any of the vegetables or flowers or anything, only the meat.
The meat is succulent and juicy and cooked really well with different herbs. None of it is plain, and you feel as you eat this, none of it is like really like fatty or gross to eat, like nothing heavy. It's all just really lean meat that has been flavored deliciously. Right. So from this food is so well cooked, and it is made with love and care from Manda, a magical creature. All your spell slots return.
Fair.
From the fort, you see Manda and Jeff come to the table, and as Manda leads Jeff with her hand out to the table, you can kind of see Jeff have this big grin on his face. and he's kind of like nodding every now and again, and he's like, oh, you can kind of gather they're having a conversation. And as Amanda comes to the middle of the table, Lizardmen part. More so from Jeff's side. So it's like Jeff sits here, Amanda sits here, Lizardmen go like that.
Mhm.
They're happy to sit next to Amanda. They don't like the human. All right. You guys have a little feast, and Elderberry gets up, sits on his chair, and stands on his chair, and he says, "Ceremony needs to happen. It has come to my attention that more power must be given to our glorious leader, Rana. He has survived his trip to the capital and brought new friends. May we all be as welcoming as they have been to us. Rana, if you may." And Rana steps up. He sort of walks through the food and sort of like parts the plates, and it's kind of a bit of a mess. Clang, 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 clang. And when he gets to the middle, he bangs his spear, and it gets cleaner. And he bangs it again, and all the lights go out. From the end of the table, you see Elderberry starts to do a chant. And he starts drawing with his fingers, which glow, the mark of the sacred relic. It glows, and it like lights it up like he's like coloring it in with like glow in the dark texture. At the end of it, there's this gush of light, sort of that sort of frame and structure, like comes out of him in this like little light, and it goes towards Rana, and it sort of hits him, knocks him back into his chair. And all the torches turn back on, and everyone cheers. Everyone's really happy. From what you see, Elderberry sits in his chair even more slowly, and he's got little wispy bits of beard forming, and it's all going white. And any sort of bits of hair that you see on him, which is very rare for lizardmen, turn old and white. And you can start to see some further wrinkles into his face.
Or it's Baza.
Out in the distance, you hear a very peculiar type of bell. Do you guys look around at the table?
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't see Ralph, the giant lizardman. He hasn't come to the ceremony. Bang, bang, bang. It's not a metallic kind of bell. It's kind of like a wooden bell formed in a way to make a certain noise. You see Rana jump to his feet, and he kind of speaks in the lizardman tongue. Does anyone here know any kind of lizardman language?
No,
No.
not me.
I know Draconic. I don't know if that's Lizardman. Probably not.
Nah, you know what? I don't think lizardman is a language, which is good because they're drawn to extinction. So I don't think it'd be like a lizardman language. And before we start the next little segment, we can have a quick pee break because I kind of need to go. Benny, do you have any particular time frame for yourself? Because Alex and Garrett said that they could go for like that they're okay to keep going.
My wife's in Queensland. I have no plans, and I've got a esky full of beer. You do the
Loud
math.
and
Yeah.
Loud and clear. So quick 2-minute pee break, and then when everyone's back, we'll resume.
I rushed out 2 seconds ago, so please go. You good to keep going,
Yeah.
G?
For a little bit longer.
Cool, man.
I think 5 hours is probably the max for me-ish.
Yep. Oh, yeah. 12 o'clock. Nice.
Yeah, I'm starting to get tired.
Yeah, that's fair, man. Did you hear the story about what I remember from my memory?
I can't remember. I think I did.
Remember how I in my
Oh,
guide,
that kid.
that kid, he was in my wagon, and then we tried to save him in the marshes, but the crab killed him.
Yeah.
That was actually someone I knew as part of my family.
Yeah. I remember. Rollo or something.
Yeah, Rolo was his name, and then his sister was 10, and she got saved, and a guard that has his hand missing. Crazy.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was like, what the shit?
You liked your little story, Ben?
Yeah, I did, man. It was very sad. Again, it brought it right back up again. It made me remember how much I still couldn't save him. I've got a
Very
kebab coming.
Game of Thrones life.
It is, but that's life. So
Yeah. So one thing I really liked about Game of Thrones, it was life. Like the hero did like uncovered all of it. He told everyone. He still got fucked, and the evil people won because that's life.
especially in season 1 with
Yeah.
Winterfell.
I think maybe 5 hours around that mark is probably good for me.
5 hours is huge, man. Hell yeah.
What from now?
7 till
No.
12.
D session.
Oh, okay, yeah, it goes to midnight.
Yeah. If everyone's happy with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
No, I want to go to 4 a.m., mate.
Mhm.
Unacceptable.
loving what you're doing, man. It's really good, but I'm getting tired.
Okay, all good. No worries. It's all for fun. There's no pressure. Right. So, from the entrance of the fort, are you hearing this bang, bang, bang?
Is it still raining?
Yeah, I can still
Yeah.
hear the rain as well.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, I like it. I'm going to keep it on.
okay.
From the entrance of the fort, you see Ralph. He is dripping in blood, and there are claw marks all over his body. And in his hand, which has bits of skin torn off and sort of hanging down off him, he is ringing that bell, and it's taking all his body to ring it. It's clang, clang, clang. And he's walking up the fort gates. And as soon as he sees him, Rhino says, Ralph, my friend, what has happened? Out from towards the fort, you essentially see. Let me get my things all ready.
Dang it. I should have fucking stolen some sort of dagger somewhere at least.
You still have your own dagger.
Yeah, but I piffed another one.
You see this undead creature launch himself onto Ralph and just starts attacking him, clawing into him. Rana leaps up and he tries to like run towards him, and as soon as you see him try and exert himself, you see the relic sort of burn into his skin, and it sort of sears him. He sort of yells out in pain. It's like, ah, help him, help him. And then from everywhere else, you see, I have to go into
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Few of them.
horde of activity. You see zombies up on the cliffs just slightly above the fort. There's so many of them. There are hundreds of them. You hear screams outside of the fort, lizardman screams. That was small patrols, and you hear the noise. It's like a growl. There's an unnatural growl. It's sort of guttural and throaty.
Shit.
That's what happens.
We need to
All
close
the
the gates.
lizardmen are moving.
Yeah. Okay. Are they moving to the front gate?
Be out here. Jeff's out here. These guys will be around the table. This. You guys will be like here. Table. And then. Cool. So, you guys can have one surprise round where you do one turn each. What do you do?
I leap up from the table and rush to the gate where all the zombies are flooding into.
That's six steps.
Yep.
You happy with that?
Yep.
Cool. You too? I'm still waiting for you two to decide what you're doing.
I'm sprinting, so I'll use 12 spaces of movement to get towards
Where do you
the
want to
gate.
go? Are there?
As far as I can get, close as I can get.
That's 12. What are you doing, Ben?
Yeah.
Chop chop.
I sprint underneath the tree and attempt to hide myself or stealth myself if there's shadows under there. Or get in the tree or
Very
something.
good. So, despite what you see, there are hundreds of zombies. And Elderberry looks at the gate, sort of eyebrows are like dented in, and he's kind of got this look at him. And he like speaks into his hands. And as he does so, the light sort of is drawn into his hands and it goes dark in what he's speaking to. And he sort of commands himself and he goes his fingers, and you see like 4 streaks of lightning come out at this bolt and absolutely eviscerate this zombie right here. It disappears, like burns into ash. And you see one of the lizard men drag Ralph over here. And you can kind of see him. You can see him. He is totally fucked. He has like holes in him that are like huge, and like you can see bits of a bone around his arm where he's been attacked, and he's like just blood is coming out of him everywhere.
Poor Ralph.
Rana on the table is kind of like gasping at his breath. He's like really, really panting and near exhausted. Companions, Rana cannot help us here. You must protect the village. Amanda, get back in the fort. She kind of like puts her hands on Jeff, like on his shoulder, and he kind of like grabs her around the waist, and they run off to the fort.
Giggity.
And you kind of don't see them after that. I see some lizard men set up here. They're kind of protecting the fort because Amanda's very precious to the village. All right, cool. So roll initiative.
21.
20. So 19 plus 1. 20.
Why are we getting all these good 21 or 20? Good initiatives all of a sudden, like good rolls.
Just to so that we get really bad rolls when we're actually doing attacks and
Damage.
stuff. you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Just loading the encounter up. Ben, what did you get total?
21.
Alex?
What the hell? My meal's here? I
20.
didn't even know it.
Funny. Garrett?
20.
Really well for this. We all seem to always roll really bad or all roll really good when we roll together.
Very good. So we'll wait for Benny to come back as he goes first.
So this Ralph guy, right? Is it Ralph Rudolph? Rudolph?
I said Rudolph. Did I say Ralph?
I don't know, I
I'm
think it was
great at
Rudolph.
improvising.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think you said Rudolph when we first met him, and I think you said Ralph just like earlier. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Rudolph,
Rudolph
how
it is.
this guy,
He's,
right?
yeah, if you can imagine it, like imagine something having like maybe 3 free swings of him standing still with a sword. So like the arm is like you can see the bone. It's kind of like a zombie's gotten onto his arm and had a big chunk of his arm out. You can see the bone, and it looks like they've clawed into his guts and kind of like gotten past the skin and like scratched it. And then like his back, they've just like scratched like cats. It's just been like pretty fucked. He's bleeding everywhere.
Okay.
He'll be Rudolph because I'm bad at improvising. So it's Rudolph.
Rudolph. All right.
Cool. All right, Ben, it's your turn first.
Cool. I don't really know what to do because The gate is open, right?
Do you want
And
to look around for maybe some tribal like weapons?
I want to look around for I want to look around for an additional weapon or a ranged weapon if possible.
There's a short bow, some like shitty arrows made from the tribals.
Yeah, I definitely
You can grab a short bow.
I pick it up for my turn for sure.
They
And
don't
stay in the
carry
tree.
many arrows because it's not like they go out and shoot into an army of like 500. They go out and they hunt a deer, and if they miss the deer, then they don't eat. So there's 3 arrows.
Cool. Yeah, I pick up the 3 arrows with me and chuck them in my belt and stay hidden up in a tree here as if to guard the gate.
Very good. Garrett, it is your turn.
I look for any sort of spear.
Ah, easy. You can have a short spear if you want.
Yep, I grab the short spear and continue heading towards the front gate.
Remember, you're level 3 now, Garrett.
Yes.
Cool. Alex, your turn.
So I'm gonna walk next to Rudolph, and I'm gonna hold his hand, and I'm gonna pump 15 points of heal into him.
What a pump.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah. So like,
His nose
although
glows
his-
red.
yeah, although his eyes were like fading, and you could see the pool of blood beneath him, as you pump this energy into him, all the wounds start closing up and being joined together, and you see that his arm, which was probably the most fucked up thing, gets stitched up, and you can see the fibers sort of connecting together, and the sort of blood vessels get reconnected in through, and his skin forms over, and these ragged breaths where it's like that kind of wispy sort of lungs filled with blood sort of gurgle breathing all gets clear, and kind of looks at you and goes, thank you. I tried to warn you. And he passes out, and the lizard man in front of him says, I think he's just gone to sleep.
I'm surprised he's still conscious with those. He was conscious with those injuries beforehand. And then I'm gonna step forward and just prepare for the horde of zombies.
Yeah. So when you look out, there are hundreds, and you can really only see out. Oh, you've got dark vision, hey? So you can
Yep.
see all the way until the tree line, because when the tree line comes in, they're kind of like hidden by the trees and there's foliage. And you just sort of see there's like so many zombies out there.
Holy shit.
So with this fort, there's no gate, as you can see. It's just wood palisade. There's no gate. There's no way to close the mouth. All right. And it's zombies time. All right.
Okay.
Then you hear these screams of the undead as they claw against them. And you hear some lizard sounding people speaking in their own language. And you see that the wooden gate has some force impact. It's like, you can kind of see the palisades wobble. And you just hear the scream of the undead. That's all you hear.
Oh.
Are we trapped in the fort? Like, is there a like an exit at the back?
You know of. All right. So this zombie wants to run up here. So if you want, both of you get an opportunity attack.
I will take it.
You only have one reaction too,
Yeah.
so you can't like do that multiple times.
I'm pretty sure I miss. 9.
Yeah, you miss. Garrett, what'd you roll?
I haven't rolled yet. 1 second. 16. What am I rolling with? Proficiency or initiative?
You got a
Your attack.
spear. I think you can use a spear, right? It's a simple weapon.
Yes, I can. So I'll attack with my spear. So that's a 19.
Yeah, you definitely hit.
And I do 3 damage.
Uh,
On the one right in
Right.
front of me. Sorry, to my left.
so they're going to roll their attacks now. So you see that most of the horde are running after Elderberry. They're kind of ignoring you lot. There's maybe like 5 or 6 that are just looking straight at him. And they're not even like shifting their gaze when they kind of like do their steps. It's kind of like keeping their heads still and they're looking directly at him.
Right.
So all these, so roll.
All right.
Wow.
Right, what a great way to start.
Great way to start.
All right, so that does 8 damage.
Who's he
To
attacking?
Damn.
You, Alec.
Cool.
A zombie. Hundreds of them. Does 8 damage, one of them. We need to get the fuck out. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. Only one of them is attacking you guys. And they've had their movement turn. So, Ben, it is now your turn.
Okay. I would like to run straight here. Attack the zombie directly south of that point
I'll move you there.
with Booming Blade. And then,
You just do your normal melee hit, and then he has that debuff.
yeah. So roll to hit. Damn it. 4 plus 6? 4 plus. I definitely miss. 4 plus inventory. Dagger. Wait, hang on. Action. 4 plus 6, that's 11.
Is 4 plus 6 11?
Sounds like good math.
4 plus 6, 10, sorry.
You miss. You miss.
Okay.
Essentially, you do hit the zombie, but it doesn't really care that you've struck it in that part of its body. It's like you hit it
And-
in the rib.
And then as bonus action, I jump backwards 1. North.
So you disengage and then you use a movement here.
Yeah.
Okay. Garrett, it's your turn.
So each square is 5 foot, right?
Correct.
So for this, and this square, I cast entanglement, so it's only for these 4.
All right.
I need to do a save throw of 12 strength.
All right. So 1 makes it, 2 makes it, 3 makes it, 1 fails. So I'll say that this guy here, that kind of looks like he's dead. So let's go. It's got a little snail on him. He's entangled. He can't move.
Okay.
But the rest of them make it. So is there anything happen when they make it?
They're just not restrained.
Right. Does it do any damage?
No, it doesn't do any damage.
Great. So that is anything else you want to do?
Can I attack still or not?
That's an action to cast that spell, yeah.
Yes.
So you have a bonus turn. And you have movement.
I am going to move up here next to him.
All right. So if you move through the zombies, you're gonna trigger as they're actually not focusing you, so I'll let you do this. I forgot that. They're not really looking at you. So you want to move up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So you run past the zombies. They're kind of like falling over each other and tripping, and they're so enthusiastic to reach their target. Right, Alex, it's your turn.
I just gonna swing at the one in front of me, the one that's just hit me, right? So I'm gonna hit
Yep.
that one back.
Sure.
17.
You absolutely hit.
Um, 10.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll just stay where I am.
Very good. All right. Zombie's turn. So, Ben and Garrett, I'll have you roll a d20.
6.
Okay.
All right, Garrett.
20.
So you just see it. You see some claws climbing up through the middle of those little bits of the palisade. You see these like deathly claws, and they're kind of like grabbing at them and like making their way up the palisades.
Okay.
You kind of hear that little scream. And as you see them get to the top of the palisades, you see one of them drop over to the edge. Second one drops over the edge. And they're inside the camp now. They get 2 more bits of movement.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can use your reaction if you don't want to use that for an opportunity attack.
All right, I'm going to cast Summon Beast.
With your reaction, I don't think so.
Okay, then I'm going to yell out to Biscuit and say, we've got more zombies to our right, next to Rana.
Right. So these guys are over here, and they all going to throw their second spears, and these guys get in front of Elderberry, and they're going to try and form up a little protection, little force up here, and these guys want to start running down here, and they have the little short bows, and these guys are worried about Rana, so they're going to run over here. This guy stands up here. All right. So what we're going to do is some of them. Yeah. So 3 hits.
That's a heavy fucking 3 hits.
Good. And then these guys over near Elderberry also do the same. So we're going to go. Oh dear. Okay.
One critically fails. What, does he just like try to throw a spear, trip, and then impale himself?
Doesn't work like that.
Sorry?
All right. So the guy that fails, he just drops his spear. And when he goes to throw it, it kind of just slips out of his hand. He's kind of like shaking and, really unprepared. Like they were all having a really good time. And now there's just this, traumatic time. And he's not really one of the soldiers. He's just like a tribal person. He hunts deer. He's not built for war. All right, cool. And then it's zombies' turn. So Alex, do you want to attack of opportunity when these guys start running?
If they run past me, I will swing at one.
A roll.
Hit 17. D10. 8.
Eight. Is that total?
Yeah, 8 total damage.
You super miss.
What? No, I hit. 17.
Oh,
and I
that's
did
the damage
8
you do?
damage. Yeah.
8 damage.
I assume it's the same AC as the last one because I rolled the same when I hit before. So that's why I assumed I hit. Sorry.
You killed this one. He's dead.
Sorry.
He's dead. All right. Zombie's turn. These ones are going after Rana. This one also wants to go Rana. Very good. All right. So Garrett, Garrett and Ben, I'll make you roll a d20.
I get one nat 20 and a one nat 1.
All right, Ben, what's that with perception?
With perception, I think it's like +3. Let me take a look. +3, yeah.
Okay. So you can hear the screaming chatter of the undead as their exciting screams and guttural sounds are coming from everywhere. And you notice that there's a small sound coming from your left over the little palisade wall.
Oh fuck. Okay. Not much I can do though.
Right.
Right now, right?
It's your turn, Ben.
Yeah.
your turn. Oh, actually, hold on. I didn't roll your booming blade. You used that, didn't you?
Technically, you said it was a miss, but you said I hit, but nothing happens. And then I was like looking at booming blade, and I was like, does it hit though?
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You missed. I forget. My bad.
That's all right.
Cool. I think you still have that buff on your weapon though. So, right? Is that how it works?
It just
I think it ends on your turn.
basically it happens with my turn until it hits,
So
and then it ends.
I forgot to give you an opportunity attack, so you can roll to hit an opportunity attack if you want.
All right.
And this is not yet returned to your turn, so you still have an opportunity to use your booming blade here.
Okay. So do I roll to hit here?
Yes, you do.
8 plus
Plus
6,
you absolutely hit. Yeah.
14.
So roll all your damage, and you'll have sneak bonus because you're surrounded by allies.
So my damage, I have to keep tabbing because I got one hand. My damage is 1d4 plus 4 plus 6 d4. Plus, hang on, sorry. 1d4. And then
I think your sneak attack improves too.
it does, so I can roll 2d6 now.
Cool.
So 4, 3, 3. So that's 10.
Plus what? Did you get a plus on your weapon for the damage component?
I don't think I do because I threw away that weapon, and the only weapon I have... Oh, wait, plus 4 on my weapon, sorry. Yeah.
So it's 14.
Yeah. God, there's so much math in rogues, man. Oh.
So as this guy runs past you, you essentially just eviscerate him. You sort of like go to like stab him in the gut with your dagger because he's like undead and like falling to bits. You actually like cut him in half with your dagger, unintended. Kind of like collapses into two and stops moving.
Shit.
So that was your reaction. Now it's your turn.
Okay, now it's my action. Okay. Man. So many things I could do here. It's really tough. And there's just so many fucking zombies. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's the best thing I could do is more or less just... I can't move to squares that other people are occupying, can I?
Allies will let you pass, so you can move through them. Not
Okay.
enemies though.
Right. I guess I would like to attack the motherfucker right next to me here.
Rolled it.
I think I get sneak attacks as that lizard man. Is he an ally?
It certainly is.
So 10 plus 3? Sorry, no, hang on. 10 plus 6, 16.
You definitely hit. How much damage do you do?
And then with damage, God, I'm so slow at this. Sorry. 1d4 plus 4, this, then plus 2d6.
All right, hold on. So you rolled 4d4 there.
Sorry.
So just take one of those rolls. So the first roll is a 1. So 1 plus 5 is 6. So you start with 6.
Yep,
And now you got 2d6 to roll. So you 6 damage.
2d6.
Fine. So 15. Yeah.
Fucking hell.
You absolutely got this thing as it moves past you.
And then I'd like to, as my bonus action, move up as if to protect Berry.
So you don't need to use a bonus action for this. You have your
Oh.
full movement still. So
Oh.
you can move
Yeah.
here. But if you now want to move
Oh.
here, you are going to have to use your bonus action as disengage unless you want to take an opportunity attack. So your action, you're allowed to have your full movement,
Mhm.
and you also are then allowed to have your bonus. So with your action, you did your attack, and all your attack things happened. And now you want to move.
Yep.
So you're moving, and then you have to use your bonus action to make sure you don't get opportunity attacked, and then you finish your movement. Yeah?
Yep, correct. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Garrett, it's now your turn.
Right, I'm going to cast Summon Beast. And that allows me to cast or summon a beast, a small beast, that is local to the area.
All right. Does it say challenge rating at all?
No, it doesn't matter because I've got an armor class of 11 plus 2.
No. My question is, so how strong is this beast? Does it have its own stats in the spell itself?
Yes.
Okay, great. You can have a crocodile. Do you
Okay.
get to choose where it comes from or where you place it?
I get to choose. It just appears anywhere that I have vision of. And essentially, I want it to appear near the doorway of here.
So like there?
Yep.
All right. And you get to control that on your bonus turn, I'm guessing. Or your bonus action.
I'm not 100% sure how that works, actually.
Okay, let me take a look. Spells. Fresh. Yeah, good. Spells. Summon beast. Great. Oh yeah, cool. Small beast. Armor class. It's got its hit points. It's got its speed. It's got some buffs. It's got a multi-attack. Damn, it's fucking cool as fuck.
You can actually choose like whether it's a land, water, or air.
Okay, well, what do you want? You happy with a land animal?
Yeah, for now, I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool, great, yeah. So you've summoned that during your action, and it's alive. Do you get to play with it in your bonus turn?
I have no idea. I can't find that.
See, I think it just gets its own turn. Your initiative
pretty sure it
count.
gets its
Creature shares
total-
your initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours and obeys your verbal command. If
Yeah.
you don't issue any, it takes the dodge action and uses its movement to avoid danger. Cool. So it just gets its turn after you. So
Yeah.
are you doing anything else for your turn?
I'm going to move behind Biscuit.
Yeah. So there you are there. Cool.
And that's it.
Cool.
And my
So,
crocodile's there for now.
all right. Very good. All right. Alex, it's your turn.
So this one that I hit before is still alive, yeah?
Yeah. How much? You did a lot of damage to it, right?
I did 10.
Yeah. Yeah. It's still alive.
I guess I swing at it again. Yeah,
You
that's gonna be a
absolutely
hit.
Mm.
8 damage.
It super dies.
All right.
It was like limping along, and like most of its limbs falling off.
Super dice.
I'm gonna. So these two frogmen are still next to me.
Yeah,
Lizard
one of
one?
them is like holding onto Rudolph, and Rudolph is like unconscious.
Does it look like the other guy would be able to like drag him or carry him?
Rudolph is fairly large, so it would be a difficult ordeal. But he's not making any efforts to. He's just like holding Rudolph, making sure he's breathing, and like checking his pulse. And
Because you said there's
Comforting.
more zombies coming. Yeah.
let's say that the purposes of the mechanics of the fight, all the zombies have rushed through the gates, run straight past you, and the zombies you see charging at Berry are the hundreds of zombies that have entered the field. And you can imagine the lizardmen are holding like a line, and it's just like they're trying to kill zombie, 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 zombie. And the little tokens you see now represent more than one zombie. It's like that's the horde, and they're all running towards Elderberry, except for the number that are currently on Rana. So all the zombies are now in the facility. Well, from what you know.
And what's this? Is this one broken out of its tank yet, or?
Hasn't had its turn to do so.
But these guys don't look in danger at the moment, right?
They're the ones that were helping Rana.
Those zombies on that token are looking right at Elderberry. They're not looking at anyone else.
Those two guys down there, they were the ones kind of helping that Rudolph guy.
Yep.
They carried him there. Yeah, Rudolph. So they chilling.
I guess I'm just gonna move 10 feet and then 20 feet. Just I'm gonna try and avoid this zombie and then walk up to try.
Are you
and
there?
help.
Or
Yeah.
One more
right
up,
there.
right? I think. Go.
you get one more square, I think.
Yeah. 1, 2, 10. 30. Oh, no, that's it. That's 30.
Well, I start here. So it's
So try it in squares. Do squares instead. So you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, that's 6.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
nice
think I
there.
did count.
You can
yeah.
also move triangular. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I'll
You
just
can move
do
in a
that.
triangle
Easy.
square. Cool. There you
Yep.
are. Anything else?
I think that's it. Yeah.
Cool. So I'd say that we have whoops, I did that wrong, sorry. Roll 60, 20. All right. Oh my goodness. Every single arrow and spear that is thrown and thrust just doesn't seem to kill them. The noise from the horde is still that same like hum and buzz of screeches and scrawks. Every single one of those hits miss. All right, so these zombies are attacking Rana.
Big Sniffy. Do I get a bonus hit there?
You certainly do. I'm
Which
just
one did I
moving
hit?
everyone first.
No worries. I can't remember which one I hit.
He's still entangled, so he doesn't get it at all.
Snail boy.
All
He
right.
did,
So these,
DC save of 12, by the way. Strength.
yeah, he failed.
Right.
All right. Okay. So here we go. Oh my goodness. That is.
I get 1d8 on one of them.
This is the one attacking Rana.
Oh, okay, over here.
Well, 3 hit. Wow.
One crit.
Yep.
No,
Right.
no. Only 2 hit, 1 crit.
Right.
Hopefully the one that crit was the one. Rana, no! You frog bitch! Stab him with your stick! The math going through Blake's head right now is actually insane.
All right. So we have 1, 2, 3. All right, Ben and Garrett, roll your opportunity attacks.
I got a 1d8 on something, right? Is that what my opportunity attack was?
No, so you roll your normal chance to hit first.
Because
So
I
an
hit one with...
opportunity attack.
Oh, I didn't. I killed the.
You killed him.
Yeah, the booming blade never took effect because he died. Sorry, I get what you mean now.
That's right.
Yeah. So D20 for opportunity.
Yep. To hit. Yeah, it's just a normal attack roll. What'd you get?
5
Plus.
plus.
Do you want to use your plus?
What happens if I don't?
Well, you're gonna fucking miss. That's what.
Oh well, yeah. I want to. You want to use it? 11 then.
All right. Well, what is it? 11.
Plus-
All right, you hit him.
I thought there was a thing I could do if I didn't. All right. I'm new, man. This is my first day.
Roll your damage.
Yes, sir. 1d4 plus 4. I don't think I get opportunity on sneak. No. 1d4 plus 4. That'll be 5.
Plus your sneak. So 2d6.
Do I
5
get
plus
sneak on this, do I?
2d6.
An
Yeah,
opportunity.
you've got allies all around you. You've got allies
Ah.
all around you.
I don't think I get it on opportunity attacks too. Damn.
Right. No, hold on. You don't. That's right.
Yeah.
'Cause
Okay,
you only
cool.
get it once per turn. No,
Yeah.
my bad. So how much damage did you do? You did 6.
Cancel that. I did 5, I think. So 1d4 plus 4. So that was 1 plus 4, so 5.
Zombie horde moves on straight past you. You've slashed and attacked them, but you haven't killed any.
Does my crocodile get a?
Nah, he's moved into combat range. He hasn't moved out of. Oh, you also get. Oh, you missed your opportunity. Now the crocodile doesn't get an opportunity attack because it hasn't moved into his sphere of influence and moved out.
Right.
It's just moved to engage him. But they're
Right.
all attacking Elderberry, and they're kind of like, imagine it like there's a wall in front of Elderberry of lizardmen, and maybe
Yeah.
one gets past, and like they're kind of clawing over the lizardmen and clawing over you guys. They're not interested in you at all.
Right.
All right. So it is back to Ben's turn.
Oh, hello.
Ben and Garrett, I want you to roll a d20.
6. D9.
All right. You hear some noise coming from the fort, Garrett. You can't make out what it is.
Oh no.
All right. Ben, it's your turn. What are you doing?
Mate, that one lizard in the little bed over here has been sleeping for years. I mean, yeah,
Maybe
I'm gonna.
he's injured.
Maybe he's a chicken nugget. Okay. The only thing I really can do here is I just need to attack because I'm just in the best position to do so, and there's nothing really further I could do that would benefit this cause. So I attack, booming blade, motherfucker right in front of me.
Okay.
Shing, 12 plus. I always forget what it is. 6.
Yep,
18?
Absolutely. Yep. 100%.
To hit, plus Snickerino, so 1d4 plus 4, then 2d6, right?
Yep.
1d4 plus 4, so that's 6, then 2d6, 3, 9, and then I use my then I use my bonus action to move beside guard, back left.
You kill this guy. He's dead. So back left, like up here.
Actually, then I use my Then I stand right there. I stay there. Yeah.
Garrett, I think it's your turn.
Okay.
It's your turn, and then it's your creature's turn.
Right. So I'm gonna attack this one.
Okay.
With my spear. $17.
Yeah, absolutely hit.
Three damage. And I'm gonna move as far inside this place that I can. To there.
Okay, so you were going. So this guy here. So you did. How much damage did you do?
3.
3. 3 damage. All right, and where are you going to move?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here.
You
All
can
if you
move
past
diagonally.
here, you're going to
Yeah.
get slapped.
Slapped by.
Do you care? The zombie. He's alive. He didn't die.
Yeah,
He's
fuck
got
it.
he's got opportunity on you if you move out of his 5-foot range.
That's fine.
Oh my goodness.
It's
A lot of crits.
I don't know if it's too fine anymore. That's 8.
That's 4 damage. He didn't roll that well.
Oh, I thought it was a crit.
Yeah, I rolled double. They usually are 1d4.
Ah.
But he double it because he crit.
Oh, you did
Alright.
the crit in it, right.
2, 3, 4. How far do you want to go?
as far as in as I can.
Alrighty. So, yep. You will hear the sound of the undead in this fort, and you'll hear the heavy clang of weaponry hitting granite floors.
Now my crocodile gets to attack.
Yeah, man. What do you want the crocodile to do?
I want the crocodile to attack the one that's right next to him.
Right, so what do you have to do?
He gets Maul. What is it? Your spell attack modifier to hit. Spell attack.
But what's your wisdom?
My wisdom is 15.
So he gets +2 to attack.
By the way, your entangle drops off too. So you cast the beast. This guy is no longer affected by this, and I'm going to move him because he would have moved.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have you used your reaction yet, Alex?
No.
You can use it now if you want. Sorry, Garrett. Quick and delude. Because as soon as you cast the spirit base, the entangle dropped off.
That's fine. That's because it's concentration. Yeah.
11?
Yeah, you hit.
Oh wow. 6. Nice. 6 damage.
Better than 1.
Garrett,
him,
what's
lad.
your beast doing?
So my beast is still attacking him. So how does that all work, Alex?
I think he got
Oh, yeah,
a.
What is it?
So is it my
Your
wisdom
spell attack modifier to hit. So what's your spell attack modifier?
+4?
Wisdom.
So you've got a +4 to hit, and you roll a d20, and that's how it hits.
Okay.
Yeah, you super hits. So now it's a 1d8 +4
Wow, that's
plus
strong.
spell's level. So it's 1d8 +5. Oh, actually, no, it's much more than that. because this is a level 2 spell, so it's 1d8 plus 6
So it was 5, so it's 11.
damage. Oof, all right, that zombie is minced.
Jump.
Good crocodile.
Yang, 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 yang. Cool.
And then
So that's its action.
does it get a movement?
Absolutely.
I would command the crocodile to move to here.
Yeah. So you don't get an opportunity to attack anymore. So you want to do it 1, 2, 3, 4, like here.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. He's there.
Cool.
All right. I believe it's Alex's turn.
I'm just gonna hit the one that I just hit before.
Okay.
I think that will be a 9, so probably a Misaruno.
Yeah, you miss.
And then I'm just gonna ignore it, and then I'm gonna walk over here.
All right. It's gonna get. It's not interested in you at all, so it's not gonna attack you. All right. So we have all the lizard men attack now. Oh, okay. They all miss.
Lizard men just suck, man.
Man, they're slippery hands. They can't hold their weapons properly.
Fuck the lizard man.
So Garrett, I want you to roll with advantage, but I want all three of you to roll a d20.
Oh.
A 14.
Yeah, this will be with perception too, so you can add that.
Hey.
It is 18.
How's everyone else doing?
Do we all get
50,
perception?
50.
Yeah, man, perception.
11.
What did you get, Alex?
15.
Right. DC 15, which is what I always generally do for things that aren't too impossible. Then you just hear zombies everywhere, and your focus is in battle. So you were just looking at Elderberry getting like attacked, and he's kind of like pushed back as a zombie claws him, and then the one at the back sort of goes to scratch him and grab him and leaves claw marks into his shoulder and pushes him forward, and it's kind of like it's like really close knit circle, and the zombies are completely surrounded you, and like they're all just trying to get at him, and he's like, there's not much room from the protection that's been created by him. You're just like in the heat of moment. For you other two that notice, you hear a human scream from the fort, and it is a loud scream, and it is a scream of pain. All right. So it's now the zombie's turn. All right. So we go. Right. This guy. So Garrett, make a roll for your beast because he gets an opportunity attack. So it's +4. So you definitely hit.
Yep.
And then it's 1d8 plus 6, I think.
Nine.
That's the one that you attacked, Alex. And did you actually, you missed him, didn't you?
I hit him
Mhm.
before though. I swung twice. I attacked when he passed me, and then so I did hit him, but I
He
missed
was
him.
he was in this square right here. And I'm pretty sure he moved up to this square where you just moved him from.
I think I did 6 damage to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Crocodile snaps at his ankles,
Crocodile.
collapses his body. And as the zombie falls to the ground, it sort of lands its torso in the mouth of the crocodile as it turned its head, and it just stomps and starts chewing on the body.
Man, I should have chosen
What is that doing?
A what?
a bunny. Would have been nothing more hilarious than seeing a bunny take down a zombie.
It's
A
a
magical
beast
bunny.
though. It's a
Sorry?
beast. It's a beast, so not an animal. So you'd have to choose something with the characteristic of beast.
Right.
Right.
A hungry
All
bunny.
right. Roll 2d20.
I guess that'd just be up to
Uh,
Blake, anyways. Whether you could
Alright.
summon a murder bunny.
Those two zombies get their hits. Very good. All
Yeah.
right. So back to Ben's turn.
Hello.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh. Looking grim. Looking
who?
very grim.
For who? Might be Rana looking real grim. He's had 3 zombies on him for a long time.
Barry's pretty old.
Garrett fucking retreated.
Yeah, I'm going towards the screaming.
No, you're going towards the hot chick. The sweet tits inside a castle.
Hey, mate. You know what you get when you save a damsel in distress?
Chlamydia.
That's it.
Sounds like chlamydia.
Nothing a bit of herbal bush won't fix.
Am I able to attack just diagonally to my square here?
Yeah, absolutely.
I attack that motherfucker as hard as I can.
Very good.
I always gotta type this. I can't be fucked. So it's d20 plus 6. I'm just gonna math it. 12.
You hit. Absolutely.
Excellent. To hit. And I use my cantrip as well, Booming Blade. Not that he's gonna move away anyway. 1d4 plus 4. No, it's not that, is it? No, not. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 damage.
Plus
Oh,
your sneak.
Sneak
'cause you get
attack
an ally
too.
nearby.
2d6.
Do you get sneak because he has an enemy friend next to him?
Both. So if he has an ally next to him or an enemy next... Oh, no, enemy not next to him. So he's got to be either isolated or I need an ally next to me.
Next to him.
No, he has a friend next to him, so you don't get sneak. So you just do 7 damage.
Oh, okay.
That's how I believe it to be true. Alex, do you know the rules there?
As long as he has a hostile, it doesn't have to even be Pix's Ben's ally. It's just anyone who's not a friend of the zombie next to him, then you'll get his sneak attack.
Yeah, because there's a zombie next to him. He doesn't get it.
No. As long as there's an enemy next, so if he's attacking this zombie, so as long as there's someone who's not friendly to the zombie next to him, the rogue will get sneak attack. Because theoretically that thing is distracting the
Or-
zombie, so it
Barry.
doesn't rogue because they're like naturally.
Oh, okay, yep. No, you can, Ben. Sorry, you do. Yep,
That's
so roll
alright.
your 2d6.
2d6. 11.
Ooh.
Total.
Alright, that thing's dead.
Hi!
All
That
right,
one-
Garrett, it's your turn. What you doing? You
I'm
still
running.
hear the sounds.
Still closer to the screaming. Has run as far close as I can.
To that booty hole
All right.
in the kitchen.
So, because you guys aren't privy to what's up there, I'm gonna be right back. No cheating.
What? Oh,
Alright,
he's talking with Garrett because they're up there chatting.
the sneaky private channel.
Yeah, they are in a private channel actually.
That's fair.
I think our old mate Rana is in trouble.
Yeah, that's why I went
knew
this
it.
way.
Yeah,
I was like, probably should go help Rana because these lizards fucking suck.
yeah. And Mr. Barry isn't really going to do too much for us. It feels like an old storyteller, and that's kind of about it.
Yeah, you guys both ran to help Barry, but you should have helped Rana.
Well, Rana wasn't really under attack until I was already defending Berry. Like they jumped over the fence,
Yeah, I know.
so it sucks that way. But I think I'm on my way now. Seeing as Garrett's can take care of that crocodile, but Rana may die on this next zombie turn.
I'm gonna hit one of them, but I don't know. Maybe I should just heal Rana.
We need our lizard mates to actually hit this turn because they have never hit each round. Fuckers.
Ah, well.
Yep.
If we only had someone who had like a ranged healing spell.
Yeah, like an entanglement where Rana could run away. Something.
If it's entangle, I definitely think the spell has been used wrong. It's like I'm pretty sure it's 20 feet
It
by
is.
20 feet.
It's huge.
So I don't know how it's just the 4 squares.
Because it's 20 squared. 20 up,
Yeah,
20
so it's-
across.
20. It should be this fucking. Everyone should be
massive.
fucking entangle.
And then we also have to do like wisdom saving throws or some shit.
Yeah, and it lasts. So like, if you enter it, then you gotta, you know.
Oh,
it should have
enter as
been-
well. Okay.
Yeah, and moving. I think moving in it counts as difficult terrain, so it's half speed.
Oh, shit, that's cool.
Because otherwise, the spell like is pretty shit
Yeah.
in terms of. Oh no.
I should have summoned a familiar. I never did that. I can do that.
Yeah.
On our nap at the camp. Did I level that? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I should have done it there. Oh well. Forgot.
Somewhat.
I should have summoned my familiar.
Oh, you have a familiar.
I do, and I could have done it when we set up camp, but I never did it.
Familiars are really good for you as a rogue because they always count as an ally, so it helps you get your sneak more often.
Exactly. I wasn't gonna choose it, and then I realized I could do that, so then I changed to it. Oh
Yeah.
well, fuck. I can do booming blade, mage hand, prestidigitation, and then my spells are featherfall, find familiar, and identify.
The familiar is really good because it can actually use the help action, which like gives people advantage on their next attack or whatever.
Hmm.
So it can give you the sneak attack a buff by being next to the enemy, and it can also help you, giving you advantage of attack. So it's really strong, familiars.
I don't really know what the help thing is. So the advantage means I can roll twice, right? So if I fail
Yep.
my first one, I can go again.
You just roll twice, and you take
The highest ones count. Yeah.
So you always roll twice because even if you hit with the first one, you might roll a natural 20 on the second. So
Mm. Yeah, true.
these guys are rolling.
He rolled a
Oh,
7.
you roll.
That's a bad roll. Plus 20 plus 5. Oh my god. And then he rolls a 15. Looks like a shit roll. It was. Help. Like what's a 9?
I wonder what's happening up there.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's getting. There's no fighting up here. He's actually just, they're just having a little fun while we all die out here.
Yeah. Yep. Because we're not allowed to hear what's going on up there, so it must be crazy.
Must be something interesting.
I hope so. Oh, he moved up. We're not allowed to know that though, but it's whatever.
Whatever.
I wonder if Jeff
really hope-
fucking stabbed her.
What? Jeff's betrayed his love.
Hmm.
Sure, he's the biggest simp. Oh, Zach.
Hey, Captain Simps.
Sorry.
Yeah, get that booty.
How long did you last, mate? 2 minutes? Was that the roll?
20 seconds. Few pumps.
7 pumps? Was that the roll?
Yep. The 7 pump right.
I'm
wonder.
pumped.
Nice.
And we had a roll for chlamydia, and he chlamydia did transmit, so it's all good.
I think you've got lag, or is that me?
No, it's Blake.
It's
Yeah,
probably
it came
me.
in a bit.
So let me know when it gets fixed.
Yeah.
It's
Wait,
fixed now.
wait, no, it's not for me.
Ready, 1, 2, testing.
Oh, it's a little bit there.
How bad is it? Do you want me to
Pretty-
wait?
Pretty bad.
I might disconnect and reconnect.
Yep.
7 Pump Wander is what we're gonna call you from now on.
Mate, you ran away from all of us to have a bit of a pump with Jeff and Manda, huh?
It was actually just a
Three-way.
It was a
Double
three-way.
three-way.
Mm.
He was screaming in pleasure, not in pain.
Yep. Jeff got the strap on and whew, he did wonders.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
It looks like it's lagging still.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Your voice is clear though.
Not to me.
Now
like
it's a bit laggy.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2. Still bad?
Yeah, still bad. We'll just sit here for a sec. Might take a second.
All right. How's my voice now?
Perfect.
Fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go without video
Perfect.
for a bit.
All right. Okay. Well, it is your beast's turn, I think, Garrett.
Yeah.
'Cause you just had your turn, so it's your beast's turn.
Yep. So he gonna attack this fella.
Yeah. Make a roll.
God, what was his roll again? 1d20.
+4, I think.
Whap. 23.
Super hit. And that's 1d8 plus 6 for the damage.
Whap.
8.
Whap.
Yeah. So he's dead.
Jesus.
Dead.
See, you didn't even need me. You got my crocodile. Crocodile's done better than anything I would have done.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We were thinking on maybe adopting him as our new brother.
Yeah.
All right, Alex, your turn.
I'm gonna hit this guy. Right here. $11? Fuck, I'm rolling shit though.
Well, you hit him.
Yeah, I know, but like, I think I'm only just hitting these guys every single time, or missing. That is 12 points of damage.
You eviscerate it. Do you want to describe how you killed it?
When I like bisect it in half, and then I'm gonna move closer to stand. Yeah, just here.
All right. Yeah. Is
So,
it
is Rana looking good or shit? Now that I'm next to him.
I would say that there's probably like some light scratches, and then there's like a medium-sized wound, like on his shoulder. It looks a little bit gnarly. Other than that, it's just some light scratches.
Excellent. All right, that will be my turn.
As you slice the zombie in half, it like all the ooze and goo inside of it sort of slides apart and kind of it's like a melted cheese sandwich. Kind of falls apart and then thuds into the ground. So it's
Right.
it's the zombie's turn. It's the lizardman turn. All right, so we have
Did you fucking do something this time?
my bad. I rolled. All right, all right, one more time
What?
for
Beautiful.
D20. Thank you, game. Oh,
Oh
my
man, these
goodness. All right.
fucking lizard men, man. I need to train these guys to actually use weapons.
One of them does 3 points of damage.
That 3
All
for
right.
damage for the whole game.
So
Yeah.
it's the zombie's turn. So,
Garrett's crocodile's done more damage than any of these lizardmen in the whole army.
well, they're all
Fine.
tribal people. They're all hunters. They're not
Yeah.
built for war.
Just
Yeah.
pretend they're hunting elk.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good? These things don't stop moving when you shoot them in the heart.
That's true.
All right, so the zombies try to attack Rana, but he's able to deflect their attacks, and they
Yes.
seem kind of lazy in their attacks. All right, so Ben, it is your turn.
Hello. I run next to Rana, where I'm pointing,
Yeah, done.
and I attack this motherfucker.
All right, do your roll.
Uh,
Uh,
that's 8.
nope. You miss.
And
Anything else for
then
your turn?
I disengage as a bonus action. Can I do that?
Yeah, but you're out of movement.
Oh. I stand still and look at the zombie and cross my arms and go, "What a disappointment to your mother you are."
You should just start cleaning yourself.
All right. I think it's Garrett's turn. Hey, Garrett,
I can
what
use a
you doing?
cantrip
Yep.
for that now. Just click my fingers and I'm clean.
I walk. Oh fucking hell!
Around the kitchen, find something to eat, you lazy bitch.
I walk to here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, come back out. Hey mate.
And I just check what's going on.
Good job.
So there's a battlefield of zombies. Bodies are just sprayed all over the place, and you can see a number of lizard men have fallen in battle. And it seems like their corpses that lay there look like they've got massive chunks of flesh missing and bite marks, and some
Is
of
it just
them
these
seem
two zombies that are
decapitated.
left?
And all you see now in the battle, in the video, in the game, there's 2 tokens. But realistically, to describe this battle, if you can imagine like all the zombies that would be from Rana to the wall, that's how many zombies are left over there, and they're kind of like being cleaned up a bit. And you see Elderberry in front of you, and he is in a lot of pain. He's suffering a bit.
All right. So as I get to the wall or get to the doorway, I see Elderberry in pain, and I cast Healing Wound on
Mode, yeah.
Elderberry, which is a D.
Elderberry!
Sorry, it's a 2d4 plus 2.
Oh yeah, crit him. Give him a crit.
Yep.
What's the word?
Hamana, hamana, hamana.
Druids, they're so weird.
Fuck no. Oh,
Fine.
come on.
Well, fucking.
What is that?
Right.
That-
So
was just warming up.
the open wounds that you see on Barry and the little chunks of flesh that have been chopped off and scratched at just close up, and he's just got stains of blood all over him. But all of the wounds you saw in him have cleaned up.
Cool. And then as for my beast, I command my superior crocodile to henceforth go and be
Stand
next
right
to this
there.
froggy man. Yeah.
Now I'll treat this like a creature if you want it to sprint, but it just doesn't get to do any attacks or anything like that. Just doubles its movement.
All right, I'll get it to move to like here.
Hmm.
Here or here? Where do you want it?
Either or, it's fine.
Okay, here it is. All right, Alex, it's your turn.
Just gonna fucking slash the one in front of me with
You hit.
10 damage.
He did.
I don't
Hey,
know.
you've damaged that one before, yeah? Or Ben did, I think.
Yeah.
I think Ben missed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, probably,
I
yeah, I
don't-
did.
Don't think, unless he's the one that took 3 damage from one of these dudes. I don't think they would damage.
No, I didn't touch him.
We really gone through everyone's turn. All right.
Yeah. Oh no. Wait,
That's,
are they the
That's the
lizards?
lizardman. That's the lizardman.
oh, thank
Oh,
Fine.
lizards!
fucking Lizard finally do something.
2 hit, maybe.
So that's 3.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
it's
kind of
very good.
okay.
Crit.
They did something.
Yeah. That's on the positive end, I guess.
I thought those were the zombies again. I'm like, fuck, these are OP.
Yeah.
All right. They you see some spears sticking out of the zombies' guts, and there's like an arrow in one's neck. But yep, they're still going.
Oh, fucking zombies, man. Out of nowhere. Wanting berries.
All right.
Berries.
I want my dangleberries.
Oh no, that's a bit of a hit. Bit of a crit. Bit of a chicken slit.
All right. One of them bites into Rana's legs.
Uh-oh.
Gets a fairly decent chunk out.
Oh, frog legs. He's gonna be like, oh, this is a delicacy in my native area. Frog legs.
All right, Ben, it's your turn.
Oh, I'm gonna destroy this zombie right here.
Make your roll.
Attempt to attack. Plus this? No, I can't command that. Don't know how to do it. We'll just do this plus 6. Alright, that's horrible. 8.
Doing anything else this time?
What the hell, man?
You missed twice in a row. Jeez.
I retreat 1 square back.
Do you use disengage as well?
Yeah, well, that's just my
By the
I
way-
can move, right?
Yeah. How does 2 weapon fighting? Don't you get a second attack?
I
You have
threw
to
one of
hit?
the weapons away, but I
Oh.
have to hit with
Oh,
my
so you don't have
daggers.
2 weapons.
No,
You
I've
don't
got
have
a,
2 weapons.
I got a bow, but
Nah, that doesn't count.
no.
Oh, it's then it's Garrett's turn.
Yep. Then I use my bonus action to scream "fuck you, zombie fucks." The end.
Okay, so the nearest zombie, that one,
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Frostbite on, and he
Okay.
just needs to make a con save 12, Constitution save of 12.
Right, he fails it. What happens?
He takes 1d6 damage.
Right, you're gonna roll the damage.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That
He
zombie
takes 1
shatters.
damage. Oh,
Yeah, he
sweet.
shatters.
And I'm gonna stay put where I'm at, and then this
So you-
zombie, this crocodile is gonna attack this zombie.
Make your roll.
What was the roll again for this one?
+4. Right, that's your spell modifier. +4.
15.
You absolutely hit, and he's not going to survive minimum damage. So you get the pleasure of saying how he dies.
The crocodile leaps up and chomps right into his head, and it just splooshes blood all over Rana, Salis, a couple of the froggies, and onto Biscuit's legs.
Nice. All right. So they all die.
Ew.
All right. So the noise of the undead is now quiet, and it's just silent. You can hear the light pattering rain. A lot of the lizard men are just standing there stunned. They just can't even believe what's happened. They can't even believe at the loss that they now have to deal with. So I didn't like take these away, but the losses were quite significant because I think you guys really needed the help. But the losses were absolutely crazy, and this is all that's left. Yeah, this fucker died too. Fuck him.
So I turn around and whisper to Jeff what I've mentioned in the palace, my palace.
Well, you can just say words. You just say words.
Okay. I just say, go take care of Manda.
He does so. He turns around silently and enters the fort. Barry turns to you, guard. What happened to Manda? Is she okay?
I walk slowly and sadly up to Barry, rest my hand on his shoulder, and look at him in his eyes, and I say, I'm sorry, Barry. She didn't make it.
What do you mean? She's always been able to get through things. What do you? Is she unwell? We can go heal her.
She, her, the damage is too much. She's dead.
Oh, that shatters Elderberry. He like just collapses. It's not even like he like goes to his knees. It's like he just fell unconscious. He just absolutely drops and he just starts wailing. And the lizardman behind you just drops to his knees and just starts bawling his eyes out. And then Rana looks over from the distance at Elderberry, kind of with tears in his eyes, and he kind of tries to gauge the situation.
And I turn to
All
look
the
at
liz-
Rana as I'm kneeling down and hugging Barry, and I just shake my head no.
Oh yeah, he loses it. He just collapses, and all the lizardmen just look at Elderberry and look at Rana, and they just fall to their knees and look at the ground, and the whole
And my
tribe is just silent and still.
and my crocodile goes up to Rana and snuggles in to comfort him.
Oh, he loves that. He pets the shit out of it and hugs it, and you just see this scene of an entire tribe of people just on their knees, silent, two leaders just bawling their eyes out. All right. So unless you guys want to do anything notable, I can describe what happens next.
Yeah, no, I'm just sitting there, breathing heavy,
Cool.
composing myself.
So
I
after
think
some time, yes.
I'll just kneel and start praying.
Okay. What do you say?
Just Sithrakus, please accept these humble lizard folk into the coil. I'll just kneel and just look over their bodies
Okay.
as I
So
contemplate whether or not I want to skin them.
all right. So without any action, and only you see this, Alex. It's almost like there's like a layer of their soul being removed from everybody. And I want you to make a d20 roll. I want you to
Any-
use religion.
Okay. Religion. It's only +1, so it's 15.
There you go. The magical 15. All right. So there's a feeling of understanding that rolls over you. No voice this time, just a feeling of understanding. And inside you, you essentially come to an epiphany that your understanding of skinning and flaying skin works absolute. Like that is absolutely what happens. And you've seen that in the temples where they take their skin off. But you feel like there's an understanding you have now as the contract burns on your arm that there are different layers that can be taken off for one to enter your realm of heaven. You feel like this contract has altered the nature of things when they pass. As you see all these light glows rise up from all these creatures, you see just a layer of their soul begin to be torn off piece by piece, sort of floating gently into the air like little bubbles. And then after that little layer of their soul that has been flayed off, you see them transcend above into the clouds and they disappear. And this is everything. This is even the zombies. From the zombies' corpses, you see spawnlings, like lizardmen children. You see some elders. All of them are lizardmen. Every single one of these zombies, despite their appearance being altered and mangled and chained. Every single soul that you see leave, every single corpse here, there's hundreds. All of them, lizardmen.
Okay.
All right. So what happens next is that there are lizard men that come to their senses after grieving for some time, and they rush over to the fort. And try as they may, Jeff does not let them pass. Jeff refuses to let them go in. and through their wails and attempts and anger, he gently pushes them away and he absolutely outstrengths them in every contest. Elderberry eventually rises to all fours, or to his feet, and he goes to walk slowly over to Jeff and puts his hand on Jeff's head, mutters a few words, and Jeff lets him past. But for the hours that go by, the tribesmen start cleaning up the bodies and pushing them outside and putting them into their own graves, which they dig. Rana just can't move. Tries to get up every couple of hours, but you see the relic just burn into his skin whenever he tries to move. You could see that when he was fighting. Any type of exertion that he tries to put out is just excruciating pain and just such heavy panting breath. And the tribespeople clean up the mess. And then in the very early morning, the scene is clean and the bodies have been buried and people start falling asleep. So that is the end of tonight's adventure.
Hmm.
Very good.
That's that.
Good job, Ming.
Fella. So you can describe the scene if you wish, Garrett. You do not have to. Essentially, that was a scene that you saw. You don't need to share it, but you are allowed to now. Now that there's been enough time to pass. But yeah, that's the story so far.
I walked into the cabin, Jeff wailing in agony. And as I approached the wailing Jeff, there were zombie bodies everywhere. Not bodies, actually. There were bits of zombies, chopped up zombies. Bits this way and bits that way. Just everywhere. Axe marks in the walls. And then there, in the chaos of all the zombie pieces and parts, lay Manda with a slit through her throat, dead on the floor.
How'd they get in there?
So the fort has windows, and the zombies didn't climb the palisades. You notice how the sleeping lizardman is now dead.
Yeah. But like a slit in the throat is extremely personal.
I think it was more of a chomp out of the throat.
That makes more sense.
That definitely makes more sense. Fuck, this Jeff guy's useless.
Right?
Yeah, you did take out like 40 zombies.
Could have just closed the door.
They came through the windows.
Because they had an insider zombie.
An insider zombie.
Oh no.
Rudolph.
No, Rudolph's down there.
Is it that zombie that died in that fucking thing down there? Did he let him in?
What zombie? What?
There's a zombie that we never checked on. This bed.
Yeah, you know that there had 3 zombies over this side of the building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
You noticed when I moved them down on the right instead of the bottom left.
Yeah.
It's because they were still alive.
Oh, I thought they were just
Yeah.
vanished
Yeah, they did.
inside.
They just vanished.
Inside.
That's right. Which you didn't
Yeah.
have sight of.
Well, it wouldn't have really mattered to me, honestly, anyway, because I was literally way too busy. Like, there's just way too much going on that I couldn't move. Because in too much
I've
of
got
a
a
good
good question,
advantage.
though.
I think I
Yeah,
could.
If
you
I
guys
had
can
Anyways.
ask questions.
If I had have gotten inside before those zombies climbed in through the window, could we have saved Manda?
Absolutely. Which
Damn
is why
it.
I gave you some rolls for perception.
Mother trucker.
Yeah, man. Elder would have died in 2 more rounds of combat, and Rana probably had maybe 2 more rounds of combat too.
Fuck,
So
I shouldn't have gone down to the fucking fence.
No,
you
we
remember how I was saying, so I've been talking to Ben every now and again and just been so excited about crafting all of this. And I told him that I would present a situation that would unfold certain ways and they
Mm.
would have the choice to change that outcome. And you guys made choices, and because of your choices, 2 people lived, but one didn't.
Another trucker.
It's all right.
So they spent like 3 turns in the fort, and yeah, that's a demander. There you go.
Ah.
So from my conversations with Ben, I said that I would I'd have something tasty. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I kind of felt that this was a massive choice thing, and that whatever I was doing was like, it just didn't make sense for me to leave Berry. Even though because I didn't know for sure, and I like they could get into the actual fort behind me. I don't know. I couldn't hear it. I could only hear everything out the front of me because of my perception.
Once I realized the zombies were just running past us, I knew I'd gone done fucked up running to the gate.
Yeah, I didn't realize it just run past as well, but that's
Well,
fine.
when I was
Thanks.
watching some videos about enemy decisions and decisions that player makes, I found it interesting that they said that players really never have a decision to make about being attacked or about opportunity attacks. And the enemies really, why are they there? They're not really there to just kill all the stupid tribesmen, right? In terms of threat levels, there's certain targets that mean more to certain people than other things. So why would a horde of zombies really care to kill the tribesmen? Tribesmen aren't that useful in combat themselves, as you just experienced.
Yeah, they're just there to provide a buffer.
Yeah. That's it, boys.
Fuck, I should have pulled out my beast earlier.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah,
thing
I don't
was
know why you would
absolute
start with
killer.
a fucking beast.
I could have summoned a familiar. And I never did it.
When you boys dream, you just dream of nightmares.
Yay!
Yay, nightmares.
Nice.
Love
Yeah,
nightmares.
I could have pulled out a familiar when we did camping, and I never did that.
Well, all right. That's it. I had a lot of fun doing that. That's like 1/3 of the content I made too, by the way.
Excellent.
Thanks, Blakey. That was good, man.
That's awesome.
That was a
Thank-
lot of combat.
Yep.
I think it was a good mix of combat and like kind of decision making.
Yeah, at the
Yeah.
start there. Yep. I'm just happy to get out of Grand City, man.
Same.
Yep. All the choices are now yours. You're free to roam the world. But I'm going to try and throw compelling things to hopefully make you feel like you want to go do things. So, yeah. Cool. So this is the first time that you guys can let me know what you want to do in your little talkie chats. If you want to do something in particular, I would say that you are going to stay in the fort, like that's your home until next adventure. Because if you decide I want to go wandering north for 4 days, that's going to kind of really mess things up. So that's, I guess, the only restriction I'll place on the little text interaction. Because I think Barry and Rana would want to talk to you before you left.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you can tell me what you want to do. A number of you still have some items that may need some further clarification. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Love it all.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to want to kind of get kitted out before I do anything.
Yeah.
Like make my own gear or whatever.
Second fucking dagger.
Mate, I need one. At least just one.
Let it be easy to make.
I'm half a
I need
man
to
without
find
it.
an animal that I can actually turn into.
I gave you 3.
I can't use them. I'm
Why
not
not?
high enough yet. I'm not high enough level.
Aren't they CR1?
No, so it comes down to they are CR 1/2,
Or 1/2?
whereas
Can you type
at
it
the
in?
moment I can only use CR 1/4.
Where does it say this? Oh, okay. Oh, you should have said something, man. This is why I wanted you to review it.
I only realized it, yeah, not long ago.
I gave you like a week.
Yeah, I know. I only really got a chance to really review it today.
Okay,
Oh, are we
that's my bad.
are we in
No,
those
no, it's not
ruins
your
there?
bad. Yeah.
This one here.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you're drawing the red marks, that's a fort. That's right.
Okay.
And you notice it's right on the edge of the swamp too. So
Hmm.
any feedback, guys? Anything like that? You're all stunned mullets right now.
I'm just tired now.
It was a
man.
sad set.
Yeah, we lost
It was.
someone.
Someone that we cared about.
Not
Yeah.
really. Let's be honest.
Well,
Well,
I didn't
did
really
have a
care.
duty.
Honestly, I didn't really care too much. It's just like it was a big deal to the
Yeah, the people.
the people. And we learnt a lot. I don't feel like I learnt a little bit, and then I feel like Alex, you learnt quite a bit seeing all the souls and things of just being all lizards, which is kind of what I expected because I have a feeling that all people come from lizards at this point for some strange reason because of the fact that he was born from a lizard's shell and then was turned into something else entirely. And even the fucking warlock came from a black and red frog spawn with warlock
Everyone's
eyes.
Lizard people are real.
Yeah. It's almost like there's some sort of fucking big motherfucker warlord bitch in Grand City that's controlling the spawn points of certain lizards and turning them into certain other races like humans and is creating them for their own, gain or army or whatever. That's what it feels like to me.
From what I got from that vision is more souls are going to join the coil without me needing to skin them, but I assume the demon goblins taking like a tax on them. Is that right? Did I interpret that right? Like,
I guess there's no way for that to really be confirmed. Hey,
Because of the flays of the bubbles.
yeah, he said that like a little bit of the soul was like getting siphoned off or something.
Ah,
Yeah. I interpreted it as, which is interesting. Like, I don't mind.
who
More than
knows?
we're going before.
I mean,
Who cares if the taxman takes a little bit off the top? You know,
mate, look at the T's and C's. They should be on your left arm, right?
All right, guys, I gotta go to bed. I gotta be up in like 7 hours.
there
6
is, my
hours.
dude.
All right. Thanks for the
Do some
awesome
things
session.
that's okay. Do some things in the chat, yeah, like, and work out what beasts you can turn into. Those are the real own beasts that you've seen. So I'll leave that homework for you, but we'll say that you have to stay here for like a week. So if you guys want to do things and like organize things or train people, and feel free to let me know in the your own little special chat what you want to do.
All right, will do.